Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Gilderoy waved to everyone to be quiet and then shouted, "Come around. Can everyone see me? Can everyone hear me? Very good. That's it. Headmaster Dumbledore has allowed me to open this little school. Little dueling club, well-trained in case you ever need to defend yourself one day. In the way I have used countless times to protect yourself. For details on this, see my published work." After speaking, the flower peacock smiled charmingly, and Augustus was a little powerless to complain. This is how narcissistic it is. "Now let me introduce my assistant, Professor Snape," said Gilderoy and smiled again. "He told me that he himself knew a thing or two about duels, and he graciously agreed, assist me with a small demonstration before class. Don't be afraid, kids, I will never hurt your potions, Professor." What he said as if trying to clean up Snape was a matter of hand. Snape was injured if he touched him casually, and he said it in front of Snape. Hearing Peacock's words, the cloud on Snape's face became even stronger, which was a sign that he was in a bad mood. Augustus guessed that he was called over by Dumbledore and is now simmering on fire. Lockhart and Snape turned to each other and bowed. Then they held their wands to their chests like arrows. 647 This is the so-called wizarding duel etiquette observed by most wizards. "As you can see, we hold our wands in the usual dueling position," Gilderoy said to the silent crowd. "On the count of 3, we cast the first spell. Of course, none of us will take the opponent's life. 35. 2, 3, they both jerked their wands over their shoulders at the same time. With a wave of Snape's wand, he shouted, "Accept your weapon." A dazzling red light suddenly flashed and Lockhart was struck unsteadily. He flew backwards out of the stage, slammed into the wall, then slid down and curled up on the floor. Augustus also laughed when he saw this scene. Couldn't this Gerald see that Snape had been holding on to the fire and waiting for this opportunity? But Gilderoy soon stumbled to his feet, his hat off and his wavy curls standing on end. He returned to the stage, deftly slurring the language, deliberately ignoring Snape's mocking look. "This is the end of the demonstration. Come on, it's time for you to get your hands dirty." With a cold smile on Snape's face, "Draco, come up. Let's see what kind of person you can make the famous Potter into." Draco smiled smugly and gestured at Augustus. Augustus smiled and said, "Keep your demeanor and don't strike too hard." Augustus' words immediately made Penelope beside her laugh out loud. The girls around her were stunned by her beautiful and moving appearance, but no one dared to move forward. The Slytherin prince beside her was not someone to mess with. But even with Augustus there are still many people who have a crush on Penelope. Seeing that Snape was named, Gerald also pretended to say, "Potter, come up, remember my demonstration just now, I believe you can do it well." 35. At this time, Potter could only climb up reluctantly. Although he really wanted to avenge the previous Quidditch loss to Draco, he had to say that after he entered Hogwarts, if you haven't learned a few attacking spells well, you'll be unconscious at most, and you won't even be able to get into many obstacles. This can only be blamed for his bad life. In the first grade, the teacher of defense against the dark arts was Quirrell, and in the second grade, he was the flower peacock in front of him. He himself never read any spell books, how could it be? Professor Flitwick teaches practical spells such as floating spells and fluorescent spells, but not offensive spells. "Potter, remember not to cry." Seeing Potter standing across from him, Draco seemed a little impatient, and didn't even want to say a few more words of ridicule. His wand was already in his hand. After the two saluted each other, they distanced themselves, dizzy. In an instant, Draco waved his wand, and an invisible wave flew towards Potter. Draco's spellcasting speed was very fast, and the students below were surprised. "No way, this is all forced out by Augustus' special training. If you slow down, you will face the danger of death." Potter didn't have time to react at all. He didn't expect Draco's spellcasting speed to be so fast. In desperation, a lazy donkey rolled around on the ground before escaping the blow. When he got up again, he looked very embarrassed. Some of the students below burst into laughter, and it is already very embarrassing for a wizard to do such an action. Hearing the laughter below, Potter's face was ugly, and with a wave of his wand, the same shot swooned at Draco. It's just that his spellcasting speed is not on the same level as Draco's just now. The following students also saw that Draco's level was significantly higher than Potter's. But soon, they realized they were wrong. Draco's level is not higher than Potter, but much higher. Seeing the fainting spell flying towards him, Draco smiled disdainfully. "Can this kind of non-threatening spell be called an attack?" Draco's hand holding the wand didn't even move. He stretched out his left hand, a flash of blue light flashed, and the hand was covered with a layer of magic, and then grabbed it directly towards the fainting spell. Immediately, a wave of obvious magic power dissipated, and Draco did not respond except for a slight movement of his left hand. One hand blocked the curse. The students below were all stunned. Seeing Potter's shocked expression across from him, Draco sneered. This is the simple wandless spellcasting and magic attachment technique he learned from Augustus. Of course, it is useless against other powerful spells, but against a soft attack like Potter, there is no problem at all, and it is easy. He just wanted to hit Potter a little bit with this. In fact, Potter was indeed hit, and he was stunned there with an incredible look on his face. Just when the students and Potter were surprised, Draco, who had stopped Potter from falling unconscious, did not stop, and almost instantly lifted his right hand. And another spell was released. In the face of Draco, who had fought to the death many times, it was more than easy to fight an opponent like Potter now. And at the same time of being relaxed, he did not leave any chance for the opponent to counterattack. This is also a lesson he learned during the holiday. Don't leave any chance for the enemy, otherwise you will die. Bound in chains. Suddenly, a chain fell from the sky, trapping the stunned Potter, unable to move. However, Draco did not give up. The golden bell hangs upside down. The bound Potter suddenly flew upside down and was hung head down in the air. In just a few seconds, Potter had completely lost his ability to fight back. Seeing this, Augustus nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that the summer training was not in vain. Potter, admit defeat or beg me for mercy. Looking at Potter, who was entangled in the air and struggling, Draco sneered and said disdainfully. The ridicule in Draco's words deeply stabbed Potter's self-esteem. How has he who was called the savior ever been treated like this? So he struggled even more vigorously, and he didn't mean to admit defeat at all. Seeing this, Draco sneered. I'd like to see how long you can be tough. Oolong out of the holes. This time it's no joke. A black python with the thickness of a bucket was formed under the magic of Draco. It was 10 meters long. The surrounding students took a few steps back. After Augustus' training, how could Draco summon that kind of small snake as thick as a branch to scare people? After landing, the black python circled twice and swam towards Potter under the instructions of Draco. The students below were worried for a while and would not really swallow it. At this time, Potter also saw the black python swimming towards him. His face turned pale with fright. At this momentum, he was really going to be swallowed from scratch. However, his strong self-esteem made it impossible for him to ask for mercy no matter what, and he could only twist his body to try to escape. But it was a pity that Draco's chains were very skilled and did not give him any chance to escape. Both Snape and Gerald found that they were overplaying, and they didn't expect Potter to be so vulnerable, or rather, they didn't expect Draco to be so powerful. Okay, let me come. Gyracha smiled and said, waving his wand as if he wanted to disperse the serpent, but before he could continue speaking, the scene changed for the better. He was stunned on the spot. On the other side, Snape, who thought that Lily wanted to stop the black python, also froze in place. All the students present were stunned, and they soon showed horror. Potter, who was originally trapped in chains, even stared at the big snake below and uttered a mysterious language that no one could understand. It sounded like snake language, very strange and terrifying. And when the black python heard Potter's mysterious language, it stopped moving. Then Potter made such a sound again, and Haimong gave up on him and instead stared at a Gryffindor boy beside him. It seemed that he was ready to attack. Unfortunately, the direction the black python turned happened to be Augustus and Penelo. The girl had a natural resistance and fear of this creature. Feeling Penelo grasp her arm, Augustus patted her. His hand signaled that she was fine, then stared at Hai and spit out a few words. Ashes. Immediately before the attack, the black giant python was possessed by a red light and then melted instantly, turning into a black smoke and disappearing. At this time, the surrounding students all gasped and began to buzz. Parseltongue, Augustus could hear the whispers of exclamation all around him. Snape also knew how serious this matter was. It was very unfavorable for him who wanted to protect Lily's bloodline, so he stepped forward and put Potter down. I think there is no doubt that Draco won. Maybe Potter's level is a bit too low. Let's get Slytherin's Augustus up. Hearing Snape's words, the hum from below finally dissipated a little, and it was clear that Augustus had caught most of the people's attention. Come here, let's go up and play. It can be considered to give Snape a face. Augustus smiled helplessly and walked onto the stage. FLOWERS Japanese symbol. That's right, it's going up. The void condenses and steps up the air. There seems to be a layer of transparent steps under Augustus's feet, allowing him to step onto the duel stage steadily. This scene shocked most of the students because Augustus didn't even draw his wand. Unknown magic or cast without a stick, this scene alone amazes many young wizards, and even the matter of Potter's parcel tongue was temporarily forgotten. Although Draco was also shocked by Potter's parcel tongue, but he abused Potter once and he got his wish. Cough, who is willing to discuss with Augustus? Seeing that his limelight had been robbed, Gilderoy ran out in a timely manner to find a sense of existence. The following students look at me and I look at you, but no one really stood up for a while. Everyone knows that the genius level of this Slytherin is far beyond ordinary people, and no one wants to go up and be abused. At this moment, Percy off the stage saw that Penello was looking at Augustus on the stage with affection, which made him feel jealous. Percy has been interested in Ravenclaw's talented girl Penello for a long time, but because of the existence of Augustus, he didn't even say a few words to the other party. Don't ignore him at all. I usually don't have the chance, but now I can finally try this level of Slytherin genius. Forgot to mention Percy is in 6th grade, Augustus is in 4th grade. I come. Under the stage, the tall and thin Weasley family Percy climbed onto the stage in the eyes of everyone's astonishment. Compared with Augustus' fantastic appearance, he was obviously inferior. However, this does not affect everyone's passion, and finally someone dares to challenge the genius of Slytherin. They who had never seen Augustus shot suddenly widened their eyes as if they had taken stimulants, so that the matter of Potter being a parcel tongue was temporarily suppressed in their hearts. It's not too late to finish watching this duel before talking about what happened just now. Immediately, everyone ignored Potter for the time being, and all looked at the duel platform to work. The long dueling platform is surrounded by students of all grades. Torches are burning on the walls full of traces of the years, the gorgeous frieze, and the ancient ceiling look full of atmosphere. I'm Percy Weasley, the 6th grade prefect of Gryffindor and the deputy head of the student union. I've heard about the name of the Slytherin genius Augustus, but I haven't seen you make a move so far. I hope you won't let it go today. I am disappointed. After taking office, Percy thought he was very personable and said in the tone of a senior. Hearing his words, Augustus laughed, and he could naturally see the mind of the third son of the Weasley family. Someone has a crush on Penello, which means that the girl is very good, but this does not mean that Augustus will tolerate these people's challenges to him. On the contrary, he wants to shock the boys with excessive hormone secretion like he beat Slytherin girls before. 647 August, Blake, the Weasleys are all excellent, and I think you'll be happy when you wait. Looking at Percy, who was eager to try, Augustus sneered and said slowly, It's really rare for a 6th grader to play against a 4th grader so calmly, but I'll let you know that age doesn't mean anything. It's not because of age, increase and change. 99s. Augustus was polite at first, but soon Percy's face turned blue. It's useless to talk too much, I just want to know if you are qualified to be worthy of Penello. Under the anger and jealousy, Percy snorted coldly. In fact, he not only wanted to win the favor of Penello. As a person who regarded his future more than his family, his real purpose was to establish his own reputation by defeating Augustus. This Gryffindor prefect has powerful desires and ambitions. Maybe he is also deeply tired of the Weasley living environment, and he wants to climb up. Augustus didn't want to say anything after hearing Percy's provocative words. If you lift yourself up so high, you are afraid that you will fall even worse later, so let this clown perform well for the time being. After the two took a form, they instantly opened up the distance. Different from the duel between Draco and Potter just now, this time one is the 6th grade Gryffindor prefect, and the other is Augustus, who has the title of Slytherin Prince, the first in the 3rd consecutive grade, and this duel must have to be done. More level, the students below all watched expectantly, except your weapons. Percy's movements are very fast, and it can be seen that his foundation is very solid. In addition, he is in the 6th grade, and his magic power is basically formed. The power of the magic spell is not small, and it has reached the level of a normal wizard. The red light of your weapon shot towards Augustus quickly, as if not only trying to disarm the wand in Augustus's hand, but to knock Augustus into the air. Prototype quick reaction. 99s. When the red light was about to deepen, Augustus raised his arm slightly and highlighted a few words. Without the slightest wave, a light blue light came out from the wand. The momentum, in turn, shot towards Percy. From Augustus' point of view, there is no difference between Percy and Potter. They are the same dishes. And he even needs to mobilize a little magic power to control the other's spell in turn. But to outsiders, it's all full of incredible. Percy's curse shot at himself. How did Augustus do it? Percy was also shocked by this scene. It would be fine if Augustus blocked his spell. Even if he blocked it easily, he would not say anything. After all, the reputation of the other party was there, but The spell was bounced back to attack himself. He really didn't expect it at all. Terrified, Percy quickly waved his wand and another weapon was fired from you. Before the red light hit him, it neutralized it, but even so, the collision of the two spells made him a little bit messy clothes, embarrassed. Snape in the back saw this scene and his eyes narrowed. Sure enough, has he grown to this point? He has a good relationship with Lucius, and he has heard some things a long time ago, but seeing the level of Augustus with his own eyes tonight, he was still a little shocked, at least what Augustus did just now. He asked himself that he couldn't do it anyway. Controlling other people's spells to make them bounce back requires extremely high level of conjuration knowledge and powerful magic. And maybe even Dumbledore may not be able to do it. Augustus is not a passive person. He will not stand there and let Percy attack, and when Percy is disgraced by his own spell, Augustus' wand waved. Marionette. As Augustus whispered, the top of the silver wand shot out a few blue streamers, which flowed in the air a few times and flew towards Percy. Percy, who had not had time to take a breath, had to cheer up again, but he was somewhat helpless to find that he had never heard of the spell released by the opponent, and he had no idea how to defend. He tentatively fired a fainting spell to try to offset these blue streamers, but the blue streamers seemed to have spirituality, and they avoided the red light and continued to fly towards him, helpless. Next, Percy could only cast an armor shield on himself. I have to say that his level is not bad among the students, his awareness is also very good, and his foundation is also very solid. It's a pity that he met Augustus. The blue streamer touched the transparent armor around Percy's body, and there was no intention of hitting it hard, and they were attached to it respectively. Then Percy only felt a strange wave coming, and then his armor was broken. It should be said that it disintegrated strangely, as if it was dissolved by some higher energy. Then he found that the few blue streamers touched his body, and then he found that he couldn't move. Seeing Percy's terrified face but unable to move, Augustus smiled disdainfully. Didn't you just have 2.8 pictures? Why did you show such an expression so quickly? This is the method of the puppet master in the Naruto world, the chakra line, which was transformed by Augustus and displayed with magic power. Sometimes magic has many unique advantages in some aspects, so when he has nothing to do, Augustus likes to study the magic of ninjutsu, and this marionette is one of them. It's not a very profound spell, but it's enough to deal with a young wizard like Percy who hasn't graduated yet, or it's not an exaggeration. Why does Augustus use this trick? Obviously, he didn't want the self-righteous Weasley to lose. To challenge him is to pay a price. Augustus didn't even move his wand, and he completely controlled Percy with just his thoughts. In Augustus's wicked manipulation, Percy made strange moves which looked like dancing, but it was much uglier than dancing. Only little wizards like Penelope Hermione from the Muggle world knew about Percy. Zaya's dancing now can't help laughing out loud. Penelope has the best laugh. Of course she knows what it is. When she was in primary school in the Muggle world, she did it every day. Yes, it is fitness. But for a wizard who is about to graduate from Hogwarts to do such calisthenics on the duel stage, it is simply a ridiculous thing. The girl chuckled and rolled her eyes at Augustus, who was looking at her. The meaning in his eyes was obvious. You are so bad. Although most of the little wizards below didn't know what Percy was dancing, it didn't affect them knowing that it was a very funny thing, and they all laughed along with them. I have to say that Percy is really good at broadcasting. Gymnastics talent. Oh, of course, except for his blushing, angry monkey butt face. Percy now wants to die. Although he doesn't know why he lost control, it must have something to do with the Slytherin genius who is looking at him mockingly. Of course, he knew that this kind of behavior was very, very shameful, and it might even be called a laughing stock by the students at Hogwarts. Since then, his influence has been greatly reduced. This is something he is unwilling to accept. The image that Hogwarts has run for years may be ruined. For Percy, who was full of promotion desires and wanted to work at the Ministry of Magic, it was like a thunderous blow. Damn it. Let go of me. Needless to say, Percy also knew that this Slytherin genius was deliberately making a fool of him. Under the anger, Percy struggled desperately, but his body was completely out of control, and he couldn't do anything except roar. Even when he was doing gymnastics and roaring, he looked even more funny. A smile formed at the corner of Augustus's mouth. It seems that the Weasleys have gotten to the point where Muggles like things. It really opened my eyes to doing this kind of Muggle gymnastics on the dueling ring. Completely ignoring Percy's roar, Augustus said with a smile. His words suddenly made the students laugh, and even Snape couldn't help laughing. But in order to maintain his always aloof image, he seemed to endure very hard. Gilderoy couldn't help laughing, but for a while he forgot to tell them to stop. In front of the whole school, being humiliated like this, Percy only felt that something in the dark side of his heart had completely exploded, and a trace of madness flashed in his eyes. In the strong emotional fluctuations, he unexpectedly regained control of his right hand. His magic wand swiped a little arc and struggled to cast a magic spell. Burning flames. In the exclamations of the students, Augustus' feet suddenly rose from the flames. The fiery temperature radiated. Afraid of being affected, the students retreated. Gilderoy, who was laughing, suddenly froze as if his throat was being strangled, and his face turned from ruddy to pale. Before the duel, he expressly stipulated that the use of lethal spells is prohibited, but the blazing flames Percy is using now is obviously a high lethal spell. This is already a serious teaching accident, and if anything happens to Augustus, then his fault is even greater. But after seeing Augustus' condition, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Because the Augustus in the flames showed no sign of being burned at all. The red flames that were blazing turned out to be illusory and did not hurt Augustus at all. Instead, they were like little flame elves tamely surrounding Augustus. There was no sign of a threat at all. The students in the audience couldn't help rubbing their eyes. This Slytherin prince, now like a king of flames, is worshipping the flames of the recipient. Being interrupted by this, Augustus also stopped the marionette spell, and he didn't expect that Percy actually released a killing spell. Very well, you will regret your actions. 35. With a slight wave, the flames under his feet dissipated immediately. Augustus looked at Percy, who was half kneeling on the dueling stage, and stared at him angrily and said with a light smile, "Smashed to pieces." Remembering that he had made a big fool in front of all the students in the school just now, the prestige he had built so hard might collapse, and Percy's inner anger could not be suppressed. In order to salvage all this, it's a pity that his wish will eventually fail. From the moment he stepped onto the duel stage because of jealousy and desire, it was all doomed. Those who can't see the future will only be defeated by their own stupidity. The bone-shattering curse is already a very dangerous black magic, and it is definitely not taught in school. It should have been learned by Percy from their home somewhere. With an extremely dangerous atmosphere, the students below were terrified. For most students, this was the first time they had seen this dangerous black magic. Although Pinello knew that Augustus would not have an accident, he still looked at Augustus worriedly, clenching his little hands tightly. The girls on the other side, such as Hermione, Q, Angelina, and Katie, were the same. They stood in the crowd and looked at Augustus, who was directed by the red light. Percy's attitude also turned into disgust. Even Jinny, a first-year freshman, looked at her brother on stage with some strangeness. Seeing the bone-shattering curse attacking him, Augustus didn't want to keep his hands anymore. He really wouldn't kill Percy, Wang Ma Zhao, because it was in the school, but he certainly wouldn't be lighthearted. Inflammatory body. When the red light was about to touch his body, Augustus' body instantly disappeared under the worried gazes of the students and Gilderoy. The red light swept through the air and hit the wall, smashing the walls of the ancient castle into pieces. Many of the lower-grade students who watched this scene swallowed their saliva. This kind of powerful spell hits people, and it may really be shattered. Yet Augustus couldn't have been hit by such a lowly trick, and his figure disappeared. The next moment appeared behind Percy. This magical space transformation immediately surprised the students. It is indeed a genius of Slytherin. Appearing behind Percy, Augustus only held out a hand. Water escape, water prison, water escape, water prison. Following Augustus' cold words, suddenly countless water droplets appeared all over Percy's body, and then condensed into a big blue water ball, trapping him in it. Looking at Percy, who was struggling in the water polo, Augustus sneered, "Didn't you want to challenge me?" He also used the bone-shattering charm for this. Why is he not as confident as before? Percy in the water polo saw Augustus' sneering expression and suddenly struggled more violently and seemed to want to do something. Seeing his reaction, Augustus felt that the punishment wasn't enough. Ice crystal world. Augustus spit out a few words again, and in an instant, a blue brilliance flashed on his hand. And then, frost began to spread over the water polo. The water that was still flowing quickly condensed into an ice ball in a few seconds. Among them, Percy has been frozen inside, his face is purple, and he still maintains that funny attitude. 17. Augustus, stop it. 35. Seeing that things had a bad ending, Gilderoy finally reacted and said loudly, but Augustus didn't think that would allow him to vent his displeasure. Ignoring Gerald, Augustus waved his wand again. It's all petrified. Suddenly, the blue hockey puck was covered with a layer of gray, which looked like a sculpture. Seeing this, Snape's mouth twitched helplessly. It seemed that this kid from the Weasley family was going to suffer a lot. In fact, it was indeed the case. In order to get Percy out of the petrified ice puck, Dumbledore personally went out and took 2 full days to get it done. And because of suffocation, frostbite, and petrification, Percy was forced to stay in St. Mungo's for half a year before he could get out of bed. For this reason, the Weasley family also paid a large amount of medical expenses. Percy Weasley was beaten badly, but all the students at Hogwarts knew that Percy himself could only be blamed for this incident. He broke the rules and used the powerful killing spell first. Only he is allowed to do this, and Augustus is not allowed to fight back. Therefore, Percy could only suffer by himself, and the Weasleys almost sold the burrow because of this medical expense. Because of this incident, Percy was deprived of the positions of prefect and the head of the student union, and thus lost the trust of the students, and his influence plummeted. It is estimated that this is a devastating blow to his so-called cause. Seeing that Augustus easily defeated the 6th grade prefect of Gryffindor, the Slytherin students in the audience couldn't help being excited and shouted, Augustus! Impressed by Augustus's perfect performance, the students from other academies couldn't help shouting along. Augustus stood on the duel stage, enjoying the cheers of the crowd. Temperament looks really like a prince in a fairy tale. Somehow the cry of Augustus was lost, and the Prince of Slytherin was replaced. Under the stage, Penelope looked at Augustus with eyes full of love, while Percy, who was frozen and petrified by the side, the girl didn't even look at it. Maybe see you next time, she won't even say a word. They didn't want to tell each other. Since that night, Augustus' influence has not been limited to Slytherin, and the students of other houses have greeted him with admiration when they see him. The girls looked at Augustus with even more fiery eyes. With their perfect appearance and strong strength, they were simply the perfect dream lover. Even if they knew that Augustus and Penelope were a couple and had a little scandal with a few other girls, but these girls didn't care, they would always find some opportunities to get close to Augustus. And Angelina and Katie Bell, 2 girls, one night, they actually touched Augustus' dormitory with a phantom body spell, not to mention the fragrance. Not to mention how well-received Augustus was in the school. On the other hand, Potter's situation was much more miserable. Although Augustus was the worthy protagonist that night at the Fight Club, everyone didn't forget that Potter was a Parseltongue. Parseltongue is not a good symbol among wizards. The well-known Parseltongues are all dark wizards. The most famous ones are Slytherin and Voldemort. Many people are more suspicious of him because of this. And soon after the Duel Club was held, a poor Muggle boy was attacked again, and Potter seemed to have tried to instruct the Black Python to attack the Muggle boy with Parseltongue during the duel. Pointing to Potter, our savior suddenly fell into a state of helplessness. Even his good friend Ron, after discovering that he was Parseltongue, kept some distance, at least not as talkative as before. And Hermione now even maintains a below-average friendship with him. The girl is still haunted by him and Ron's suspicion of Augustus before. No girl will tolerate others slandering the person she likes. Not even friends, not to mention her relationship with Potter was not as good as in the original book. In this case, while Potter began to doubt his life, he began to seek a way to justify himself. Finally, he thought of a good way, that is, to prove that another person is the true successor of Slytherin. It has to be said that sometimes, even though some things have changed a bit, it still gets back on track. Knowing that Hermione would not help him, Potter took out the inheritance left to him by his parents, sneaked to Knockturn Alley, and bought a bottle of rejuvenation potion. And the target they want to ask is undoubtedly Draco. In short, everything seems to have a slight overlap with the original trajectory. At this time, Augustus temporarily left Hogwarts. He received a secret letter from Costin not long ago. After reading the letter, his face suddenly became very ugly, and he didn't even have time. Saying hello to Penelope, he turned into a black phoenix and disappeared into the school with apparition. Costin normally would not send letters unless there was an emergency. Obviously, this time the situation was more urgent, and it made Augustus very angry. Different from sending warning letters to Hermione and Percy to challenge him before, this time it was a real provocation. For what happened in school, Augustus would still be a little merciful for the sake of the Academy's feelings. But outside the school, between wizards and wizards, he would not give up. Several attacks at Hogwarts made the students panic, and everyone was in danger. No one knew who would be attacked next, maybe it was themselves. In this situation, everyone wants to make themselves as safe as possible, and they need some defensive measures and psychological comfort. As a result, the magic alchemy shop that Augustus opened in Diagon Alley exploded. This magical alchemy goods store has won wide acclaim from British wizards within a year of its opening. Although the alchemy items bought from the store were a bit expensive, the quality was very strong and the alchemy level was very high. In short, it was very worthy of its price. All wizards who had bought things in the store gave this store a high evaluation. After more than a year of accumulation, the magic alchemy shop has gained a firm foothold in Diagon Alley, and its reputation is well established. The students wanted to find a defensive item, and the parents of the students naturally wanted their children to be more secure. So they rushed into the magic alchemy store and snapped up the defensive alchemy items. Later, even the offensive alchemy items were sold out. In short, in just half a month, the magic alchemy store brought unimaginable wealth to Augustus. In this case, many people finally started to get jealous. Some 647 shops of the same kind colluded with some people from the Ministry of Magic, made some dirty deals, and even negotiated the distribution of benefits afterwards. On this day, the Ministry of Magic decided to seize the magic alchemy shop on the grounds that the magic alchemy shop lacked business qualifications and traded high-risk alchemy items and black magic items without authorization. It is said to be a seizure, but looking at the way they are greedy and keep putting alchemy items into the space-folding bag, it is better to say that it is a robbery, and it is a legitimate robbery in the name of the Ministry of Magic. Several employees hired by Augustus had never seen the Auror lead a team to seize this kind of thing. As a result, after receiving the secret letter, Augustus turned into a phoenix and disappeared at Hogwarts. To be honest, since Augustus came to this world, no one has ever dared to bully him like this. Looking at the messy alchemy shop, which kept making noises, Augustus only felt a rush of anger rising up. The Ministry of Magic is really courageous. Could it be that the staff of this kind of government department are all the same kind of virtue psi? Whether it is Augustus who did not cross the previous government, or the Konoha behind the Hawkage the higher-ups, and the current Ministry of Magic all look like a dog. Looking at the two Aurors guarding the door, Augustus was not in the mood to talk nonsense. All petrochemical, the two Aurors were about to come up and say, "The Ministry of Magic is enforcing the law, please leave immediately." They were hit by two blue rays of light and instantly petrified there and turned into a sculpture. This time, the petrification curse Augustus showed no mercy, and without him personally releasing the curse, no one would even try to save these two idiots. At this time, many people in Diagon Alley were attracted by the noise here and began to gather one after another. When they saw Augustus petrifying two arrogant Aurors at will, they suddenly appeared surprised and attacked the Ministry of Magic to enforce the law. Aurors are going to be sent to Azkaban. Although they also disliked the domineering behavior of the Ministry of Magic, they were still worried about this handsome young man. Augustus stepped over the two petrified Aurors and entered the store. I saw that several wizard employees he hired were being imprisoned in the center, and several wizards dressed as Aurors, just like bandits entering the village, kept looting the magic alchemy items on the counter. Looking at their appearance, where is the look of a law enforcement officer? No different from a robber. In addition to the Aurors, Augustus also found a few flattering wizards beside them. Judging from their cunning appearances, they seemed to be businessmen and bosses. Seeing someone break in, not their own, the Aurors stopped immediately, and they also realized that their behavior was somewhat indecent. What about Delin and Dalix? How did they put people in? Seeing Augustus, one of the Aurors who looked like a squad leader immediately shouted, "Stop yelling, they won't answer you." Seeing the other party's noisy appearance, Augustus's brows furrowed even tighter. Hearing Augustus' indifferent answer, the Auror captain named Doug suddenly felt a dangerous aura. For him who often performed tasks, this hunch was very accurate. But he didn't care too much. What threat could such a young wizard bring to him? What's more, there were only 3 of them, so the 2 of them were dealt with by you, the Auror named Doug said a little amused. You'll be like them soon. With that, Augustus ignored him. With a wave of Augustus' wand, several employees who were imprisoned in the center were immediately released and said with panic, "Boss, we have really tried our best, but they are completely unreasonable." 9. Augustus nodded, motioning them not to be nervous and to wait for him outside the store first. With guilt and anxiety, several employees walked out of the alchemy shop and began to talk to the surrounding wizards about the bandit behavior of these Aurors. "So, you're the owner of this shop. I can't see that you are so promising at such a young age." There was a scar on the left side of the face, and Doug, the Auror captain who looked fierce and ruffian, asked with a playful look on his face. However, he didn't wait for Augustus' reply. Augustus looked around the store as if it was a scene after a looting, his face getting colder and colder. If Penelo and Hermione were there, you'd know that Augustus is pretty p***d right now. Have you ever thought about the consequences of doing so? After a long time, Augustus spit out a word coldly. For some reason, the 3 Aurors in the store suddenly felt that the temperature around them dropped a lot. The 3 law enforcement Aurors glanced at each other, never thinking that this young wizard who didn't seem to have graduated from Hogwarts was still preaching to them. What a laugh. "Okay, hand over your wand, sir," an Auror beside Doug said impatiently. "I don't object if you want to resist, but I don't think you are an underage kid. Wizards can deal with 3 adult wizards at the same time. 99. Oh, really? Augustus sneered, and the aura who spoke just now was instantly hit by blue light and turned into a rigid sculpture, even maintaining the arrogant demeanor just now, looking very funny. Damn, you're provoking the Ministry of Magic. I'm going to send you to Azkaban myself. When his subordinate was attacked and turned into stone, the scar on Doug's face twitched, and he said with ruthlessness at the same time, a dangerous red light flashed on the wand in his hand. Doug, who was already ruthless and decisive in killing, how could he endure the provocation of Augustus, and he shot in an instant. Break to pieces. Judging from the performance of the opponent's petrified German in an instant, it is obvious that the level is not low, so Doug has no intention of keeping his hands at all, and it is a body-shattering spell. In any case, he had enough legitimate reasons to be ruthless, obstructing law enforcement. Attacking Aurors, even if the young wizard was maimed, it didn't matter that much. Anyway, sooner or later he would be sent to Azkaban. As an Auror squad leader who has experienced many dangerous missions, Doug has a very clear understanding of some of the rules and bottom lines of the Ministry of Magic. Is it the bone-shattering curse again? Seeing the red light shot from Doug's wand, Augustus snorted coldly. Why do some people always like to die, but since you like it, then I will fulfill you. Smash to pieces. This time, Augustus doesn't plan to use magic spells like Prototype Quick Reverse again. Don't you like to grind other people's bones with smashing bones? Very good, then come and taste mind-crushing bones and bones. Like Doug, Augustus' silver wand also emits a strong red light. The only difference is that the red light on Augustus' wand almost condenses into reality and even emits an amazing zzzlay sound. Almost in an instant, two red lights shot against each other. However, Doug, who was looking forward to seeing the other person's painful expression, showed an unbelievable expression himself. The body-shattering, bone-shattering spell is a pure arcane spell. It is about the strength of the magic power, and the skills in it are not very strong. From Doug's point of view, this young wizard who doesn't seem to have graduated can't resist his bone-shattering charm at all, especially after seeing the other party cast the same spell. His expression is even more smug. Young boy, do you think magic can be compared to me? It's a dream. Doug even prepared to taunt, however, the result was completely unexpected. He and Augustus' magic power are of course not at the same level. As the Aura sub-captain, Doug's magic power barely reaches the level of a professor, and Augustus has already reached the level of a top wizard. How could it be the same? Impossible. Red light against red light, and soon the magic spell released by Augustus crushed it. Doug roared in horror. He did not expect that he would be completely suppressed. Seeing that this arrogant guy still has the time to scream, Augustus sneered and increased the output of magic power. Suddenly, Doug's next sentence was swallowed back in his stomach, and the whole person was severely hit by the red light. Chest and then flew out in an instant. At the same time as he flew out, a large blood flower spread on his chest, and after a scream, Doug fell into darkness. He was fainted by the abrupt pain, and the bone-shattering curse was not so pleasant. Doug lost his fighting power, and suddenly only the last aura was left in the store, and there were 3 panic-stricken Diagon Alley bosses. Tell me how you want to die. Looking at the stunned aura, Augustus spoke slowly. Don't come here. Even in the face of vampires and werewolves, this aura can kill without changing his face. But at this moment, looking at Augustus, who has an unusually ruthless demeanor, he feels a deep fear. In just a few face-to-face encounters, the 4 elite auras of the Ministry of Magic were all resolved. This is not a level that ordinary people can imagine. Augustus did not pass, but the aura suddenly flew up, as if being held by an invisible big hand and caught in the air. This aura's face was full of horror and remorse. Maybe he shouldn't have participated in this operation for the little bit of greed in his mind. Augustus hates this kind of person the most. He thinks that he is very strong and can bully people at will, but after being crushed, he shows such an expression. Since you don't choose yourself, then I'll help you choose. How about becoming a mouse forever? Well, this is a good idea. Ask for flowers. Ignoring the terrified aura, Augustus said to himself. No, please, not one by one. Hearing Augustus' words, the aura finally came back to his senses and kept begging, but it was too late, and Augustus' wand was already pointed at him. Repent in the dark gutters. This is an extremely high god's transfiguration. Irreversible, Augustus rarely uses it, because it is generally useless, and now it is very suitable to punish these guys who offend him. Become a rat and spend the rest of your dirty life. Point 0. Suddenly, a red light flashed. Just as the spell of Augustus shot at the aura, a spark flashed inside the house. The majestic magic wave suddenly came. Augustus snorted faintly, but his expression did not change. Dumbledore? Yes, there was a spark, and it was Dumbledore and Fudge, the Minister of Magic. Just when Augustus petrified the 2 guard auras, someone sent a letter to Dumbledore. When he learned that Augustus had a conflict with an Auror team, Dumbledore's face changed suddenly, and he immediately disappeared from the headmaster's room, headed to the Ministry of Magic. Then he hurried to Diagon Alley with Fudge. As soon as apparition appeared, Dumbledore noticed a red light brushing past him. Subconsciously, he looked towards the place where the red light was directed. A Ministry of Magic Auror, whom Dumbledore also knew, was one of his former Gryffindor students, Arist, who was struck by a red light. Then with a bang it became a mouse. Fudge, who was on the side, was relieved when he saw this scene. It turned out to be just a metamorphosis. Fortunately, it's not a killing curse. However, Dumbledore, who was beside him, suddenly turned dark. One job. Under the terrifying pressure of Augustus, Fudge now just wants to hurry back to the Ministry of Magic and clean up those people who have been serving as rapes, so as not to cause him this kind of trouble again. On the other side, the three Diagon Alley bosses who had colluded with Doug had long been huddled in the corner in fright, not daring to look at Augustus at all. Even those elite Aurors were killed at random, they dared not imagine their fate. Augustus waved his hand, and suddenly, like piglets, the three of them were caught out of thin air and fell to the ground. Legilimency, Augustus tapped his wand, and suddenly the expressions of the three of them became sluggish. At the same time, the blue light flashed on the silver wand, and the three people's memories of this matter appeared in the air like a video version. Looking at the picture in the memory image, Fudge's face was pale for a while, and Dumbledore was also uncertain. The Ministry of Magic's Aurors colluded with businessmen to steal other people's property. If this kind of thing spreads, it is estimated that the Ministry of Magic will be reshuffled under the pressure of powerful fishing reels. At that time, he is the Minister of Magic who will bear the brunt. Now what Fudge feels is not ashamed but fear. He has been in business for most of his life to become the Minister of Magic. If he were to step down with such shame and scolding, it would be his life. Fudge's expression was uncertain, apparently thinking about how to deal with the matter. After the memory image was released, the three of them regained consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Although they were out of control just now, they clearly knew what was going on. Coupled with Augustus's demon-like behavior just now, they were completely lost. The thought of resisting was so frightening that I almost wet my pants. After all, these three people are the culprits of this incident, and Fudge has made up his mind to put these three stupid pigs in Azkaban later. However, there was no need for him to do so, and Augustus had already done it for him. No, it should be said that he does not need to do it for Augustus. Seeing that these three people were no longer of any value, Augustus waved his palm, and suddenly, black flames suddenly appeared on the three of them. The black flame is the flame of destruction that combines the fire of Amaterasu and the flame of the soul. Under the burning flame of destruction, the three Diagon Alley bosses were burnt into nothingness in an instant. Both their bodies and souls were burned to nothing, and they could not even enter hell. Of annihilation in the human world. Dumbledore, who was beside him, showed deep fear of the flame of destruction, but he did not act anymore. Obviously, he was also very disgusted by these three culprits who provoked the trouble. If it weren't for this three idiots, there would never be such a troublesome situation now, and so many people would not die. Do you know what's going on now? Do you know who's going too far? Looking at the uncertain Dumbledore, Augustus sneered. Hearing Augustus ridicule, Dumbledore's face turned ashen. This was the third time he was speechless in front of Augustus. Every time he talked to this Slytherin genius, it was like this, and he didn't have any refutation at all. Chance to be eaten to death, and now he may not even have an advantage in strength. Dumbledore sighed silently in his heart. Maybe it's time to speed up the training plan for the Savior. Mr. Black, don't spread the word about this. Looking at Augustus with a cold face, Fudge held it back for a long time before he hesitated to say such a sentence. Now he just wants to avoid the impact of this incident from expanding, so as to keep his position as Minister of Magic. Augustus looked at Fudge and didn't speak for a long time, until Fudge was a little trembling under Augustus' stare, and Augustus spoke slowly. Yes, but why would I do this? Hearing Augustus' words, Fudge immediately felt relieved in his heart. The other party said this. Obviously there is room for negotiation. He was afraid that the young head of the Black family would not give him any room for negotiation and would just ignore this scandal. Go out. Of course Augustus wouldn't do it. Would it do him any good? He has dealt with all the rubbish involved in this incident. No one was spared, and most of his anger has subsided. Now to smash this incident out, in addition to bringing Fudge down and letting others benefit from it, he will also what's good. But in another way, he could get a lot from Fudge and the Ministry of Magic. For example, now Fudge will definitely become generous a lot. Mr. Augustus, as long as it is your will, I will do my best to satisfy it, as long as you can take care of the face of our Ministry of Magic. Fudge kept his posture very low, and he could see that the genius of the Black family opposite him was not a good temper. I need 20 seats in Weisengamor. Looking at Fudge, Augustus twitched the corner of his mouth and said slowly, "What?" Hearing Augustus' conditions, Fudge suddenly showed an inconceivable expression, as did Dumbledore on the side, frowning at Augustus, the genius of Slytherin. What did he want to do if? Fudge originally wanted to refuse immediately. The 20 seats in Weisengamot. This condition is simply more unacceptable than asking him to pay 100,000 gold galleons. You must know that Weisengamot exists as the Supreme Court. There are only 50 seats in total. If Augustus has 20 seats, he will be deprived of most of his rights. Fudge has worked hard for decades to win less than 30 seats. But looking at the threatening gaze of Augustus, Fudge suddenly persuaded, if he loses the position of Minister of Magic, what is the use of the seat of Weisengamor? After hesitating for a long time, Fudge finally nodded in frustration. Seeing this, Augustus didn't make any other requests. The 20 seats in Weisengamot were already a surprise he hadn't thought of before coming here, and he made a lot of money. With these 2,650 seats, some of his plans can be greatly advanced. With some consensus, the matter was settled satisfactorily. The Ministry of Magic's external claim is, Auror Division Captain Doug, privately in the name of the Ministry of Magic, closed the magic alchemy shop in Diagon Alley, committed robbery, was attacked by the manager of the magic alchemy shop and died of serious injuries, and the magic cloth announced this. Fire Doug and severely punish other people involved in this matter. I hope everyone does not panic. This announcement can be regarded as clearing the Ministry of Magic, but the prestige of the magic cloth has still declined. After all, Doug is an Auror, and he uses the name of the Ministry of Magic. And Augustus not only killed all those who offended him, but also received unexpected compensation, and he was not dissatisfied. The alchemy shop is still open and business is better. The idea of the wizards is, if one person can single out an Auror team, it can be seen that the manager of the magic alchemy shop is strong. How could the alchemy shop run by such a wizard be deceitful? And this incident, after the publicity of the people present and the staff of the Ministry of Magic, has let many people know, including the Weasley family. Ron Weasley acted the most abnormal after hearing about this incident. No one knew what the back of the crane was thinking. And Augustus, after finishing this matter, turned into a black light and disappeared into Diagon Alley. After Augustus turned into a black light and disappeared in Diagon Alley, he did not return to Hogwarts directly, but went to Lucius. Lucius was astonished when he learned that Augustus had obtained 20 Weisengamot seats from Fudge. 20 seats? As a member of the Ministry of Magic, how could he not know the value of it? As long as he successfully takes over these 20 seats, it is equivalent to controlling 1/3 of the rights of the Ministry of Magic. The Ministry of Magic is currently dominated by 3 major factions, originally the Fudge faction, the second is the joint faction of pureblood wizards, and the third is the Auror faction represented by Scrimgeour. Now with the intervention of Augustus, this situation is suddenly broken. Because of the loss of these 20 seats, Fudge's power has been greatly reduced. Not to mention the Auror department, their influence has been greatly reduced, and their original heroic image has been cast a shadow over this incident, and it may take a long time to recover. The pureblood faction, which has added 20 seats, is naturally a great increase in strength. I believe that in the next long period of time, the behavior of the Ministry of Magic will be under their control. Thinking of the benefits, how could Lucius not be excited? Also, because of the distribution of these 20 seats, Augustus is sure to gain the support of the pureblood wizards who have just been attached to him. After all, for many pureblood wizards, Weisengamot is a position that is difficult for them to achieve. However, just by attaching to Augustus and getting such benefits, gratitude and support are certain. As the saying goes, there are no eternal enemies nor eternal friends, only eternal interests. As long as following Augustus can get the benefits they want, loyalty and drive are not a problem. With such examples, Augustus believes that there will be more people attached to his command. That night, Lucius began to contact various pureblood families, and the next day he completed the handover of seats with Fudge. At this point, the Ministry of Magic was also shrouded under the influence of Augustus. The world outside is turbulent, and Hogwarts is also not calm. The repeated attacks have made the students feel uneasy. Although most of the students are equipped with defensive accessories from the magic alchemy store, worry is inevitable. Even the professors are sad every day because the students are not at all. On the other hand, when the news came that Augustus killed Auror Division Captain Doug in Diagon Alley, Ron Weasley couldn't hold back. His monster-like brain miraculously opened up for some reason, and it turned rapidly. He recalled the things that happened before and after this period of time and connected them one by one. The more this guy thought about it, the more he felt himself. The conjecture made was very reasonable, so he excitedly pulled Harry and ran to find Hermione together. In the library, Hermione looked puzzled at Harry and Ron, who hurried to find her. "What, you guys are still suspicious of Senior Augustus?" Hearing Ron and Harry's intentions, Hermione suddenly became annoyed, pointed at Ron, and almost gave him a petrification. "Hermione, listen to me, I'm not guessing this time, I have a basis." Being yelled at by Hermione, Ron's voice suddenly dropped twice, but he still said relentlessly, "Very well, I want to hear what your basis is. If you can't satisfy me, then don't appear in front of me in the future." Hermione's meaning is very clear. That is, if you are still thinking about it and guessing, then I will not give you even the last trace of affection. Ron looked at Hermione in surprise. He didn't expect the girl to say that. Was Augustus so important to her? The same was true for Harry, who didn't expect Hermione to say that. But thinking that his evidence was sufficient, Ron still suppressed his dissatisfaction and began to say, "The secret room can only be opened by the true heirs of Slytherin, so there is no doubt that the people from Slytherin Academy are the most suspect." Harry couldn't help but nodded. He felt very aggrieved that everyone suspected him as a Gryffindor. "So what?" Hermione frowned and looked at Ron. "Everyone knows this, okay?" Seeing Hermione's dissatisfaction, Ron quickly continued, "You also know that Augustus is the most outstanding person in Slytherin in terms of blood, strength, or connections. If I were Slytherin, I would also choose him. Come and be the heir. You saw it too on the dueling ring that day. The Slytherin students below were shouting that he was Slytherin's **35. Ron said it with certainty, as if he had seen Augustus release the monster. Hermione's face became more and more ugly. "So, you still don't have any evidence, and who doesn't know what you're saying, but have you seen anyone suspecting Senior Augustus?" "Hermione, it's just a little bit, listen to me." Afraid that Hermione would let them out now, Ron didn't have time to catch his breath and continued to speak his mind. "As you know, Augustus always disappears suddenly, and there are times when he doesn't even take part in something as important as a Quidditch match. You know, he's Slytherin's Quidditch captain. He doesn't even take part in a Quidditch match. What do you think he will do? And as you know, Justin was petrified during the last Quidditch match and Augustus just didn't play. Do you think there would be such a coincidence?" Ron's explanation is indeed very convincing, at least because of this. Potter has also confirmed that Augustus is the murderer. Yes, a student who is often missing, there must be a lot of suspicious things. But what puzzled them was that Hermione was not only not persuaded by them because of this wang lies, but became even more angry. "I give you 3 seconds. If there is no other evidence, don't appear in front of me in the future." Hermione didn't know if she was angry or what, and her pretty face looked very red. Only the girl herself knew how ridiculous Ron's suspicions were that Augustus was dating her when he didn't play Quidditch that day. So it's a joke Ron uses this to convince her, but the girl can't say Augustus was dating her. So just get mad. Hermione also didn't turn around and leave because everyone was friends before. The girl is now very tired of this stupid and annoying Weasley. Just when Hermione picked up the book angrily and wanted to leave, Ron suddenly said something. "August murdered in Diagon Alley yesterday." August murdered in Diagon Alley yesterday. As soon as Ron's words came out, Hermione was stunned. "What nonsense are you talking about?" After reacting, Hermione drew out her wand angrily, apparently really angry. Seeing that Hermione was really planning to give himself a spell, Ron was instantly terrified. Although Hermione's strength could not be compared to Augustus, it was definitely more than enough to deal with him. He knew this very well. "Hermione, what I said is true. If you don't believe me, you can read today's Daily Prophet." Ron's face flushed with anxiety, and he raised his hands to signal that he really wasn't lying. Hermione was very angry that Ron was always slandering Augustus, but she frowned when she saw the idiot saying so even when he was pointed at by his wand. "It's better not to let me know that you are lying to me, or I will never let you go." Hermione's wand waved gently and cast a flying spell, and suddenly, the Daily Prophet on a table not far away flew over. Hermione looked at it and the headlines were no longer irrelevant topics. "Horror Scandal, what is the face of the Ministry of Magic? 19. After carefully reading this report, Hermione couldn't help but read it again. Although she was relieved, she did not let go. Obviously, she also realized that 650 Augustus might attract criticism from others because of this incident, such as talk about guys like Ron. "So what do you want to say?" Staring at Ron, Hermione asked in a bad tone. She didn't have any doubts about the person she liked because Augustus killed the Auror Squadron. The report made it very clear that Augustus's behavior was in self-defense, and the Ministry of Magic also publicly released awards. It's totally stand up. Looking at Hermione's cold eyes, Ron suddenly didn't know what to say. All he wanted to say was that Augustus killed someone. For someone as stupid and ignorant as him, killing someone was unimaginable. If it was the previous Hermione, maybe it would be shaken by his ridiculous reason, but after getting along with Augustus for a long time, some of Hermione's ideas have also changed. Yeah, killed, but shouldn't those damn Aurors be killed? In order to quell Augustus' anger, the Ministry of Magic specially magnified the ugly side of the Aurors led by Doug, and no one who has read the report would say that Augustus is not. In addition, Hermione's heart was already biased towards Augustus, of course. There was no reason to have any grudges. Hermione's reaction was nothing like Ron expected. Student Ron Weasley, please clarify the reason and make a fuss about it. The Ministry of Magic has already made it very clear, it's all about the Aurors. Why are you taking it out of context? I'm but he killed. Ron was obviously hesitant. Suddenly he was at a loss for words and finally said a little weakly. Although his words are weak, they are true. Hermione, no matter what, Senior Augustus does have some suspicions now. First of all, he is the most talented and prestigious person in Slytherin. Second, he often disappears. Finally, he dares to kill people. The sum of these points is enough to make others suspect. He is. Finally, it was Harry who added. He said it more euphemistically, not as sure as Ron, but it sounded like it was true. Hermione stood there, not knowing what to say to Augustus for a moment. The girl certainly didn't want anyone to suspect Augustus. That's right, he's already very suspicious. Seeing that Hermione didn't speak, Ron suddenly became energetic and muttered, but he didn't dare to say more because Hermione's wand was still in his hand. Hermione, why don't we join forces to catch the murderer, so that I can be cleared of the crime and the suspicion of Senior Augustus, isn't it best? Having said so much, Harry finally spoke out about their intentions. If only Harry was suspected, Hermione certainly wouldn't care too much, because her relationship with the tube Psi is not very good now, but some people suspect Augustus, which makes Hermione unable to ignore it. Hermione also knew that Augustus, who was the chief student of Slytherin, would be suspected at times like this for a number of reasons. Of course, Hermione didn't believe that Augustus was the one who attacked the students. She was sure of that. But she also knew that other people didn't think so, like Harry and Ron, who knew that Augustus had killed him in Diagon Alley. After a few Aurors, it was inevitable that some would suspect Augustus, which Hermione didn't want to see. Augustus has always been caring and helping herself, and Hermione feels that now she finally has a chance to help Augustus. Thinking of this, the girl suddenly felt a little happier, so she looked at Harry and Ron and asked, "What are you going to do?" Seeing Hermione finally speak up, Harry couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He also knew that he and Ron alone couldn't do much. They were too impulsive and reckless, and they lacked some details. What's more terrible is that the two of them can't add up to a few spells. If you want to find the real murderer to clear the crime, you must get Hermione's help. In addition to Senior Augustus, the most suspicious person in Slytherin is undoubtedly Malfoy. Whether it is or not, I think Malfoy will always know some news. We can become Slytherin people and ask Draco. Won't everything come to an end by then? Harry made all his plans. Transformation how? This will not be learned until the 4th grade, will you? 99. Hermione snorted, feeling hopeless at the whims of these two fellows. We have compound decoction, which is more effective than transfiguration. Ron said proudly. Compound decoction? Hearing Ron's words, Hermione suddenly showed an incredible expression. The compound decoction is not a low-level potion. She had read its introduction in a potions book. The refining process is very complicated. It took a month to make, and there was a high failure rate. She didn't believe that Harry and Ron, two people who never studied, could make it. Seeing Hermione's disbelief, Harry took out the compound decoction from his clothes. After confirming the authenticity of the potion, Hermione suddenly looked a little unbelievable. How did you get it? 39. Hermione agreed to help the protagonist. She didn't know that Augustus was strong enough to ignore those rumors, and doing so was in line with the little girl's psychology. The relationship between the two of Ron was just average. Leave that aside, let's talk about how to approach Malfoy. Harry skipped the topic awkwardly. Although Hermione was a little puzzled, seeing that Harry was reluctant to say more, she didn't ask any more. Next, everything is similar to the original, and the three plan to become Slytherin students to ask Draco. The only thing that changed was that this time Hermione was more concerned about this matter and did not get her hair wrong, and the object Hermione planned to transform was Astoria. Just as the three of them were preparing to act on the other side, Augustus was already busy with the Ministry of Magic and apparated back to Hogwarts. Because the Phoenix form apparition is a bit high-profile, Augustus did not directly teleport to the school, but chose the location in the Forbidden Forest, which is relatively remote. I saw a flash of black light, and Augustus had already appeared in the 650 perimeter outside the Forbidden Forest. The black shimmer flowed around the black phoenix, its gorgeous wings, and its powerful and noble aura instantly made the forbidden forest quiet. To Augustus's surprise, there was someone not far from him. It doesn't matter if there is someone, the key is the person he knows. It should be said that it is a girl he cares about a lot. After seeing the girl, Augustus forgot to release the phoenix form for a while. As soon as Augustus appeared in the form of a phoenix, it immediately attracted the attention of the girl not far away, and at the same time, it also alerted several magical creatures around the girl. Beside the girl are several black creatures similar to horses, but they are a little thin, with a bunch of bat wings on their backs, which look a bit mysterious and unknown. They were eating quietly beside the girl, but Augustus used as soon as the phoenix body appeared. They suddenly seemed to have encountered a natural enemy, showing a look of horror, and then they fled in all directions. These black-winged horses are clearly the Strauls and can only be seen by those who have directly witnessed death. For this reason, they were once considered ominous symbols, and the girl is Luna. It looked like Luna was feeding the Strauls just now. Seeing these few Strauls running away in a panic after feeling his breath, Augustus was a little thoughtful. It turned out to be the case, because the last time I completed the transformation of the phoenix for the first time, I didn't control it well and set a fire in the forbidden forest. Are these creatures so afraid of him? No wonder the centaurs saw him as if they had met a ghost last time. It turned out that he felt the aura of the black phoenix on him. Thinking of this, Augustus couldn't help but be speechless. The last time he really didn't mean it. When he transformed for the first time, the energy gathered in his body and he didn't vomit unpleasantly. He didn't expect to cause such a big damage. After the Thistral ran away, only Luna stood there with a surprised face. After the girl was stunned for a moment, she did not show any fear, but looked at Augustus with some curiosity and amazement. Then he walked slowly over. Luna's beautiful silver-gray eyes looked at the dark phoenix and seemed to be fascinated by this beautiful magical creature. Perhaps because of her pure nature, Luna has a natural affinity for magical creatures. Just like the Strauls just now, these magical creatures will always trust and get close to her unconsciously. Seeing the girl slowly approaching, Augustus looked at it with some amusing but did not change back into a human form. Seeing that this magical black phoenix had no intention of leaving at all, Luna became even more daring and stretched out her tender white hand as if she wanted to touch it. 66. Augustus is also drunk. This little girl is too daring. If my F***CK Gus is a dragon, why don't you come over and touch it too? Although a little speechless, Augustus still fulfilled the little girl's wish and let her touch the feathers on her body. Suddenly, Luna smiled happily. Are you a phoenix? But why is it black? Is it burning black during Nirvana? Seeing that this beautiful and unusual phoenix was very friendly, Luna seemed very happy and began to chat with the phoenix. It could be seen that the girl rarely communicated with each other and could only play with magical creatures in the forbidden forest. Augustus originally wanted to hear Luna's confession, but when he heard, "Are you burnt black when you were reborn in Nirvana?" he suddenly felt faint. What kind of escaped thought? Unable to bear it any longer, Augustus fluttered his wings and turned back into human form in a shimmer of light. Luna, who was talking happily by the side, opened her mouth in surprise, and her beautiful eyes widened. Seeing the phoenix that was still fine suddenly turned into a handsome human being, Luna was surprised and didn't know what to say, and she looked funny and beautiful. Looking at Luna's surprised look, Augustus didn't speak after he changed back, just looked at the girl quietly. "You're Senior Augustus." After a long time, Luna looked at Augustus's appearance before she realized it. Also defeated by the girl's stupidity, Augustus nodded helplessly. I don't know why, but after learning that Augustus is a human, Luna's mood seemed a little depressed. What's the matter? Did something bother you at school? 66. Seeing the girl's depressed appearance, Augustus found a century-old tree and sat down on his own, waving at the girl. The simple-minded Luna didn't think much of it, sat down next to Augustus and then nodded. Maybe in another 2 years, Luna won't care about this because the girl must have been used to it by then. But now that she has just started school, even if the little girl thinks about it again, she will definitely feel a little lonely and sad. She was even more unpopular than when Hermione first entered the school, and few people spoke to her. Only the creatures in the Forbidden Forest would listen to her quietly. In Augustus's point of view, this kind of situation 2.8 is normal. Luna's appearance is very beautiful, which makes those girls envious and envious. In addition, Luna's thinking is a bit weird and it alienates them. Luna's excuse. And Luna is not good at dealing with interpersonal relationships, so it is not surprising to have such a situation. But soon, Luna came out of her depressed mood and asked Augustus curiously, "Senior, can you see them too?" In 2 or 3 days, the author will have the final exam. You have to be prepared for fewer updates, right arrow, of course. There will be an outbreak period after the exam, so keep 5 updates every day. However, I still hope that you can give a subscription support these days. Seeing that the subscription is still there, the author will be more motivated to take the exam. Similarly, the outbreak will be more powerful after the exam. Senior, can you see them too? Augustus knew what the girl was asking after a little thought. This Strauss. How could he not see that he had killed enough people to line up a long line around Hogwarts? Well, of course, Augustus nodded. So Senior Augustus has also faced death. Thinking of this, Luna suddenly felt that the distance between Augustus and Augustus has shortened a lot. Maybe it is just such a small commonality that makes the girl's goodwill towards Augustus increased a lot. For a girl with a simple mind like her, sometimes it's as simple as increasing her favorability. Then why are they afraid of you? Little Luna was full of curiosity and asked again. This. Maybe they haven't seen a phoenix as black as me. Looking at Luna's beauty and cuteness, Augustus couldn't help but joke. Hearing Augustus' words, and remembering that he said that the phoenix that Augustus transformed into was too dark, little Luna was amused and let out a series of silver bell-like laughter, which sounded crisp and moving, making Augustus feel very relaxed. For some reason, getting along with Luna, Augustus felt that some of the unpleasantness caused by anger and killing had gradually dissipated, as if the girl had a natural affinity that could make people forget some unpleasant things. This makes Augustus very fond of. A girl as pure as Luna will only become less and less in the future. Under the gloomy old trees, Augustus and Luna chatted for a long time, until the sun gradually set in the west and the shadows covered the forbidden forest, and the two slowly walked back to Hogwarts together. When they parted, Augustus gave Luna a jade necklace. The necklace is very precious, at least in the eyes of other people. It is comparable to any alchemy item. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is hard to find gold, but Augustus gave it to the girl who only chatted with him for an afternoon. For Augustus, there is no value or not, only likes and dislikes. He likes Luna, so he doesn't care whether it is valuable or not. The hook jade necklace contains important meaning. He should not have given it to Luna so early, but recently there are basilisks infested and there is a security risk in Hogwarts, so he gave Luna the hook jade necklace with the half-moon Patronus charm. He will be relieved a lot. Augustus could have conquered the basilisk earlier, but the careful thinking of Potter and Weasley, as well as the attitude of Dumbledore yesterday, made him change his decision, and it would be okay to let the basilisk be troubled for a while. After returning to school, Augustus first found Penelo. The girl was worried and hugged him tightly after seeing Augustus. Augustus coaxed Penelo well before the girl was no longer angry. Augustus also knew that doing such a dangerous, in Penelo's view thing without even saying hello really ignored the girl's feelings. Let's not talk about the couple, it's been a while since the last attack. Everyone thinks that the heir of Slytherin may be afraid. Time to open the secret room, the risk must be increasing. This year's defense against the dark arts class Professor Gilderoy may not be considered a qualified teacher in the eyes of many people, but at the same time everyone has to admit that at least one thing, he did a really good job. That is the dueling club. Since Dumbledore agreed to set up this club in the school, of course, no one can forget that legendary night, the appearance of Parseltongue, and the perfect performance of Prince Slytherin. The 4 academies have formed their own clubs, regardless of age. As long as you like wizard duels, you can join. There is a blackboard in the hall which records the duel rankings of each college. Of course, most people use pseudonyms and code names. If they are not particularly confident in themselves, no one will be willing to let the whole school see their name. The last one in the line, isn't it? The current ace of each academy is as follows. Gryffindor, Oliver Wood Rockminster. Note, it was originally supposed to be Percy Weasley, but not long ago was Slytherin Prince scored St. Mungo's abdicated. Ravenclaw. Antonin Goldstein, Overwatch Warden. Hufflepuff, Cedric Diggory, Libra. Slytherin, Augustus Black Prince. In fact, Augustus is a little speechless every time he sees this ranking. He didn't participate in any club at all, and no one in Slytherin tried to duel him at all, but he was still ranked first. Well, of course, the occasional fight with Draco doesn't count, it's pure crushing training. The only thing that made Augustus a little funny was that someone really wanted to challenge him again, and he knew that Percy had been admitted to St. Mungo's hospital by him last time, and he still hasn't come out. Ask for flowers. This time, Augustus was challenged by Hufflepuff, who was at the same level as him. That's right, it was Cedric Diggory. I don't know why. Such a genius of Hufflepuff seems to have been released in the past 2 years. Like a madman, he has been diligently absorbing nutrients, so that he has surpassed most people and reached a very high level inadvertently. During this period, he showed outstanding talent in transfiguration, the careful guidance of Professor G. Perhaps it was the rapid growth of his strength that made his self-confidence expand, and this time he really dared to challenge Augustus. Augustus felt that this so-called duel was actually a good way to relax, so he happily accepted the opponent's challenge. It won't take much time anyway, just treat it as a joke, it's nothing to do anyway. Tonight it is the beginning of this challenge, and now everyone is looking forward to the last two trump cards. The other three academies would have liked Cedric to take down Augustus, although they knew the odds of that would be slim to none. But this did not affect their desire to watch the game. Cousin, wait a minute, you must destroy Hufflepuff's Diggory. What a transfiguration genius, it's a joke. You must teach this guy a good lesson. Draco is afraid that the world will not be chaotic and said next to Augustus. Okay, but I don't think a Diggory should satisfy me. After he gets off the court, you can go on. It's been a long time since I practiced you. Listening to Draco's cries, Augustus said lightly. As soon as this remark came out, Draco was cowardly and looked in the other direction with a smirk, not daring to talk nonsense anymore. Soon, with the anticipation of the students, Augustus came to the hall. This is the last match of the dueling club, which is equivalent to the final. To Augustus's surprise, many professors have come, and the host is actually Dumbledore. It seems that during this special period, Lao Deng wanted to relieve the pressure and panic of the students through such activities. Thinking of this, Augustus couldn't help shaking his head. This old guy thought he was in control of everything, but in fact, it was just his illusion. He had prepared some surprises for Dumbledore, which he believed the old guy would like in the eyes of the students. Tonight is a big moment because it's finally time to decide who is their king. As one of the parties, Augustus just regarded it as a pastime and didn't take it seriously at all. But apparently, except for Augustus, the whole of Hogwarts was looking forward to this day. It was obviously just a duel between two young wizards. But now not only the students of the whole school have gathered in the hall, many teachers have also come to watch the fun, and even Dumbledore himself has come. Seeing the headmaster so support his activities, the members of each dueling club were very excited, and Cedric, as tonight's challenger, was even more excited and nervous. On the other hand, Augustus' expression was light and a little distressed, because he knew that after tonight's duel, the girls in the school's enthusiasm for him would definitely rise to a higher level. Sometimes even going to the last side office will be stopped by girls to chat up, which is also quite a headache. The high platform of the dueling arena was deliberately enlarged, and the two ends of the hall were decorated with the flags of Slytherin and Hufflepuff 17 respectively, and the silver snake and the black badger looked at each other. The students stood around the high platform for several laps, talking loudly, and the Weasley brothers and Lee Jordan began to open the bank secretly again, encouraging others to bet. Because Percy was admitted to the hospital by Augustus, they didn't even have any pocket money, and now they can only rely on this to make some extra money. When the time was almost up, Dumbledore stood up from the headmaster's seat and sent a spark with his wand, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Old Deng's palace is very deep, and his face can't see the unhappiness that Augustus slapped in the face not long ago. His tone is very relaxed and humorous. As we gather here tonight to witness a glorious duel, thank you for inviting me to visit. I'm sure you all think this is the smartest decision I've made in recent times. Everyone laughed. Then let's stop wasting time. Dumbledore continued smiling. Let's welcome the representative of Hufflepuff, young Cedric Diggory. Let me see, you call him Do. Libra, the Hufflepuff students in the audience shouted wildly. Although they usually admired Augustus, in this case, they still supported Diggory. After all, he was a genius of his own academy, and Diggory has a good relationship. The door of the hall opened, and Cedric strode in wearing a shiny wizard dual robe. He smiled brightly, showing his white teeth, and waved his hands vigorously, greeting the people around him. I have to say that he is indeed an excellent student in every sense, and he is worthy of being a representative of Hufflepuff. Cedric stepped onto the high platform in a few steps, bowed to the teachers, and waited for his opponent to enter. Dumbledore himself applauded and then continued to introduce. Now, I give you an equally young and brilliant genius, Augustus Black of Slytherin, whose nickname is 35. Prince, the little snake shouted frantically, and the sound could almost lift the roof of the hall. Many people from the other three academies also followed and shouted, and Snape's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a smile. However, when introducing Augustus, Dumbledore's tone was obviously not as relaxed and cheerful as before. And our classmate Ron stood in the audience with a look of resentment, thinking in his heart that you evil Slytherins will soon be exposed. Ron's hostility to Augustus had a long history. From being ignored by Augustus countless times after entering the school, to the girl he liked Hermione being hugged by the other party, to his brother being sent to the medical wing by Augustus, so that his life was even more difficult. And so on. In a word, in Ron Weasley's view, Augustus is a complete villain. How could he not hate him? And Hermione in the Gryffindor team looked at the stage with admiration and concern, because she knew that the better Augustus performed, the closer he would be to the image of the heir to Slytherin, and she would inevitably be suspected at that time. The trio decided to act after tonight's duel. The door of the hall opened again, and Augustus finally appeared in front of everyone with much anticipation. Compared to Cedric's gorgeous robe, Augustus simply wore a pure black velvet cloak. Ignoring the surrounding noise, Augustus walked slowly to the high platform, plain and elegant, exuding a powerful and noble atmosphere in the silence. In the sense of everyone, Augustus is like the Emperor of the Dark Knight in ancient legends is returning to his throne. The cheers around him involuntarily lowered and became quiet. No one can say the reason. Maybe he just doesn't want to let his voice disturb this noble monarch. Although Diggory's performance was not bad, when compared with Augustus, he was more than a little weaker. Seeing Augustus appear, Diggory was a little nervous, but his eyes were firm. The Hufflepuff genius' hard work in the past 2 years is actually directly related to Augustus. Diggory, as a genius with outstanding talent and appearance, should have been supported by many students, especially girls, if there was no Augustus. But because of the existence of Augustus, people will always ignore him, which makes the Hufflepuff genius who has his own pride in his heart feel deeply unwilling and envious. In order to one day be as popular as Augustus, Diggory started his own the journey of transformation after 2 years of hard work. Finally, after 2 years, he successfully surpassed many people and showed excellent talent in duels and other aspects, and was hailed as a strong dark horse by the students. And this challenge is the Battle of the Rise that Diggory has been looking forward to for a long time. 650. Percy was beaten badly by Augustus, but Diggory was confident that he could outperform Percy, so in his opinion there was still a glimmer of hope in this challenge. And even if it was just a glimmer of hope, he stood up without hesitation. As for Diggory's challenge, Augustus was not as bored as Percy's challenge. After all, Diggory is still pretty good, and his heart is not as full of desire and ambition as Percy's, and he also works hard and is a good talent. He just wanted to have fun with this so-called duel tonight and didn't mean to embarrass the other party. Provided, of course, that this Hufflepuff genius isn't as clueless as Percy. Simply put, don't spoil Augustus's mood and provoke him. Anyone who engages Augustus usually doesn't end well. Dumbledore carefully watched Augustus walking up the high platform without sighing in his heart. Before he experienced a few collisions, he felt that Augustus was a rare genius. Although he was a bit like Voldemort back then, he was still a genius. There is a lot of room for guidance. But after several incidents, he was powerless to discover that this Slytherin genius, who was as young, arrogant, and talented as Voldemort back then, is not as simple as he imagined. This heir to the Black family is even more amazing and brilliant than the Voldemort of the year, and even more unscrupulous. Amazing talent, of course, from Augustus's several shots and his performance in school. And unbridled, needless to say, Dumbledore felt it himself. In the third-year troll incident, he was sternly questioned by Augustus as the school manager. In the 4th grade, not too long ago, because of his words, Augustus shot him directly. There are other things that deepen Dumbledore's understanding of Augustus, but the more he understands, the more helpless he becomes. And now, even in terms of strength, Dumbledore has to admit that he can no longer take Augustus. This deep sense of powerlessness was something Dumbledore had never experienced in his more than 100 years of life. He could not imagine that if this Slytherin genius chose to follow the same path as Voldemort, who else could stop the darkness from coming? The only thing that makes Dumbledore feel a little gratified is that this Slytherin genius is not as ruthless as Voldemort, and he embarks on the road of pursuing the best of the world alone. He has friends and a girl he likes by his side, and it seems that he likes living in the Hogwarts house. All of these phenomena make Dumbledore very fortunate. These at least show that this Slytherin genius has a lot of fetters and will not go to extremes like Voldemort. Realizing this, Dumbledore also secretly decided that in the future, he will try to provoke this slightly angry Slytherin genius as little as possible, and try his best to meet his requirements. In short, don't let him lose his temper anymore. Augustus didn't know Dumbledore's opinion and evaluation of him. Dumbledore didn't want to trouble him. It didn't mean he didn't want to trouble Dumbledore. Okay, that's a bit too far. Let's get back to the dueling ring. I saw Augustus standing at the other end of the high platform, looking at his opponent tonight with a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. He grabbed his cloak with his right hand, slammed it, and threw it to the Slytherin area under the stage, revealing the low-key but luxurious wizard robe under the cloak. The little snakes in the audience were so excited that they scrambled for the cloak thrown by Augustus, and more people began to cheer, "Prince, Prince, Prince." Penello under the stage couldn't help but glanced at his boyfriend coquettishly. This guy was still so ostentatious. And in different places under the stage, Hermione, Autumn, Luna, Angelina, Katie Bell, and even Astoria and other girls couldn't help but put all their thoughts on Augustus. Augustus is perfect and elegant. The handsome and extraordinary image has inadvertently occupied their hearts. Dumbledore signaled the duel to begin. Augustus and Cedric faced each other, gestured politely, and raised their wands. After taking 2 steps back, the two cast their first magic almost simultaneously. Cedric's shot is a stunned spell. This spell is very useful in duels because it is cast very fast and works well. It is the opening spell that many wizards like to use in duels. Diggory, who has a wealth of experience in this duel, has a deep understanding of this. A red light crossed the platform and shot towards Augustus. From the speed of the shot and the power of the spell alone, it can be seen that Diggory's level is already the top among the students. Otherwise, it would be impossible to represent Hogwarts to participate in the Goblet of Fire. Augustus didn't appear to be too domineering this time. After all, he was here for entertainment. If he directly used some kind of technique such as fire escape, long yan and song to get Diggory down, what would be the point? On the contrary, Augustus first cast a defensive spell on himself, Ray Claudicatio, and a thin film of silver light appeared beside him. This spell can basically refract most of the ray magic, so Cedric's fainting spell was naturally bounced. Augustus's spell pool is bottomless, and he can fight for 3 days and 3 nights without repeating the spell. In fact, sometimes dueling is quite interesting, just like playing chess, you come and go, and Augustus, who is in high spirits, plans to have a good time with Diggory. He wants to try the depth of this Hufflepuff genius. Afraid that using too strong a spell would directly sweep Diggory from the stage, Augustus used the weapon to remove you in a lawful manner, but was blocked by Diggory's armor protection. Although Augustus is only using the weapon to remove you, the power is not bad. After all, the magic power is there, Diggory can block this blow, and it can be seen that the foundation is very solid. Then Augustus and Diggory faced a few more spells, and it seemed that they only had a slight advantage. For some reason, Augustus suddenly shifted his gaze slightly and landed on Hermione, seeing the little girl looking at him nervously. Feeling the admiration and worry in the girl's eyes, Augustus smiled slightly at Hermione, which made the girl blush. Cedric immediately seized the opportunity, summoned the bench by the wall with the flying curse, and transformed it into a black falcon. The falcon squeaked in the air, flapped its wings, and swooped down toward Augustus. Knowing that it would be difficult to defeat Augustus with ordinary spells alone, Diggory finally used the transfiguration technique he was best at. It could be seen that he was also under the careful guidance of Professor McGonagall. This mid-level metamorphosis is very beautiful. Augustus stretched out his wand a little, and the falcon, which had been flamboyant just now, lost its ability to fly in an instant, fell straight to the ground, and was swung by him to Diggory at will. Diggory caught the bench that had changed back to its original shape with his left hand, tapped the wand with his right hand on it, and threw it in the direction of Augustus. The bench began to deform again in the air. This time, it had transformed into a huge black bear when it landed. The black bear stood upright and made a huge roar, looking full of power. The students below couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Such a metamorphosis is really wonderful. Seeing that Diggory was going to use transfiguration against himself, Augustus smiled slightly. I saw the silver wand in Augustus's hand pointing forward to the ground, blue light flashed, and suddenly an equally huge white bear gradually appeared, but unlike Diggory's bench, which transformed the black giant bear, Augustus' transformation did not pass. Any medium directly transformed by one's own magic power is not only more flexible, but also lies more powerful. What is amazing is that the white giant bear summoned by Augustus is not a pure beast but looks like a warrior, sharp claws, majestic body. The most incredible thing is that the white giant bear is also equipped with a full set of rune armor exuding a mysterious atmosphere. Just standing there, it gives people a mountain-like sharpness and thick. Looking at the white rune war bear in front of him, Augustus smiled slightly. This is the image in the previous game he didn't transcend, thunder roaring. Of course, this was just a whim, and it couldn't be compared with the real thunder roar, but it was definitely much stronger than the beast black bear that Diggory transformed out of. Sure enough, the black giant bear, who was still roaring and demonstrating, immediately flinched and took 2 steps back after feeling the breath of thunder roaring. Let's go. Under the command of Augustus, Thunder Roar immediately charged towards the black bear with an indomitable power. Facing the white rune war bear rushing towards him, Diggory could only feel his heartbeat speeding up. This white giant bear equipped with a powerful rune war armor was putting too much pressure on him. But he also knew that he couldn't back down now, so under his command, the giant black bear rushed over. For a time, the two huge giant bears slammed together fiercely. The entire dueling platform was shaken. However, there is no suspense in the ending. It is known from the appearance that the two giant bears are not of the same level. A dazzling azure blue thunder flashed on the thunder's roaring claws, and the black giant fan flew out directly, turning back into a broken shattered bench in midair. The sawdust fell under his feet, and Diggory's forehead oozes cold sweat, because after flying his black bear, the white rune war bear stared at him again. In desperation, Diggory's brain was spinning rapidly, and soon with a wave of his wand, a Hufflepuff flag flew over beside the duel stage, and under his magic power it changed into a Hufflepuff flag. A nimble but aggressive civet cat. Under Diggory's command, the civet cat started a guerrilla battle with Thunder Roar. It seems that Diggory also saw that Thunder Roar's huge size made it inconvenient to turn around, so he chose to use a small and flexible civet cat to contain it. Augustus smiled slightly at this. He could actually make Thunder Roar a war roar, but if he did this, maybe Diggory would just admit defeat. It wouldn't be fun. So this guy who had nothing to do just changed the Thunder Roar into a big white dog, and then chased the civet cat and started biting wildly. In short, the picture is very interesting. In the end, the tanuki was bitten by the big white dog and turned back into the Hufflepuff flag. Holding the tattered pennant, the big dog whimpered at Augustus, and with a flash of blue light on his body, it disappeared in place. The face of Diggory on the opposite side was a little pale. He also thought that he would lose, but he didn't expect to lose in his own best metamorphosis and in his best field, which made him a little uncomfortable. Blow. However, since he dared to challenge Augustus, it showed that Diggory's temperament was still good, and he soon cheered up. August, you are really strong. I am not your opponent, but I will not give up easily. Looking at the relaxed Augustus across from him, Diggory took a deep breath and said seriously, "Looking forward to your performance." Augustus smiled softly, but he didn't take it to heart. But his evaluation of Diggory was also good, given enough time for Diggory to grow up. This Hufflepuff genius will reach the level of Professor McGonagall sooner or later, maybe a little higher. Enough of the show, Augustus thought to himself. It's time for this farce to end. Glitter pulverum. Following his spell, a haze of silver particles shrouded Diggory's surroundings, flickering constantly. Cedric only felt that his eyes were full of silver light, and he couldn't see anything for a while. However, the long duel training allowed him to respond quickly and correctly. He quickly retreated to widen the distance, and immediately cast armor protection on himself, intending to avoid the edge for a while. However, a huge force slammed into his chest. Although Cedric didn't seem to have suffered any substantial damage, this huge force alone was enough to make him stand unsteady and stumble back. Go all the way. Before he could gain a firm footing, another force slammed up, and before Cedric could figure out what happened, he was knocked off the high platform and fell to the ground. The students in the audience looked at the result in disbelief. For a while, no one made a sound, and even the Hufflepuff students forgot to step forward to help Cedric. They did not expect that the fierce duel was going on just now, and now a crushing scene has suddenly occurred. After falling off the stage, Diggory sighed helplessly, and he could see that Augustus didn't take it seriously at the beginning, and he didn't have the strength to fight back the blow just now. It was only later that Diggory learned that Augustus had easily killed an Auror squadron not long ago, and only then did he realize how ignorant his challenge was. It was precisely because of this challenge that Diggory became more strict with himself, which also led to the addition of a very good professor at Hogwarts. Seeing that Augustus won this final victory, the students in the audience couldn't help shouting Augustus' name again. At this point, the Prince of Slytherin finally reached the top and became the duel king. At the same time, Augustus had no doubt became Hogwarts' first genius. I believe that when the Goblet of Fire is coming soon, the only candidate that everyone thinks of to represent Hogwarts will be Augustus. After showing a superb transfiguration in front of the students, Augustus took Penello's hand and slipped away while the crowd was crowded. He knew that if he stayed any longer, he would definitely be surrounded by people again. The boys wanted to show their admiration to him, and the girls wanted to show their admiration for him. In short, it must be very troublesome. In order not to be disturbed, Augustus took the girl directly to a corner and left in an instant. He asked for flowers. Tonight, he didn't want to run to the Ice Lake Castle anymore, and took Penello back to his bedroom in an instant. As a prefect, he had enjoyed a separate bedroom for 4 years. Although the girl blushed a little, she didn't say anything, because this was not the first time she came to this dormitory for the night. After this night's duel between king and king, Augustus's prestige also reached its peak, and he became the most outstanding man in Hogwarts. However, it is precisely because Augustus is so dazzling that some people with bad intentions can't help but speculate whether such an excellent genius is the true successor of Slytherin. Once such an idea appeared, it was out of control. The more I thought about it, the more likely it was. After all, many aspects of Augustus were in line with the image of a Slytherin descendant, or even better. Although most people expressed disbelief in this, there were still some people are so skeptical. So after Potter, Augustus became the second Slytherin candidate. Of course, no one dared to act like he doubted Potter. Even seeing Augustus comes with a respectful greeting. When Augustus took Penelo for a sweet night, Hermione was a little disappointed not to see Augustus after the duel, so they and Harry Ron started their plan. As in the original book, the three of them never got any other useful information except that they learned from Draco that the Chamber of Secrets was opened 50 years ago. But for Hermione, at least one thing is very gratifying. That is, it is now finally certain that Augustus is not a descendant of Slytherin. She was the only one who believed in it before, and now Harry has to admit that they really think too much. Only Ron Weasley looked a little indignant. Maybe he hid it so well that Malfoy didn't tell it. Of course, this was just what he thought in his heart, and he didn't dare to say it because he knew that if he said so, Hermione would immediately give him a petrification and then throw him into the Black Lake. After Augustus had a good night with Penelo, he was pulled by Hermione the next day. After teasing with the girl, Augustus was a little speechless to learn about the girl's next plan. You're going to the Forbidden Forest to find the end. Augustus still never had a crush on the pretty girl, Hermione, and agreed to let her go to the Forbidden Forest to explore the truth. He could also hear from Hermione's tone that the girl wanted to clear his suspicions and avoid other students. Attacked again. Augustus thought about it and thought it would be a good thing to give Hermione some exercise. So there was no further dissuade, just gave Hermione a feather with a shimmer and hung it around the girl's neck with a string. With this feather and the half-moon Patronus charm on the Galliu necklace, there shouldn't be any danger. Augustus felt that the spiders wouldn't give him face, and if they didn't, he wouldn't mind giving these stupid creatures an unforgettable lesson afterwards. In fact, what he didn't know was that the fire he set last time was unforgettable enough. Just when the three of Hermione followed the spiders' trail to the Forbidden Forest to find the truth, Augustus thought about it and felt that he could almost conquer the basilisk. Otherwise, if Hermione really found the location of the secret room and then encountered the basilisk, it would not be fun. The half-moon Patronus charm can indeed resist the sight of the basilisk, but it is only a 1,000-year-old basilisk, and Augustus does not simply think that it can only stare at people with its eyes. As soon as the three of Hermione left, chaos broke out in the school again. The attack, which had not happened in a while, has reappeared, and 17, and this time it seems to be more serious than the previous ones. Ginny Weasley was taken into the secret room, and the line of blood-red letters on the wall made everyone who saw it couldn't help but take a deep breath. Her remains will lie in the Chamber of Secrets forever. Looking at this line of words, other people, including the professors, felt a biting chill. But Augustus thought that the memory of Voldemort when he was 17 is really funny. You control a 1,000-year-old basilisk, and it was only used to scare people, and in the end you were beheaded by a rookie like Potter with a Gryffindor sword. It is really incompetent. Augustus thought for a while and felt that the timing should have been brewing. After Jinny was arrested tonight, whether it was the panic of the students in Hogwarts or the protests outside Hogwarts, it was basically done. Reached the top. At this time, the most headache for these attacks, there is no doubt, is of course our headmaster, Comrade Dumbledore. Indeed, in Dumbledore's view, these are all under his control, but those doubts do exist. If it weren't for the title of the strongest white wizard of this century, he would have been ousted long ago. Even so, Dumbledore has received numerous letters of protest this term. And Augustus' idea was to send this old guy a dismissal letter. Now the time is almost ripe. With these attacks here, it is a sure thing to fire Deng, and there is no need for him to let this dangerous basilisk wander around the school, nor to let Voldemort 10 memories of 7 years old messing around in the back room again. After all, Penelo and other girls are in school now, and it's no fun to let this basilisk run around. So Augustus decided to subdue this Millennium Basilisk tonight. Just when the professors were staring at each other in front of the wall with scarlet writing, Augustus had quietly left and went to the girls' bathroom on the second floor alone. To be honest, it was the first time for Augustus to enter the girls' bathroom, even though the bathroom had been abandoned for a long time. Augustus really disagreed with Slytherin's taste in building secret rooms. Augustus, who had read the original book, of course knew where the approximate entrance to the Chamber of Secrets was. He couldn't remember the exact details. He only remembered that the entrance was in this abandoned bathroom, but it was enough to know that. Any magic fluctuations cannot escape his eyes. It didn't take long for Augustus to find a hidden passage next to the sink in the girls' bathroom. It extended downwards, and I don't know how long. Snake. The crimson writing wheel in Augustus's eyes gave off a wave of fluctuations, and suddenly, a trace of confusion flashed in Myrtle's eyes, who had been wandering in the bathroom, and then floated out of the bathroom. After finishing Myrtle, Augustus' magic power shook, and his entire body turned into a black cloud and disappeared in place. The inside of the pipe was pitch black, and Augustus struggled to identify the direction because the pipe kept twisting, and fortunately the general direction remained downward. There are also many thinner pipes around the pipes, leading to all directions. However, Augustus proceeded cautiously along the main channel and did not intend to turn to other passages. After a long time, the pipes finally became parallel, and an exit appeared in front. Augustus, who turned into a black cloud, floated out of the pipe and returned to his human form on the wet ground. Seeing that the environment here is a bit dark and complicated, Augustus thought for a while. His pupil power and chakra surged at the same time, and suddenly, a dark crow appeared on his shoulder. This is his unique technique, illusory crow, which has not been used for a long time. In the past in Naruto world, he often used this trick to pretend. Augustus connected his vision with the phantom crow, and the scene in front of him became clear, showing black and white. It was surrounded by wet stone walls, and the ground was littered with the bones of small animals. The basilisk's gaze can instantly kill a life. Although Augustus is very confident in his own strength, he doesn't want to take his own life to try. After all, it is a basilisk that has only lived for 1,000 years, so there must be something special about it. The phantom crow is what he uses to divert his line of sight to prevent the basilisk from raiding. Looking at the intricate underground passages around, Augustus squeezed a seal in his hand, and suddenly a few smokes flashed, the technique of shadow avatar. Augustus' shadow clones were not as naughty as Naruto's. After nodding to each other, they split up and started exploring. Hanging far behind the shadow clone, Augustus continued along the passage. On the way, he saw the slough left by the basilisk, green and very bright, at least 20 feet long. The tunnel turned round and at last stood a solid wall, inscribed with two snakes entwined in each other, with large, gleaming emeralds in their eyes. It looks like this wall needs Parseltongue to get through. But this can't beat Augustus. He is a wizard who has inherited all the knowledge of Ravenclaw, and Slytherin is at the same level as Ravenclaw. How can it be difficult to beat him? Augustus stretched out his hand and touched the wall. After a while, a blue light flashed on his hand. Soon, a faint light flashed, and Augustus had appeared behind the wall just now. This is one side of a long, dimly lit room, with many stone pillars carved with serpents coiling around the chasing, Gao towering to support the ceiling that dissolves in the darkness of the heights, giving the whole room full of green gleaming mystery. The room cast long, eerie shadows. Augustus looked around, and his strong perception told him that the basilisk was right in front of the passage, motionless, but it was already beyond his line of sight. Augustus silently launched a pathfinding spell, and he thought it would be better not to disturb the basilisk for the time being. Invisible magical eyes appeared in front of Augustus, drifting forward following his instructions. When it floated parallel to the last pair of stone pillars, a statue as tall as the room itself appeared, clinging to the dark wall behind. It was an old-fashioned face, with a long, sparse beard that dragged almost all the way to the hem of the stone wizard's robes. Statue of Salazar Slytherin. Seeing the statue of Salazar Slytherin, Augustus knew that the destination of his trip had arrived. Beneath the huge statue of Slytherin himself lay a small figure in a black robe, with hair as red as flames. It was Jinny. Augustus glanced around and noticed a tall black-haired boy leaning on the stone pillar closest to Jinny. This figure was half-truth and seemed to be drawing Jinny's life force. Augustus was about to shake his head, as expected of the Dark Lord. Even a 17-year-old memory was thinking of resurrection, and there was no one left. Augustus stepped forward, and there was nothing to threaten him except the basilisk's gaze attack. The boy noticed Augustus alertly. He looked about 16 or 17 years old, looked a little surprised, and a puzzled look appeared on his illusory face. "Who are you?" Looking at the remnant of Voldemort's memories left in the diary, Augustus said slowly, "August Black. 653. "Oh, you're Augustus." The boy seemed to be interested all of a sudden. "I heard Jinny mention you, Prince of Slytherin. An interesting title. First meeting, my name is Tom Marvolo Riddle. I heard that you met the Dark Lord himself in the Forbidden Forest last year. Tell me, how is he now?" Hearing the other party's words, the corner of Augustus's mouth twitched. His situation is not very good now. Obviously, this remnant of Voldemort's memory also learned the situation of his body from Jinny, and the expression on his face was not very good. "Yeah, this is all thanks to that great boy Harry Potter. To be honest, I thought it would be him who came here." "You're trying to get rid of Potter, aren't you?" Augustus said, looking at Voldemort's remnant of memories. but I don't think it's necessary at all. In my opinion, this so-called savior is not even comparable to this one you control. Little girl. Very well, I think so too, Psy, but just in case I still have to get rid of him. Riddle nodded with satisfaction. Then, let's also end the problem between us as soon as possible. I promise you won't even feel the pain. 35. Ah, don't be in such a hurry, Augustus said with a smile. At least let me understand, won't you give me a more detailed self-introduction? Riddle was silent for a while and finally said, well, for the sake of you are also Slytherin. With a wave of his right hand, 3 flaming names appeared in the air, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Then he waved again and the letters switched places automatically. I am Voldemort. Voldemort, said Riddle softly, is my past, present, and future. That's it then, Mr. Riddle, please tell me, if you successfully leave the notebook, what will happen to the Voldemort outside? Augustus asked with a smile, watching the other side's silly performance. Riddle smiled smugly. Regardless of me and him, we are all Voldemort and we are one. The guardian magic of Hogwarts makes me unable to feel the existence of another me here, but as long as I get out of here, he will be found, and then the stronger of us will live on as Voldemort and the weaker will sleep temporarily. That's it, Augustus nodded, showing understanding, but I don't think you have a chance to find the deity. Riddle sneered. Do you think you can destroy me? It's really wishful thinking, even if you are called a genius by those stupid students, but in my opinion you are nothing. It seems that you are very confident, but you just don't know how strong your strength is. If I read it correctly, you have to rely on a dilapidated diary and the vitality of this little girl to maintain such a form, Augustus sneered. Being poked in pain by Augustus, Riddle's face was instantly filled with murderous intent. Murdering geniuses and strangling the strong has always been my favorite. You will understand that anyone in front of me is just an ant, Riddle said gloomily, then turned around and faced Slater. Lynn's statue hissed. Speak to me, Slytherin, the greatest of the Big Four at Hogwarts. Parseltongue. Augustus stood quietly looking at the statue not far away. The huge stone face of Slytherin moved. Its mouth opened wider and finally formed a huge black hole. Something moves in the mouth of the statue. Something rustled upwards from the depths of the statue. Is it a basilisk? Augustus' long black hair is slightly raised, and there is a sparkle in his pupils. Soon, a big guy seemed to fly out of the hollow of the statue. Augustus closed his eyes and switched to the vision of the phantom crow. A 360-degree field of vision without blind spots appeared, and a pitch-black giant python roared towards him. The giant python opened its huge bloody mouth, and the fangs in its mouth were the size of ivory, dripping with pure black venom. The silver wand in Augustus' hand pointed at the basilisk. Suddenly, a conical scorching flame spewed out from the tip of the wand, and a giant hand burning with flames formed. The monster was slapped on the flat head with a palm, and the momentum dropped sharply. Out of many classes of barbaric skin. After combining the release skills of the magic spell, the power of his fire escape became stronger, and the casting method became more flexible and casual. After the basilisk was shot and flew out, he shook his head, raised his head, his golden pupils revealed a hint of coldness and murderous intent. The next moment, he roared again and charged towards Augustus. Riddle let out a strange hissing sound, and the basilisk suddenly increased its speed and charged straight towards Augustus. At the same time, a dangerous red light shot from the wand in Riddle's hand. Break to the core. Seeing this, Augustus waved his wand, and a silver shield lit up in front of him, blocking the crucifixion. On the other side, under the cover of Riddle, the basilisk had already rushed to a position less than 10 meters away from Augustus. A cruel light flashed in Riddle's eyes at such a distance, prepared to become the belly of a basilisk. However, under his astonished gaze, not far away, Augustus' body suddenly levitated, and a huge and complex magic circle formed under his feet. In midair, a blue light flashed. The next moment, with Augustus as the center, with a radius of 30 meters and a radius of 653, it was filled with a huge sphere of light. Within the sphere of light, everything seemed to stand still. Whether it's a basilisk, air, or dust. After this powerful and mysterious spell took effect, Augustus' figure disappeared instantly, and then appeared in front of the basilisk's huge head. An azure blue chakra light flashed above the 5 fingers, and then it suddenly pressed on the head of the basilisk. The next moment, countless black tadpole runes emerged, and the mysterious sealing technique infiltrated the basilisk's eyes directly under the display of Augustus. Soon, the huge golden eyes of the basilisk copperbell lost their luster, as if they were blind, and then slowly closed. Manipulation of the 5 senses. Visual blockade. After landing, Augustus slowly highlighted a few words, and then the light ball suddenly retracted. And then everything returned to normal. The basilisk's huge body suddenly fell to the ground, splashing a piece of dust. After landing, the basilisk roared in confusion because it couldn't see anything. Augustus opened his eyes, a smile flashed in his dark pupils. Most of the basilisk's ability was in these eyes, and now that the eyes were sealed, it had completely posed a threat to him. He has even killed the tens of thousands of snakes. The 20-meter-long body of the basilisk is really no threat. Basically, the overall situation has been settled. Riddle's winning expression finally showed a hint of solemnity. He didn't expect Augustus to be so troublesome, and the basilisk lost one of the most important weapons with just a wave of his hand. The basilisk with its eyes sealed turned around, it lost its target and didn't know what to do. Did you think you could win this way? Even if you lose your eyes, it can tell where you are by your voice. Riddle said sternly, but it sounded obviously lack of confidence. Under his command, the basilisk figured out Augustus's position through his voice and rushed over again. However, this time Augustus had no scruples and didn't intend to waste any more time. 10 square chains. With his low drink, countless silver chains formed from the void, directly binding the basilisk. Blue thunder flashed from time to time on the silver chain, making the basilisk unable to resist at all and could only roar miserably. Soon, the basilisk didn't even have the strength to roar. The thunder on the chain completely paralyzed it. So far, this 1,000-year-old basilisk has lost its combat effectiveness. It's a bit helpless to say, most of the basilisk's combat power is in the eyes, but Augustus has too many means to overcome it. If you let it deal with ordinary wizards, basically you will die when you touch it. Augustus is very interested in this basilisk, and will do some training after conquering it. I believe that the strength will be stronger by then. Leaving aside the basilisk, Augustus turned his attention to the somewhat flustered Riddle. The biggest reliance on the basilisk was easily defeated by Augustus, and Riddle also realized that it was not good. He is still in the half-truth, and he can't cast a few magic spells at all. The piercing heart and bone just now has consumed him a lot, and now even the basilisk has been solved. Riddle wanted to say something else, but Augustus had no interest in messing with him. Flame of destruction. The crimson kaleidoscope in Augustus' eyes turned, and the black flames formed under the urging of pupil power, instantly covering the diary not far away. Not one by one. 99s. In the roar of resentment, Riddle screamed in horror. He still had the last hope that this diary had a powerful protective spell. He thought that Augustus could not destroy it, but it turned out to be he thinks too much. With strong unwillingness, Riddle and the diary were directly burned into nothingness by the flames of destruction. In a forest in Albania, an ugly, weak, alien-like unknown creature suddenly showed a painful expression. My Horcrux. After resolving Voldemort's memory remnants, Augustus slowly walked towards the basilisk trapped by the silver chains. This basilisk was actually not seriously injured. Augustus specially kept his hand, except for the flame slap at the beginning, as well as the lightning for paralysis on the chain, basically no damage with the vitality of the basilisk, cultivate one by one. It will be back in 2 weeks. As for the visual blockade, Augustus has no plans to release it for the time being. Augustus put his hand between the brows of the basilisk, and a huge pupil power poured out from the kaleidoscope. With the action of the pupil power, the originally closed eyes of the basilisk gradually opened, and the dim golden eyes turned out to be a writing wheel. Look. Unlike the obedient ice lake lizard, Augustus did not have a strong sense of trust in this basilisk, so he planned to use the illusion brand directly, which would ensure absolute control over the basilisk. Soon, under the revision 2.8 of Kaleidoscope Pupil Power, the basilisk has completely surrendered to him. Next, Augustus signed a psychic contract with the basilisk, and then taught it some magical things. The visual blockade is automatically opened, the pupil technique energy control, the magic quenching the body, and so on. With the psychic contract as a bridge, this information can be freely transmitted to the basilisk. It is believed that after a period of time, the basilisk will be able to conduct sight attacks on its own, rather than anyone who sees its eyes will die. After doing this, Augustus smiled mysteriously and took out a mysterious brown suitcase from the space folding bag. This suitcase looks bland, even a bit muggle-like, but only Augustus knows how amazing this suitcase is. Augustus looked at the suitcase in his hand with some inexplicable meaning in his eyes. The suitcase is not his work, but he stumbled across in the room of requirement. Augustus was shocked for a long time when he found the suitcase. This magical suitcase is the pinnacle of the spatial expansion spell, and even Augustus is ashamed. There are many magical things about the space technique in this world, among which there are 3 typical ones: apparition, space folding, and space extension. Not much to say about apparition and space folding. Space extension, as the name suggests, is to expand, extend, and enlarge the limited space. For example, the space of a carriage is limited, and wizards can use the space extension spell to expand it so that more people can sit down. This kind of space expansion is not as stable as making a space folding bag, but it is better than the limit of expansion. The space folding bag of Augustus is only the size of a basketball court, but basically no one can surpass it, and the space extension spell can easily expand to such a size. The only disadvantage is that it is not stable enough. But this is also the reason why many wizards don't like to use the space extension spell to hold things. It is unstable, which means loss. No one wants to walk halfway, and the things in the space bag suddenly pour out right. Of course, in many ways, the space extension spell is much more powerful than the space folding spell. Having said so much, I actually want to say that this suitcase that Augustus is now taking out is a work that extends the space extension technology to its peak. The space in the suitcase is as big as a Yellowstone park. Such a large internal space is not an exaggeration to say that it is a small world. It is hard to imagine that such a large internal space is actually attached to a small suitcase. It's really incredible, and what surprised Augustus was not only the space extending spell extended to the extreme on the suitcase, but also the contents of the interior space of the suitcase. Thousands of magical creatures. That's right, the interior space of a suitcase the size of Yellowstone Park is divided into many areas. In each area, there are various extinct or endangered magical creatures. It looks like a forbidden forest and even magical creatures. The species and rarity are much stronger than those of the forbidden forest. Under the influence of magic, these areas have become small ecosystems of their own, and it is a miracle that they can function normally after decades. When Augustus first saw the space inside the suitcase, he was struck by the magic of this world for the first time. He could imagine how much shock such a suitcase would have when it was released, and how much impact many of the extinct magical creatures would have. As a powerful man with far-reaching vision, Augustus naturally knew the value of this suitcase and the countless rare magical creatures in the space. He didn't know why the suitcase was in the room of requirement, but he felt lucky to have found such a magical item. Those mountains of junk in the room of requirement are truly a treasure. Of course, Augustus had a purpose in taking this magic suitcase out. That is, the magical creatures inside are really difficult to manage, and they always want to run out for a stroll. If Augustus hadn't tightened the restraint on the suitcase from time to time, it is estimated that these magical creatures would have run out and jumped. Augustus intends to put the basilisk inside as a watcher. This can not only find a place for the basilisk, but also help him take care of these disobedient magical creatures. Anyone who is not honest will let the basilisk stare at it so as not to trouble him again. Soon, the basilisk was taken into the interior of the magic suitcase by Augustus. Although he was injured, as an existence that has lived for thousands of years, the basilisk still carries a powerful power. Feeling this breath, most of the magical creatures were frightened and hid. Augustus doesn't have time to take care of these magical creatures gently and carefully. He has come in several times before, and he has been made a big head by the trouble. Now let's find them directly. Augustus first reinforced the stability of each area, and then gave orders to the basilisk to take care of these magical creatures, and then disappeared directly. Only the bewildered magical creatures were left. With Augustus' orders, the basilisk certainly wouldn't hurt them casually, but they certainly wouldn't be so gentle. Just glance at them and they'd be dead. Under the power of the snakes, these magical creatures suddenly became much more honest. After leaving the interior space of the suitcase, Augustus did not rush to put away the suitcase. This suitcase was found in the room of requirement not long ago, and he hadn't had time to study it carefully. There have been a lot of things recently. The wand lightly tapped, and suddenly the old brown old suitcase was restored to a new one, and at the same time some changes appeared in the appearance. The original brown color has turned into an elegant and luxurious white gold, and the style has also changed from the old and rustic style at the beginning to a popular style, which looks much more delicate and beautiful. Augustus has decided that he will spend some time this holiday to study the space extension technology of this suitcase. He has a hunch that, when he thoroughly studies the space extension spell on this suitcase, his understanding of space technology will be improved to a level. Very high level. Augustus was sure that no wizard in this day and age could make such a magical suitcase. The interior space of the suitcase was a great inspiration for Augustus. For a long time, Augustus has always been very envious of Albedo's Sharingan space, because his Sharingan does not have its own space, and there is no space pupil technique. After seeing the magic suitcase, Augustus had an idea, that is, can he learn from the principles of space art, such as the powerful space extension spell attached to the suitcase, to open up a space for writing wheel eyes. And as he, Wang Lihao, has a deeper and deeper understanding of the laws of space, Can he gradually expand the space for writing round eyes, or even evolve into a small world one day? If that day comes, Augustus can't imagine what level his strength will be raised to. Perhaps it is not impossible to break the space barrier. If that day comes, he will definitely come to the Hawkeye world with supreme power, pull out Albedo and Haiju, and brutally abuse them, and then burn them to ashes with the flames of destruction. Even he can travel to various planes, practice and learn from it, and finally achieve immortality. Every time he thinks of this, Augustus's blood boils. In a word, this magic suitcase opened his mind so that his eyes are no longer limited to this small magic world. I believe that one day he will break the shackles of this world. After finishing other things, Augustus wanted to leave directly, but he suddenly found that Jinny from the Weasleys was still on the ground. To be honest, Jinny was pretty good looking, but it was a small regret to be born in the Weasleys. In Augustus' view, Jinny's magical talent is absolutely outstanding among her peers, and if she was born in other pureblood families, she would definitely have a better future. Among the current first-year students, in terms of magic talent, Luna is the first, and Jinny is the second. The two little girls are very good in terms of magic power and spell affinity. Augustus thought about it and decided to save this little girl by the way. Although he didn't like Ron and Percy from the Weasleys very much, there was nothing wrong with Jinny. Besides, he didn't get paid for saving Jinny. Healed by Augustus' azure blue chakra, Jinny soon woke up leisurely. Although there was light in the secret room, it looked very dim. Jinny, who had just been drained of some vitality by Voldemort's remnant, could only see a handsome silhouette which was familiar, but did not recognize it for a while. "You are?" Jinny hadn't figured out the situation. She was a little panicked, because she knew that she was being controlled by that diary again. The girl didn't know if she had done anything terrible this time, and her heart was very lost. She only remembered that she finally came to the secret room under the control of the diary, and then she didn't know anything. Seeing Jinny wake up, Augustus tapped his finger lightly, and suddenly, a blue ball of light-emitting soft light rose up, illuminating the situation in the secret room a little more clearly. "Senior Augustus." Seeing that it was Augustus, Jinny suddenly showed a surprised and flustered expression, and at the same time there was some untraceable shyness in her eyes. Although Jinny is very assertive, she is a bit introverted, and Augustus is the prince charming in the eyes of all girls. At this moment when she wakes up and suddenly sees a male god, it is normal for Jinny to have such a reaction. "That notebook has been destroyed by me. You won't ask me to pay for it, will you?" Looking at the little girl, Augustus smiled and asked. Originally, Jinny's body trembled when she heard the notebook, but when she heard the joke in the second half of Augustus's sentence, she relaxed a little, but her face was still full of complicated expressions. "Senior, I really didn't mean to." 55. Realizing that Augustus already knew something, Jinny's face suddenly became paler, and she was a little overwhelmed. "Don't worry, I know that it is Voldemort's remnant that is at work, and it has nothing to do with you." Augustus comforted, "But in the future you should pay attention. After all, there will always be some strange things in things that you don't know the root of, so it's better to avoid touching them." Well, seeing that Augustus didn't mean to blame her at all, Jinny finally let go of the burden in her heart, but she still looked a little depressed. But at this time, Augustus looked away from the girl. The environment just now was a little dark, so he didn't pay attention for a while, and now he looked at it again, only to find that there seemed to be some secrets in the secret room. The left side of the Slytherin statue is somewhat unusual. The kaleidoscope pattern appeared in Augustus' eyes again. A secret room in a secret room. After seeing the magic wave, Augustus smiled playfully and almost missed it. Jinny, who had been watching Augustus, was surprised when she saw the change in Augustus' eyes. The senior's eyes. However, before she could understand it, she saw the pattern of a large windmill and her consciousness was taken away from control. Now that the kaleidoscope was opened, Augustus also planted an illusion brand on Jinny. Never betray, absolutely obey. The two illusions were imprinted under the control of the Sharingan and were deeply imprinted in Jinny's consciousness. This is a technique that Augustus learned from the strongest illusion technique, Bai Tian Shen. Although the effect is not as domineering as Bai Tian Shen, it is easy to perform and does not have too many restrictions. The effect is surprisingly good against people weaker than himself. A girl like Jinny who has just started practicing magic will basically have no chance of breaking free. For a beautiful girl like Jinny with a good magical talent, Augustus didn't intend to let it go. Don't Percy and Ron of the Weasleys like to be right with him, so keep your little sister under control just to give you some surprises. The corner of Augustus's mouth twitched thinking so. He didn't completely control Jinny, he just placed two illusion marks, except that it would change Jinny's attitude towards him, nothing else would change. Augustus felt absolutely no guilt about such a thing. Compared with slaughtering sentient beings on the battlefield, such a thing is really too common. Besides, if he hadn't rescued Jinny, the girl might not have survived at all. When Jinny regained consciousness again, her gaze towards Augustus had changed a bit. Owner. Augustus blushed slightly, and seemed to have really trained this little Weasley girl into a little maid. You can call me that when no one is there, but call me senior when there are people. Yes, master. Jinny replied very obediently. Now in Jinny's mind, Augustus is the most important person, much higher than the Weasleys. Flowers. After dealing with Jinny, Augustus then walked over to the Slytherin statue. He guessed that this inner chamber should contain the things left by Slytherin. It was mentioned in the original book that when Voldemort was in school, he was suspected by Dumbledore, so that he was always under surveillance. After opening the Chamber of Secrets once, Voldemort never had a second chance to open the Chamber of Secrets, until Jinny opened the secret room under the guidance of the diary. Then, it is very likely that Voldemort has not had time to take what Slytherin left in the Chamber of Secrets. What that means is clear to Augustus, so he's looking forward to it now. Ravenclaw's gift has benefited him a lot, and he doesn't know what Slytherin will leave behind this time. Soon, Augustus was surprised to discover that this inner secret room actually had a selective prohibition. Only those whose magic power was above the professor level could enter. In his feeling, at least he had to reach the level of Snape's magic power to pass this ban, and Snape was already the top existence among professors. Discovering this, Augustus couldn't help frowning. Why did Slytherin do this? But he didn't think much about it, and he didn't know if he went in and took a look. Under the expectant gaze of Augustus, the door to this inner secret room slowly opened. A place similar to a storage room, where the torches automatically light up when the door is opened. After seeing the furnishings in the storage room, Augustus frowned again. Turns out, there is only one item. Different from the scene full of magic items in his imagination, there is only one high platform in the inner secret room, and there is a strange thing on it. Kind of like a prophecy ball, but Augustus could sense that it wasn't a prophecy ball at all. In the sight of the kaleidoscope, this magic crystal ball similar to the prophecy ball carries strong magic fluctuations. He rarely sees such a strong magic light, it is like a small sun. In the transparent crystal ball, there is a continuous wave of energy that is like black ink. Seeing this black energy, Augustus felt a dark and evil aura coming towards him, making him feel like a sprite in the Naruto world. So this is what Slytherin left behind, Basilisk, just to guard this thing. The author is taking the exam today, and there is not much time to code words, so let's start with 2 updates today, and there are 1 more update and 2 points. The day after tomorrow, you must make up for the exam. Please don't give up. Work looking at the black energy in the crystal ball. Augustus couldn't help frowning, such dark and evil energy. He had only felt it in sprites, even Ninetales didn't have such aura. Just when Augustus wondered what it was, a message flashed through his mind. This is a message buried deep in Ravenclaw's memory heritage. After receiving this message, Augustus looked at the black energy in the crystal ball again, and his face couldn't help but feel a little more moved. It was so, the found information from the depths of Ravenclaw's memory inheritance allowed him to know what the energy in the crystal ball was. And at the same time, he also knew Slytherin's true pursuit and belief. Sadly, a wizard with power beyond ordinary people has to choose such a way of life. Augustus' eyes were a little deep, and some of Slytherin's thoughts coincided with him. Putting the crystal ball into the space-folding bag, Augustus and Jinny disappeared into the secret room together. After Augustus disappeared, the blue ball of light that was floating in midair suddenly burst into a strong wave, and then countless stones rose up in the secret room, filling the secret room completely. So far, the secret room left by Slytherin disappeared in Hogwarts. Although there was nothing useful in the Chamber of Secrets, Augustus still didn't want Dumbledore or anyone else to find any clues here. What was in the crystal ball just now was very important, and he didn't want anyone to know. With the help of this thing, his final plan will be implemented more smoothly. Oh, Jinny. When Augustus and Jinny appeared in the principal's office, the professors who were hesitating and not knowing what to do suddenly showed a look of surprise. Professor McGonagall hugged Jinny excitedly, obviously very worried. If Jinny really died in the Chamber of Secrets, then Hogwarts could really close. Afterwards, Dumbledore, who was secretly protecting the Savior in the Forbidden Forest, also hurried over. Obviously, Jinny's appearance completely disrupted his plans. Harry is still looking for spiders in the Forbidden Forest, but Jinny has been rescued, so what's in the secret room? Thinking of this, Dumbledore suddenly became anxious and looked at Augustus, not knowing what to say for a while. Looking at his face now, it was as if someone had kicked him. Without waiting for Dumbledore to say anything, Augustus said, "Albus Dumbledore, I think we should have a good talk." Then, in Dumbledore's ugly eyes, Augustus sat directly on the throne like a master. After Dumbledore asked several professors to bring Jinny back, he looked at Augustus. Dear Comrade Dumbledore, don't you think that you, as the headmaster, are really negligent? Students were attacked one after another, and you did nothing, just stay in the principal's room and eat dessert. It seems that after so many years of comfortable life, has you lost your sense of responsibility. 66. Dumbledore, who was disrupted by his plan, was mocked by Augustus before he could sort out his thoughts. After hearing Augustus' words, Dumbledore took a deep breath, refraining from exploding. No, I don't think I'm as bad as you say, but the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets is so secretive that I haven't found a clue for a while. 35. Dumbledore replied, however his explanation sounded a little feeble. Originally, as long as Harry found the secret room and rescued Jinny under his guidance, he could win a beautiful battle and turn everything around. But now, it all fell apart. Jinny was rescued before Harry could find any clues, and now that these attacks are here, he's been charged with misconduct. He didn't think that after rescuing Jinny, Augustus would leave the diary alone, and without the diary as a certificate, the wizards in the outside world would not believe what he said, especially the parents of the students who were attacked. People would only think that he did not fulfill his responsibilities as a principal. As the school manager, I really can't bear to watch the students in the school being attacked repeatedly. So, if you don't do anything, I can only take the risk myself, go to the secret room and rescue Jinny. You don't have to do this, thanks to me, I want to say something else. After the deliberation of the 12 school directors, we have decided to dismiss you from the position of principal. I think that you should indeed retire and it is time to enjoy your old age. 99. Augustus completely ignored Dumbledore's increasingly ugly face, raised the corner of his mouth and said slowly, "This is an instruction book signed by the 12 school directors. I think you can pack your things and leave this office. Oh, of course, to take care of your situation, I will build you another nice one next to Hagrid's cabin. House of..." Looking at the signed book Augustus placed on the table, Dumbledore's face sank completely. He didn't expect things to turn out like this at all, everything came too suddenly. Augustus had just rescued Jinny, and the signature of the 12 school directors was in front of him, and he had no time to prepare at all. And once fired, he will have no hope of making a comeback. As the strongest white wizard in this century, he has learned from the members of the Order of the Phoenix that the 12 directors of Hogwarts seem to have reached some kind of alliance. In Dumbledore's original plan, even if he was really fired because of this incident, as long as the panic spread, that is, after Jinny, who was a pure blood, was caught, he could use some means to make some of the second school trustees retracted their decision. At that time, not only will it not have any influence, but people will realize his role and respect him more. However, now that the 12 school directors have been linked together, if he is fired, he will no longer have a chance. Once he loses the position of headmaster, he has only one Wisengamot seat in the Ministry of Magic, and he will not be able to interfere with the British wizarding community at all. This is completely unacceptable to Dumbledore, who has always considered himself a chess player. Moreover, it is still a critical moment when Voldemort is about to be resurrected. Thinking of all this, Dumbledore suddenly felt a burst of powerlessness and sat on the chair with a blue face. After a long time, Dumbledore asked in his old hoarse voice, "What do you want?" Due to the intervention of Augustus, the Chamber of Secrets incident was resolved ahead of schedule, which also led to the end of the panic in Hogwarts. And just after returning to the original relaxed and happy, the students ushered in a long-awaited day. There's nothing more popular with these inspiring young people than Valentine's Day. This day was February 14th. In the morning, when the students came to the hall to eat, they were all stunned by the sight in front of them. The four walls were covered with large, dazzling pink flowers, and many heart-shaped confetti kept falling from the light blue ceiling. Gilderoy, wearing a bright pink robe that matched those ornaments, waved to silence. The professors sitting across from him all looked helpless and didn't seem very happy. Professor McGonagall looked a little unnatural. And Snape looked like he had just been poured a big glass of spirits. Under the surprised eyes of the students, their defense against the dark arts teacher, Gerald Lockhart, started a daily show. "Happy Valentine's Day, everyone," exclaimed Gilderoy. 46 people have sent me cards so far, and I would like to express my gratitude to them. Yes, I arranged this for you at my own discretion. A little surprise and more than that." Gilderoy clapped his hands and strode into the 12 dwarfs through the doors leading to the hall. "And they are different from ordinary dwarfs. Gilderoy let them all have golden wings and carry 657 harps on their backs." "My friendly little Eros with cards," said Gilderoy beaming. "They're going to be roaming the school today delivering Valentine's Day cards to you. The fun doesn't stop there. I trust my colleagues all are willing to join in. Why not ask Professor Snape to teach you how to make a magic potion? If you are interested, Professor Flitwick is more adept at enchanting magic than any wizard I have ever met. Professor Flitwick buried his face in his hands, ashamed to have such a colleague. And Snape, looking at his gloomy appearance, seemed to be forced to pour poison if anyone asked him for advice on how to make a drug. Augustus was also amused by the surprise on the morning of Valentine's Day. To be honest, Girod's ability to activate the atmosphere is still very strong. He has done two things that are popular with students this semester. One is to open a duel club. One is the current Valentine's Day event, both of which have undoubtedly dissipated a lot of the haze caused by the attack. Augustus couldn't help but wonder if old Deng had taken a fancy to this characteristic of Gilderoy and invited him to be a professor this semester. Otherwise, no matter how old Deng was, he wouldn't have asked a scumbag like Gilderoy to be a professor of defense against the dark arts. Throughout the day, shorties kept barging into each classroom, delivering Valentine's Day cards, annoying the professors. In the afternoon, Augustus had just returned from a date with Penelo when he heard Draco laughing loudly at Harry, who received a strange love letter from a distance. Both Augustus and Penelo couldn't help shaking their heads. This guy is still a little childish. When Augustus separated the crowd, he saw Harry, who was pulling out his wand and ready to start, was turned into a little pig by Draco and ran out happily, while his good friend Ron scolded Della. Key, while striding forward, chased after him. The surrounding students all burst into laughter. Under Augustus' training, Draco's strength has improved so much that it is no longer comparable to scumbags like Harry and Ron. So now Harry and Ron both fell into the fear of being dominated by Draco, and every time they saw Draco, they took a detour from a distance. And today there were too many people here, and they didn't pay attention for a while and were caught by Draco. This kid Draco was usually abused by Augustus a lot, and now he likes to find confidence in these two. For this, Augustus not only did not prevent it but was happy to see it. Just take it as a vent to the little cousin, otherwise he will be tortured every time and his self-confidence will be hit. During the whole day, Augustus actually received nearly 100 love letters, including all the colleges and all grades. It can be said that the young and the old are killing each other. To Augustus's great surprise, one of the letters was actually written by Luna. The little girl didn't know why she had such a favorable impression of him so quickly, which made Augustus a little surprised. Has his charm reached this psi level, saving a lot of strategy plans? In fact, what Augustus didn't know was that Luna was often teased by girls of the same grade with some prank spells. With Luna's character, of course, she would not fight back. Every time she laughed, but she was still a little disappointed. However, things have changed a lot since Augustus gave her the jade necklace that day. Those mischievous spells, every time they were about to come, the hook jade necklace on the girl's chest would emit a warm shimmer, and then a light blue barrier was held up to block the spell, making Luna's situation worse. Much better at the same time, it also made Luna feel the feeling of being cared for and guarded by others, which was something she had never felt since she entered the school for almost a year, which made the girl feel very warm. In addition, Augustus, whether in appearance, strength, or temperament, is in line with the image of a prince in the girl's mind. Luna looks up at Augustus silently in the crowd every time, buried deep in my heart. Through this Valentine's Day event, Luna also secretly sent a love letter, but she did not sign it, just to satisfy a little wish in her heart. How could the girl think that Augustus could identify the letter written by her through the subtle fluctuation of magic power? Augustus smiled lightly and kept Luna's letter. As for the other letters, except for Q, Angelina, and others, Augustus didn't want to pay attention to them, but Penelo rolled his eyes at him and snatched them all. Augustus thought the girl was jealous, but what he didn't expect was that Penelo started to reply beside him. Each letter seriously rejected these girls, and the careful wording made the girls not too sad even if they rejected the other party. As a girl, Penelo also understands the hearts of these girls very well, and the feeling of being ignored is not very good. The rest of the school life was peaceful, and the second-year students had new things to consider. The professors require all students to choose the courses of the third grade carefully. In addition to the 8 required courses in the first grade, at least 2 new courses should be added. Optional subjects include divination, arithmetic divination, ancient rune, muggle studies, and conservation of magical creatures, to name a few. Of course, it doesn't mean that you can only choose 2. As long as you want, you can choose all of them. Well, in fact, only Hermione did that, and Augustus only took 2 courses, one for ancient runes and one for protection of fantastic beasts. Hermione simply likes to learn. She is full of curiosity about everything in the wizarding world. Although Augustus also persuaded her, the girl sealed his persuasion with a kiss. So Augustus didn't persuade him anymore. He also wanted to see what kind of thing that time changer was. Without the panic of the attack, life in the school gradually returned to calm and cheerfulness. Soon, the students ushered in the final assessment. Amid the sighs of other students, Augustus seemed very casual. He was a scholar who could get full marks without studying. Without a doubt, this will be his fourth consecutive grade first. Since this secret room incident was entirely due to Augustus, on the last day, Dumbledore had to add 100 points to Augustus, and Slytherin was already far ahead of other academies, so the Academy Cup was once again Slytherin. He took home, and the final score was basically crushing, exceeding nearly 3%. The green-backed silver snake flag on the ceiling has not been replaced for many years and will remain high this year. Snape also had a smile on his face at this time, and it was not an easy thing to make this gloomy guy smile. As for Professor McGonagall, she sighed slightly, but 657 she didn't have much loss. After all, she knew the level of Augustus. With Augustus there, Gryffindor wanted to win the Academy Cup. The difficulty is definitely S-level. Before Augustus made an appointment with Penelo when to pick her up, he returned to the Ice Lake Fort. The girl must have to go home just after the holiday, otherwise the Claywots will come to her door. This is a good time for Augustus to study the harvest of the semester. Whether it is the mysterious energy in the crystal ball left by Slytherin or the Elder Wand and Resurrection Stone threatened by Dumbledore, it takes a lot of time to study. Penelo spent almost half of the semester with Augustus, so he didn't rush to live in Ice Lake Castle just after the holiday. The girl planned to go home to spend with her parents first and then go to spend with her boyfriend. And Hermione, the little girl, wasn't ready to go to the boys' house. However, when Augustus planned to visit Hermione's house, he felt that little Hermione could be officially accepted. It's almost third grade, okay, it's almost there. After talking to the girls, Augustus didn't go on the Hogwarts Express anymore. He went straight to a corner where no one was around and apparated away. He is now somewhat looking forward to unveiling the powerful magic items in his space folding bag. In the alchemy room, Augustus looked at the few objects floating on the alchemy table, feeling a little hesitant, because he hadn't figured out which one to start with for a while. There are now a total of Philosopher's Stone, Resurrection Stone, Magical Suitcase, Elder Wand, and Black Power Crystal Ball. Everything is put out there will cause an uproar. The world's top magic items. In the end, Augustus hesitated for a long time and decided to start with the two Deathly Hallows. Magic suitcases and black energy crystal balls are also important, but not in a hurry. However, the Elder Wand and the Resurrection Stone, which are the Deathly Hallows, have another meaning. Augustus didn't want to use these two Deathly Hallows to improve his strength. The Deathly Hallows, according to legend, are items bestowed by the god of death. Augustus asked for the Deathly Hallows from Dumbledore, not because he wanted to use the Elder Wand himself. On the contrary, he was not interested in using the wand to improve his strength. He felt that the Sycamore Wand was very easy to use now. What Augustus wants to know is whether there is a god of death in this world. Maybe other people at most have the attitude of listening to the story of the legend of the god of death. But Augustus is not the case. Whether there is a god in this world is very important to him. Let's start with the Resurrection Stone. After thinking for a moment, Augustus stretched out his hand, and the Resurrection Stone floated in front of him. The Resurrection Stone is still Voldemort's Horcrux. It should be said that it is the Resurrection Stone ring. Lao Deng has not had time to destroy Voldemort's remnant soul. Augustus had no interest in the method of making Horcruxes at all, and now the remnant of Voldemort on the Resurrection Stone was an unsightly existence in his eyes. Flame of Destruction. With the release of pupil power, a black flame suddenly rose from the Resurrection Stone ring, and the aura of burning everything was exuding unscrupulously in the alchemy room. Fortunately, Cyril did not come with Augustus this time, otherwise it would definitely be destroyed. The terrifying breath of the flames frightened the hair. Under the scorching black flame, a large black mist quickly rose up in the Resurrection Stone ring. Then, Voldemort's distorted phantom appeared in the black mist and let out a cry of resentment. He released a few illusions to Augustus in an attempt to struggle again, but unfortunately these illusions were completely blocked by the kaleidoscope. Soon, the ring was burned into nothingness, and so was Voldemort's remnant soul, which was burnt clean. In just a few seconds, a Horcrux was destroyed by Augustus again. In fact, Voldemort cast a powerful black magic curse on the Resurrection Stone ring. Anyone who tries to destroy the ring will be cursed when they touch the ring. Unfortunately, Augustus never touched the Resurrection Stone ring. The curse is fundamental didn't work. In the original book, Dumbledore was mutilated by this powerful curse when he destroyed the remnant on the ring. Regardless of these, After the burning and purification of the flames of destruction, the resurrection stone has returned to its original appearance. A black translucent stone, emitting weak fluorescence, was engraved with many mysterious runes, and it seemed to have an extraordinary aura. Augustus tentatively separated out a magic power and wrapped it in the resurrection stone. When the magic power came into contact with the resurrection stone, a message suddenly came out of the resurrection stone. After Augustus quietly received this message, a surprised look appeared on his face. Could this stone really be able to summon the soul of the dead? If someone else told him, Augustus would definitely be skeptical, but the information from this resurrection stone doesn't seem to be deceiving. Is it necessary for the stone to deceive people? How similar to the reincarnation of filth. Looking at the resurrection stone in front of him, Augustus couldn't help but think of the reincarnation of the Naruto world. You need an item from the deceased's life, and then depict the magic circle and summon the soul of the deceased. It is simply another world version of reincarnation. Augustus also experimented with reincarnation in this world, but for some unknown reason, the last step of summoning the soul failed, and now the resurrection stone seems to be able to solve this problem. Augustus thought about it and decided to experiment directly. He took something out of the space fold, 2.8. A magic wand. Augustus has always had a hobby of collecting loot. This is the wand of Doug, the former Order subcommander. After he was killed, the wand was thrown into the space folding bag by Augustus, but it came in handy now. In the alchemy room, Augustus used his magic power to outline a silver mysterious magic circle on the ground. This was the magic circle that summoned the soul from the resurrection stone. After the circle was formed, Augustus placed the resurrection stone on top of the circle, and Doug's wand was placed in the center of the circle. With the input of magic power, the silver magic circle emits a dazzling light, and the resurrection stone also has a change. A mysterious aura emanated from the resurrection stone, and immediately, a black light injected into the magic wand in the center of the silver circle below. The next moment, Augustus seemed to feel a powerful coldness coming from a distant time and space. That powerful aura was fleeting, but it still left a deep impression on Augustus, because this was the first time he felt an invincible aura since he came to this world. At least with his current strength, he had no chance of winning. However, what made Augustus a little fortunate was that this aura didn't seem to be strong enough for him to look up to, and it was almost like a pseudo-6th Dao rank. When many thoughts flashed in Augustus' mind, the next moment, this aura disappeared with the closure of the summoning circle. At the same time, there was already a phantom in the center of the silver circle. It is somewhat similar to the ghost in Hogwarts, but it is different. It should be described as the soul is more real and illusory than the entity. This phantom is exactly Doug's soul entity. After being recalled from the endless darkness by Augustus, Doug's face was still full of confusion, as if he had just woken up from 100 years of sleep. This is where 35. Before he fully regained consciousness, the kaleidoscope in Augustus' eyes turned 17, and then Doug lost the consciousness that he finally regained. Sure enough, the soul of the dead can be summoned. Looking at Doug's soul phantom and the resurrection stone exuding a mysterious aura above the magic circle, a mysterious light flashed in Augustus' eyes. If he guessed correctly, the breath he felt just now was the god of death rumored in this world. However, the other party does not seem to be able to come to the real world at will. The aura just leaked out only when the magic circle was opened, and then disappeared when the magic circle was closed. It seems to speed up the recovery of strength, death god. Interesting. Withdrawing the resurrection stone, Augustus swung his wand, and suddenly Doug's soul was quickly annihilated in a black flame. He just wanted to do an experiment, not to summon Doug out of the old days. Controlled by the shaker, Doug couldn't even feel the pain, and he turned into the dust of the universe forever. If nothing else, Augustus is now the only wizard in the world who can resurrect the dead. If other wizards get the resurrection stone, they can summon the soul of the deceased at most, just like the first owner of the resurrection stone. The second child in Peveril summoned the soul entity of the deceased, but sadly discovered that the other party is not really resurrected. But Augustus is different. Although reincarnation cannot summon the soul of the deceased in this world, some other steps are still effective, and the body of reincarnation can be summoned. As long as reincarnation of reincarnation is combined with the soul entity summoned by the resurrection stone, the dead can be revived completely. Not a problem. Now as long as Augustus thinks, he can summon all the powerful wizards of the past dynasties like Orochimaru and Kazuo, and form a luxurious army of reincarnation of the dirty earth. But Augustus didn't have much interest in it. He believes in the supremacy of personal strength, and relying on the power of the dead is not his style. Of course, he will not refuse this powerful assistance when necessary. Even Augustus came up with a very interesting idea. For example, summoning Salazar Slytherin to fight Voldemort, or summoning Godric Gryffindor to fight Dumbledore. What kind of scene will it be like? Think about it, great fun. I have to say, this resurrection stone is indeed a good collectible. The resurrection stone gave Augustus some surprises, and then Augustus turned his attention to the Elder Wand. Although the existence of the god of death is almost certain, Augustus still has a lot of interest in this Elder Wand. It stands to reason that wands made of elder wood should not have such powerful magic, but the Elder Wand does. The Elder Wand can reduce the magic power consumption of the caster, increase the power and casting speed of the spell, and has many enhancements for the holder. Somehow, for wizards, the Elder Wand is the most powerful of all wands. The Elder Wand has also existed in this world for thousands of years, but for a long time, no wand has the power to approach it. After thousands of years, it has not been surpassed, and even its power is extremely rare. Can reflect the problem. For thousands of years, there will always be many amazing wand masters. Wand masters like Ollivander are unknown in the long history of history. But after thousands of years, there is still no wand master who can make a wand that surpasses it. It is conceivable that there are only two reasons. One is that the structure of this Elder Wand is so complicated that it cannot be understood by wand masters at all, and the other is that the strength of this Elder Wand is not at all in the structure of the wand. For these 2 points, Augustus prefers the latter. Because, under the watchful eye of his writing wheel, this Elder Wand contains an extremely powerful and condensed magic power. If you guessed correctly, the reason why this Elder Wand is so powerful is the energy in the wand. After holding the Elder Wand, Augustus could more clearly feel the purity and power of the energy in the wand, which was completely beyond the magic level of a normal wizard. Just like the difference between the fairy chakra and the ordinary chakra, the difference between the yin and yang escape and the ordinary escape. The energy of the god of death, Augustus couldn't help but think. Under his perception, the internal structure of the Elder Wand gradually emerged in his mind. It was exactly as he thought. The precision of this elder wand was not even as good as that of his sycamore wand. The only thing that made it different from other wands, and it is the powerful energy in the wand that rises to a level of 657. The energy of the pseudo-6th level powerhouse. There was a gleam in Augustus' eyes. The strength of his peak period is worthy of reaching the super shadow level, and there is still a long way to go from the pseudo-6th level. For the wizards in this world, the pseudo-6th level is basically no different from the gods. Overturning mountains and seas is just a thought. After figuring out the situation, Augustus had no interest in this elder wand for the time being and put it in the space folding bag. When does he plan to collect Potter's invisibility cloak as well? Collecting all 3 deathly Hallows should be able to summon the god of death. Of course, this has to wait for his strength to reach the pseudo-6th level or above, otherwise he will die. However, according to the rumors, if you collect all 3 deathly Hallows, it seems that something interesting will happen. It is said that you can have power beyond the god of death, but I don't know if it is true or not. Anyway, Augustus has planned to collect all 3 deathly Hallows. Well, when it's time to try it, you won't know. I believe Potter will be crying and begging to deliver the invisibility cloak to him next semester. Just when Augustus was immersed in the mystery of magic, there was a lot of riots in the outside world. The ancient noble surname Blake was mentioned again, but this time it wasn't to marvel at Augustus' talent. Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban. The Division of Magical Law Enforcement established a prison on an island in the cold waters of the North Sea, known as Azkaban Castle or simply Azkaban. Azkaban is a terrifying place, guarded by dementors, a group of terrifying creatures known to wizards as soulless demons who feed on people's positive emotions. Once prisoners are held for a period of time, they lose all faith and good feelings and thoughts. The darkest and scariest memories are in them, repeatedly in my mind. Some went mad and some died in despair. Azkaban is so terrifying that it is called an inescapable hell, and the Ministry of Magic is very proud to have such a prison. However, it is such an Azkaban prison, which is said to be impossible to escape, but was escaped by Sirius not long ago. This is undoubtedly a loud slap in the face for the Ministry of Magic. He slapped them in the face and slapped them in the face of wizards all over England with a burning pain. The Aura scandal, and now the escape of the notorious criminal Sirius, is a major blow to the prestige of the Ministry of Magic. Everyone knows that Sirius once blew up an entire street with a powerful black magic, such a dangerous prisoner. The Ministry of Magic 657 was not able to take good care of him and let the other party escape. The wizards who heard the news were extremely disappointed with the Ministry of Magic and the current Minister of Magic, and many had even secretly said that Fudge would step down. At such a time, Fudge, who is unusually persistent in the post of minister, might remain calm. He began to send all the personnel that the Ministry of Magic could mobilize to search for the trace of Sirius. Unfortunately, the search lasted for 2 weeks, but he did not get any useful clues, as if Sirius had disappeared from the world. This is obviously another slap in the face for the Ministry of Magic. Hundreds of people searched for a fugitive criminal, and it took 2 whole weeks to find no clues. No matter who it is a sign of incompetence. People will definitely think that the Ministry of Magic is a bunch of rice buckets when it spreads out. Realizing that his current situation was very dangerous, Fudge was also a little dizzy, and decided to mobilize the Dementors of Azkaban to search for Sirius. Besides, these creatures walking on the edge of darkness and death are not what everyone wants to see. The Dementors were eager to leave Azkaban and go outside to eat the happiness of human beings, and now Fudge's order is just what they dreamed of, so basically more than half of the Dementors in Azkaban ran out and began to search for the little ones. The trail of Sirius. It is not so much that they are searching for Sirius, it is better to say that they are under the guise of searching and they are sucking up the happiness and light of the world. Dementors are monsters that feed on the positive emotions of human beings. There are only a few criminals in Azkaban. How can there be enough for hundreds of Dementors to eat together? Therefore, these Dementors have long been hungry and want to come out, but due to the agreement with the wizards, they have not dared to take any action. Once they make trouble, then all the wizards will be waiting for them to encircle and suppress them. The family is about to be exterminated, and they know the consequences, so the Dementors have been patient. And now, an order from Fudge almost made them come out with integrity. Under such circumstances, there is no reason for them who have been hungry for a long time not to take the opportunity to eat. Moreover, these Dementors are very cunning. They know that it is enough every time. Every time they suck people's happiness, they will not have much impact on the person being sucked. They will only make the other party lose for a while. Because of this, the people of the Ministry of Magic turned a blind eye to this, Anyway, it won't have much impact. At most, it's just a depression for a while, and it's just a reward for these dementors. Fudge's indulgence, which seems to be nothing, has actually lowered his popularity to a higher level. Now dementors are raging in all parts of the UK, and everyone wants to take a sip, causing the entire British wizarding world to be covered in a haze. Most of the wizards looked gloomy, because a single sip from a dementor would make them depressed for a long time. Feeding on the positive emotions of human beings, this alone makes these monsters stand in the confrontation of human beings, and Fudge actually chose to cooperate with them. I have to say that this guy's position as minister is almost over. In fact, the dementors didn't bother to search at all. In order to linger outside for a longer period of time, they even deliberately slowed down the progress of the search, just to absorb some human happiness. Otherwise, with such a huge search scale, even if Sirius turned into a mosquito, he should have been caught. It's a pity that Fudge couldn't see this at all. He was now thinking about how to keep his position as minister. Not to mention how turbulent the outside world is, Ice Lake Castle, Augustus has already started research on the space extension spell on the magic suitcase. Augustus originally had a deep understanding of space art, and now this magical suitcase was like a treasure trove to him, and from time to time he would feel a sense of enlightenment. Although the research time is not long, Augustus can already feel that his understanding of space art is rapidly improving. Augustus even felt that after he thoroughly researched the space mystery on the magic suitcase, his flying thunder god could be upgraded to the third stage. And the understanding of space extension is advancing by leaps and bounds. Maybe he can't expand the space of a suitcase to the size of a Yellowstone park just yet, but it's certainly more than enough to expand to the size of a football field. In a word, for Augustus, this magical magic suitcase is his key to open the door to the mystery of space. It is believed that in the near future, his understanding of the profound meaning of space will reach a very high level, which will bring about a leap in strength. The two most powerful mysteries, space and time, no matter which world they are in, they are all existences of the same order. Just when Augustus was immersed in his understanding of the profound meaning of space, the sky above Loch Ness ushered in a gloom. Dementors, the search is here. It has to be said that these soulless monsters are still extremely sensitive to certain aspects, and they can even smell a little strange in the Ice Lake Castle, which ordinary wizards can't find at all. Two dementors roamed over the Ice Lake Castle, seeming to detect something, but they couldn't find anything. The two dementors should be relatively powerful beings of the same kind. Their wandering caused a layer of ice to form on the surface of Loch Ness, and the surrounding temperature began to plummet, and a cold atmosphere permeated. Just when the two dementors were lingering and did not want to leave, the lake's surface with a layer of thin ice suddenly opened a hole, and then a dark golden shadow rushed into the sky and moved towards the two cameras. Ghosts go, due to the speed, the two dementors were attacked without even knowing what it was. A group of red 657 red flames with a fiery breath wrapped them up, and the sky seemed to have an extra cloud of fire. After spewing out this turbulent flame, the afterimage finally revealed its face. It turned out to be a magical creature with wings. It looked full of fantastic colors, a bit like a dragon, but also like a feathered snake. However, looking at its appearance, it seems to be a little immature, and it should still be in its infancy. That's right, it's Xiao Yinglong. At this time, under the ice hole, Xiao Yinglong knocked out, a beautiful little head emerged, the Little Mermaid Anna. The Little Mermaid Anna was originally playing with Xiao Yinglong in Loch Ness, but the appearance of these two dementors made them lose interest. Later, a layer of ice formed on the lake, which suddenly made Xiao Yinglong angry. After humming twice, he rushed up directly, opening his mouth to be a big ball of fire. Little Anna watched worriedly from below. Although she also saw the two black mysterious monsters being swallowed up by the flames, she always had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the Little Mermaid's fears came true. A blue layer of ice separated the flames, and the two dementias were unharmed. After all, Xiao Yinglong has only been born for a few months, and the power of the flame is still somewhat insufficient. And these two dementors seem to be the existence of small leaders, and it is normal for such a situation to occur. Feeling offended, the black mist on the two dementors gradually spread out, the ice layer on the lake became thicker and thicker, and at the same time a strange aura emanated from them. The two dementors looked the same. They were wearing a broken black cloak, their palms seemed to be scabbed. The eyes are full of ominous and disgusting existence. Dementors have no eyes and can only identify people by smell and emotion, so they are mostly enemies of humans, but it does not mean that they have no power to fight back in front of other creatures. In addition to being able to absorb people's positive emotions, the ice can be manipulated, which can be seen from the ice on the lake. The black mist from the two Dementors rushed towards Xiao Yinglong, and immediately the surrounding water vapor all solidified, and under the extreme cold, Xiao Yinglong's body temporarily stiffened. Fortunately, the little guy has strong magic resistance, otherwise it would be frozen into ice cubes. But even so, Xiao Yinglong still suffered a bit of a loss, shaking his head in the exclamation of the little mermaid Anna and fell headlong. I thought that another ice hole was about to be smashed, but at this moment, there was a huge movement on the lake surface, and a large crack appeared on the ice layer as if a terrifying monster was about to emerge from the bottom of the lake. In fact, it was indeed the case. As the ice layer collapsed and shattered, monstrous waves appeared on the lake, and with a loud roar, a monster that seemed a little terrifying to anyone emerged from the lake. The ice lake lizard roared at the Dementor above, and at the same time caught the falling Xiao Yinglong. After Xiao Yinglong was caught by the ice lake lizard dragon, he shook his head in confusion, regained his senses, and figured out the situation. The pressure was gradually released, and it could be seen that under the anger, this little guy gradually developed a trace of blood power. However, before Xiao Yinglong rushed up again, nor did the ice lake lizard take a breath from the ice lake, a figure appeared in the vast world and the atmosphere suddenly solidified. Augustus, who was originally comprehending the meaning of space in the alchemy room at the bottom of the lake, suddenly felt two strange and cold breaths coming from above. And then the ice lake lizard dragon moved, making him feel that something must have happened, so the apparition moved. Shaped out, Dementors, why did they come to me? Seeing the two ugly monsters wrapped in torn black robes, Augustus' eyes flashed with displeasure. Of course, he would not be affected by Dementors, but Dementors are such disgusting things, Augustus is also not in his bones. Like seeing how Xiao Yinglong was grinning and planning to go up and take a bite, and the worried gaze of little Anna below, Augustus almost knew what was going on. Did Sirius break out of jail, but these Dementors have found me, really, looking for death. Glancing at the Dementor, who seemed to regard himself as prey, Augustus' face instantly turned cold. Stupid rubbish, don't know who gave you the guts. Unhappy, Augustus shot directly. He didn't care whether these Dementors were ordered by the Ministry of Magic or not. Fire escape, the art of Longyan singing. Not wanting to waste any more time, Augustus directly released a fire escape. The three fire dragons are like dragons in mythology. They are formed on the lake's surface and surround Augustus. Their body size is not much worse than the ice lake lizard dragon. There are signs of boiling. Under the command of Augustus, 3/10 meters long fire dragons, 2.8 roared and charged towards the Dementors. For a time, the originally gloomy sky was rendered fiery red. 3 fire dragons meandered and raged in the sky, and finally collided together, and the Dementor was at the center of the explosion. Suddenly, countless flaming meteors appeared in the sky, falling in all directions, looking like a meteorite explosion, extremely gorgeous. There are 3 reasons why using the Patronus charm to deal with Dementors is the first response of wizards. The first point is that the Patronus charm uses the positive emotions of human beings, the source of happiness, and it does great damage to Dementors, just like the damage of light spells to the undead. The second point is that when wizards face Dementors, they will be aroused by the deepest fear in their hearts. They cannot control their behavior at all, and they can only let the Dementors manipulate them in a powerless and terrified way. In this case, the only way out of this predicament is to use the Patronus charm. The third point is that Dementors are semi-physical creatures that are extremely resistant to other types of magic spells, and ordinary types of magic spells have little effect on their attacks. Because of these 3 points, the wizards gradually formed the practice of using the Patronus charm to deal with Dementors. Except for the Patronus charm, other types of attacks do have little effect on Dementors. But no matter what the situation, quantitative changes will always lead to qualitative changes. Augustus' S-rank fire escape. The dragon's fire singing technique has obviously far exceeded the Dementor's tolerance range. Even if the damage has been weakened by half, the powerful power still crushes them to shreds. There is no accident. Dementor 657 can't affect Augustus in the slightest, and it is difficult for a spiritual attack to go beyond the barrier of Sharingan, not to mention that Augustus' soul is extremely powerful. Therefore, Augustus chose to shred them with the simplest and most crude technique. As for the Patronus charm, Augustus is not very skilled in using it. He basically hasn't practiced the Patronus charm a few times. He is not very interested in this kind of tasteless spell. The Patronus charm, besides being used to deal with the dementia, what else is there to use? Maybe it can also be used to pick up girls and send letters, but these 2 points do not make Augustus interested in it. The Dementors in the sky were crushed to pieces by Augustus, and at the moment when the 2 Dementors died, the other Dementors scattered all over the UK suddenly stopped. Before dying, the two Dementors used a special racial secret technique to pass the news of their death. For a time, there was a riot in the Dementors in the UK. Although they were still under control, their movements were obviously much bigger than before. It seems that they want to avenge the death of these two Dementors from other aspects. For a time, the British wizards complained, and Fudge's prestige dropped to a certain extent in a short time. After finishing these two disgusting Dementors, Augustus let the Ice Lake Lizard back down, and then came to Xiao Yinglong and Anna. Seeing Augustus, Xiao Yinglong flew over and rubbed it twice, looking like he was ingratiating. But the little guy seemed to be a little annoyed that he had suffered a loss from those two Dementors just now. Xiao Yinglong, who fuses the bloodlines of three powerful magical creatures, is very proud in his bones. Anna, on the other hand, rubbed Xiao Yinglong's head and looked at Augustus shyly. Augustus thought for a while and released a powerful chakra wave from his body. Soon, another powerful sealing technique was released, blessing on the original water curtain barrier of Ice Lake Castle, and all the aura around Ice Lake Castle was released. Separated this time, even if all the Dementors came over, it would be impossible to find anything strange. Because of the rampant Dementors, the British territory became more chaotic for a while, and the wizards all seemed to be panicking. The papers are now full of stories about Sirius and the Dementors, while privately there are complaints about Fudge. Both Penelope and Hermione got the corresponding news. The two families were worried that their daughter might be in danger, and they were not allowed to go out casually. There was nothing Augustus could do about it, or the girl's parents. No way Augustus had to apparate directly to the girl's bedroom at night, but it's a different experience. In addition to spending time with his girlfriend and little lover, Augustus spends the rest of his time in the alchemy room, Orbs Psy and the little mermaid Anna playing around. Oh yes, there is also training Xiao Yinglong. This little guy has now grown to 2 meters long, and this growth rate is definitely very fast among magical creatures. Now it's no problem for Xiao Yinglong to deal with ordinary adult wizards, it's basically a matter of spitting fire. Xiao Yinglong's fire breathing is similar to that of the previous arrogant fire dragon. And this little guy also seems to have a strong talent for the water element, and he doesn't know how much he will grow in the future. Augustus is looking forward to this. In addition to these things, Augustus also took time out to go to France for a week. Of course, I live in Furong's house. Whether it is Fleur, Gabriel, or Madame de Lacquer, Augustus is very welcome. During the day, there is exquisite food and one Loli to accompany him, and at night, there is a passionate Fleur lingering with him, so the week should not be too wonderful. Because of the reason of gathering less and leaving more, Furong showed the momentum of draining him every night. But it was a pity that he was obedient to clean up at the end, begging for mercy like a tame kitten. Soon, in the hurried footsteps of time, a vacation passed again. Today marks the start of the new school year at Hogwarts. Inside the carriage, Augustus was resting on Penelope's Ruan lap reading the newspaper. Although the girl was a little shy, she did not reject Augustus. Sitting across from them was Q, who was a little embarrassed. The girl didn't expect Augustus to be so thick-skinned now that she would make such a kissy move with her senior directly in front of her. Q is not walking now, nor is he not leaving, his face is red. Neither girl noticed the smile on Augustus' mouth. After getting into the car today, when he found out that Q had come over again and wanted to be a light bulb, he had already made up his mind to educate the girl. It's just an initial embarrassment for the girl, and she will be cleaned up after she goes back. With him there, no one came over to knock on the door ignorantly. Soon, the train began to travel, and the weather outside seemed to be a little gloomy due to the running of the Dementors, and it soon started to rain heavily. The train continued to drive north, and Augustus fell asleep timidly on Penelope's lap. I don't know when, there is a thick gray outside the window which looks a little depressing. And the tone is gradually deepening until the lights in the hallway are turned on. The wind was whistling outside the train and the rain was beating on the windows. At this time the train suddenly swayed and then the speed began to slow down, the sound of the wheels became smaller, and the wind and rain outside the window became louder. Augustus' originally closed eyes suddenly opened, his brows furrowed, and a displeased expression appeared on his face. It's really, the ghost is still there. In the surprise and confusion of the students, the train suddenly jolted and stopped, and a bang 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 came from a distance, indicating that the luggage fell from the shelf. Then all the lights suddenly went out and they were thrown into complete darkness. Sit there and don't move. The darkness had no effect on Augustus, and he stopped Q, who wanted to go out and check the situation. How is this going? Penelope put his arms around one of Augustus's arms and asked suspiciously. Don't worry, some nasty guys just sneaked into the car and I'll let them go soon. Augustus comforted the girl and signaled not to worry. On the opposite side, Q suddenly felt that the temperature in the car dropped suddenly, and even the window had a layer of ice, and she was not wearing as much 60-60, and she shivered slightly from the cold. Seeing this, Penelo took Q's hand and motioned her to sit down. Q's face blushed slightly, but he still sat opposite. This time, Augustus was equivalent to hugging. Putting his hand on the back of Q's hand, chakra crossed over. Suddenly, Q felt a warm current flowing through his body. This feeling made the girl a little intoxicated, and she couldn't help grasping Augustus' hand tightly and at the same time getting closer. It was dark inside, and Q knew that Penelo was on the side, but she did it anyway, almost leaning on Augustus, which made her feel a stimulating feeling like Roman 20. Feeling Q's approach, the corners of Augustus' mouth twitched slightly, and he gently squeezed the girl's boneless little hand. Feeling Augustus's change, Q's face in the darkness was suddenly filled with blush. Augustus wrote a few words on the palm of her hand, and I'll take care of you at night. Just when the atmosphere in the car gradually became warm and charming, the temperature outside suddenly dropped sharply, as if something was approaching. Soon, a shadow shrouded outside the carriage. Looking at this shadow, a coldness flashed in Augustus's eyes. This was the second time that these ignorant guys had provoked him. In Penelo and Q's somewhat frightened eyes, silently the door of the carriage was slowly opened. A cloaked, ceiling-height monster stood in the doorway, its face completely hidden under the hood. Slowly, a hand came out of the cloak. The hand shimmering, gray, thin, and crusted, like something had died and rotted in the water. Less than a second after the hand appeared, the monster under the cloak seemed to sense the cold gaze of Augustus, and the hand suddenly shrank into the folds of the black cloak. Then the Dementor gasped, long, slow, and trembling, as if trying to suck in something other than air from its surroundings. In the carriage, Augustus is not good at releasing any powerful escape techniques, otherwise he may injure other students and damage the carriage. In desperation, Augustus drew his wand. He thought this spell was tasteless before, but he didn't expect to use it now. Shut up, guard. With his low drink, a silver-white light suddenly illuminated the carriage. And with the support of his huge magical power, the silver-white light became stronger and stronger, until a gorgeous creature appeared in the light. The patron saint of Augustus, a silver-white phoenix. Under the illumination of the white light, the Dementor who had just entered instantly let out a terrifying roar, as if it had been splashed with sulfuric acid, and its body began to melt away gradually. Augustus's Patronus charm can only be used in general, but he can't stand his magic power is too huge, forcibly raising the power of the Patronus charm to an unimaginable level. The Patronus used by other wizards to expel Dementors the spell now directly exerts the effect of damage and dissolution. The Dementor, who was still full of aura just now, was directly penetrated by the silver-white phoenix and disappeared into the carriage. After destroying this Dementor, Augustus didn't give up. He was already a little angry when he was disgusted by these disgusting things twice in a row. Under his command, the Phoenix Patronus flew out of the carriage. When I came to the corridor, all of the dozen or so Dementors who got on the train all showed a look of horror. They wailed in the dazzling light, and the black cloak seemed to be boiling, tumbling, and bubbling, and big drops of black liquid fell from it, causing bursts of acid mist on the floor of the carriage. Where the phoenix flew, the Dementor, like a mouse that met a cat, let out a mournful cry, quickly fled far away, and hid in the darkness that was not illuminated by strong light in the distance. Under the order of Augustus, the Phoenix Patronus quickly flew around the express train and drove all the Dementors away, and then returned to the original private room. During the period, there were 2 more Dementors that could not open their eyes, which were directly penetrated by the Phoenix and turned into dust in the universe. The Dementors are on the train. I can't believe the Ministry of Magic allowed them to do this. Penelo looked a little unbelievable. Obviously, the appearance of these uninvited guests had brought a lot of shock to the girl. But she was not too afraid because the girl knew that Augustus was there. Maybe Dumbledore thinks it's for the safety of the students, Augustus said mockingly, pulling out 2 chocolates from the space-folding bag and handing them to Penelo. Eat this and you'll feel better. Seeing Q was also a little uncomfortable, Augustus gave her the remaining piece. Q Zyaku ate the 2.8, and gradually a warm current spread to her whole body. I don't know if it was because of the chocolate or because of his concern, the little girl pondered. Just after the Patronus of Augustus expelled all the Dementors, a man who looked a little tired, but very polite and gentle, looked at the Patronus of the Phoenix who flew away in surprise. Whose patron saint is this? Why is it so powerful? Lupin's mind still replayed the scene of the Phoenix Patronus penetrating a Dementor and annihilating it just now. Having experienced many incidents, this is the first time he has seen such a powerful Patronus. He is simply the natural enemy of Dementors. Could it be Dumbledore on the train? Lupin couldn't help thinking. Lupin thought it was Dumbledore in the carriage, but after thinking about it carefully, he quickly denied it. Although these dementors were a bit excessive, they were sent by the Ministry of Magic after all. With Dumbledore's character, they could at most be dispelled. It was impossible to take such a ruthless attack. Several dementors died just now. Lupin had already come to the corridor. He originally planned to take action, but he didn't expect to be a bystander now. When he saw the powerful Phoenix Patronus flying back into the body of a young and handsome wizard, he knew who did it. Glyph of Nightmare Cane. Is that the genius of the Black family? However, Lupin did not go up to chat with Augustus because the son of the old Potter family seemed to be stunned by the Dementors. Augustus also noticed Lupin passing by the carriage, but he didn't care. He was comforting the two girls beside him. He was not worried about Hermione and Luna. With the hook jade necklace, even if there were 10 more Dementors, it would not have any effect on them. In fact, this was indeed the case. Although Hermione was frightened by the Dementors, a barrier was quickly erected on the Galliu necklace, protecting her within it, and the Dementors could not do anything about her. Amid the doubts and puzzles of the train full of students, the train finally stopped at Hogwarts Station, and the students were really busy when they got off the train. The small platform was already frozen, and the cold rain was pouring down. Hagrid, as always, led the way for the new students. Penelo was dragged away by the charming Q17. The girl now knew she was embarrassed, but before leaving, Augustus gave her the look of waiting all night, causing Q to quickly pull Penelo away with a blushing face. There was no other way. Augustus could only choose a carriage at random. To his surprise, as soon as he got on the carriage, he saw a quiet little beauty sitting in the carriage. It was Luna. Seeing Augustus come up, Luna smiled sweetly, but then she remembered something. Her face was a little red, her eyes dodged, and she didn't dare to look at Augustus again. Seeing Luna's reaction, Augustus couldn't help laughing. Of course he knew why the girl was shy. He still kept the letter from Valentine's Day. After the carriage started, Luna's eyes were on Yestrel, who was pulling the carriage from time to time. The girl seemed to have a unique, favorable impression of Yestrel. They are very docile, Luna said faintly while holding the Yestrel, as if she was thinking of her mother. Augustus couldn't help but comforted with some pity. Death does not mean termination. As long as the soul is still alive, resurrection is not impossible. Hearing Augustus' words, Luna suddenly showed a surprised and puzzled look. Resurrection. Augustus stroked the girl's long, soft, curly hair and nodded. He could see that Luna lacked maternal love and missed her mother very much. But with the resurrection stone, he could completely resurrect Luna's mother. Of course, it is not to use the reincarnated body to revive, but to use other methods to build a body with vitality to achieve resurrection in the true sense. This will take some time to prepare. I believe Luna will be very happy when that happens. Then Augustus vaguely talked to Luna about the resurrection stone, which brought some wings to the girl. After a while, the spire of Hogwarts came into view. But in the sky above and around Hogwarts, there are disgusting Dementors. These Dementors roamed outside Hogwarts, looking like they were looking for something, taking deep breaths every now and then as if there were some unparalleled delicacy in the air. While inhaling, these monsters continuously exhaled icy breaths, creating ice and frost, and wherever the Dementors passed, the plants all withered and covered with a layer of frost. Let the Dementors guard Hogwarts, Dumbledore would even allow it. Augustus has been completely disappointed with this hometown. Doesn't this old guy know that these Dementors are more of a threat to the students than Sirius? Is it big? Looking at the appearance of these Dementors, where did they come to search for Sirius? They just came to forage for food. Hogwarts, with so many students in the eyes of these Dementors, is simply a heavenly existence, everywhere in the air. It's the joy of letting them suck. Although these Dementors are not too presumptuous, they are soulless aliens after all. They are full of uncontrollability. Once they get out of control, they will definitely have a huge impact on the British magic world. For a small number of wizards, every little wizard is very precious. But now these little wizards are surrounded by monsters who can kiss them and ingest their souls at any time, which is really funny. Augustus can't figure it out now for a Sirius. As for the troubles to such a point, have people like Fudge Dumbledore lost their minds? However, he is disdainful and he has no intention of overdoing it. The more chaotic the situation, the better it will be for him. Let them make trouble. Of course, the premise is that these Dementors don't provoke him again. It's just a matter of 3 times, and again, Augustus will never forgive him again. The beginning of this year was a bit depressing because of the Dementors around the school. When the banquet was about to start, Hermione was called away by Professor McGonagall. Augustus thought it should be time to talk about the time changer. In the absence of Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick completed the sorting ceremony in her place, and also directed the chorus to sing a high song, wanting to ease the atmosphere. Before the banquet began, Dumbledore said, "Welcome to the new school year. Before that, I have a few words to say to everyone." All the students fell silent, listening to Dumbledore. Dumbledore cleared his throat and said, "After the Dementors raided the Hogwarts Express, as you all know, they are stationed at all entrances to this part of the school, and they are here on Ministry of Magic Business Point 99. When Dumbledore said it, it was obviously a little unnatural, but it was well covered up, and it was obviously the result of compromise. He continued, "During their stay here, I must make it clear that no one is allowed to leave the school without permission. Dementors will not be deceived by any trick or disguise, not even the invisibility cloak." Dumbledore added at the end, apparently taking care of his savior, "Dementors by nature don't know what a request or an excuse is, so I warn each of you not to give them any reason to hurt you. Also, try to avoid conflict with them, even if you have enough power to deal with them, but after all they are sent by the Ministry of Magic on official business." Dumbledore had said it to his students earlier, and the last sentence was obviously addressed to Augustus. In this regard, Augustus sneered and used the Ministry of Magic to press him. It was really funny. He wanted Fudge to step down now, just a matter of words. Augustus didn't take Dumbledore's words to heart at all. In fact, he was already killing the Dementors over Hogwarts. Seeing that the students were a little depressed by his warning, Dumbledore changed his tone and said, "It is more pleasing that 2 new professors will join our family this semester. The first is Lupin. Professor, he has graciously agreed to fill the defense against the dark arts class. Let's welcome him." 55. After speaking, Dumbledore looked at Lupin in the 660th teacher's seat. Led by Potter, some students began to applaud. Although Lupin looked a bit downcast, he was still very particular about his clothes and he had a kind demeanor. When Lupin stood up and gestured politely, Augustus found that on the other side of the teacher's chair, Snape was staring at Lupin. His gloomy face even couldn't help showing an expression of hatred. It was the first time ever for an old bat. To make him show such an expression, Augustus can imagine how miserable he was by the old Potter trio. As for our second appointment, Dumbledore continued, "I regret to inform you that Professor Kettleburn retired at the end of last year, and I announce below that he will be filled by our gamekeeper, Rubeus Hagrid. Vacancy." After speaking, Dumbledore took the lead in applauding, and it could be seen that he still trusted this half-blooded giant who was loyal to him. However, Augustus was a little helpless. He took the class on the protection of magical animals, but he didn't expect that he would turn into this stupid big man. The original Professor Kettleburn was still very good. "Okay, what I want to say has been said. Let's start eating." The golden plates and goblets in front of the little wizards were suddenly filled with things and drinks. The starving students began to enjoy this sumptuous meal. The auditorium recalled the sound of laughter and the collision of knives and forks. For a while, the students temporarily forgot about the Dementors outside. Only Augustus faintly felt that the breath in the Great Hall seemed to have made the Dementors outside Hogwarts drool. Augustus was sure that these Dementors would get out of hand sooner or later, and it would be up to Dumbledore to see how it ended. Lupin thought it was Dumbledore in the carriage, but after thinking about it carefully, he quickly denied it. Although these Dementors were a bit excessive, they were sent by the Ministry of Magic after all. With Dumbledore's character, they could at most be dispelled. It was impossible to take such a ruthless attack. Several Dementors died just now. Lupin had already come to the corridor. He originally planned to take action, but he didn't expect to be a bystander now. When he saw the powerful Phoenix Patronus flying back into the body of a young and handsome wizard, he knew who did it. Glyph of Nightmare Cane. Is that the genius of the Black family? However, Lupin did not go up to chat with Augustus, because the son of the old Potter family seemed to be stunned by the Dementors. Augustus also noticed Lupin passing by the carriage, but he didn't care. He was comforting the 2 girls beside him. He was not worried about Hermione and Luna. With the hook jade necklace, even if there were 10 more Dementors, it would not have any effect on them. In fact, this was indeed the case. Although Hermione was frightened by the Dementors, a barrier was quickly erected on the Galliu necklace, protecting her within it, and the Dementors could not do anything about her. Amid the doubts and puzzles of the train full of students, the train finally stopped at Hogwarts Station, and the students were really busy when they got off the train. The small platform was already frozen, and the cold rain was pouring down. Hagrid, as always, led the way for the new students. Penelo was dragged away by the charming Q17. The girl now knew she was embarrassed, but before leaving, Augustus gave her the look of waiting all night, causing Q to quickly pull Penelo away with a blushing face. There was no other way. Augustus could only choose a carriage at random. To his surprise, as soon as he got on the carriage, he saw a quiet little beauty sitting in the carriage. It was Luna. Seeing Augustus come up, Luna smiled sweetly, But then she remembered something, her face was a little red, her eyes dodged, and she didn't dare to look at Augustus again. Seeing Luna's reaction, Augustus couldn't help laughing. Of course he knew why the girl was shy. He still kept the letter from Valentine's Day. After the carriage started, Luna's eyes were on Yestrel, who was pulling the carriage from time to time. The girl seemed to have a unique, favorable impression of Yestrel. They are very docile, Luna said faintly while holding the Yestrel, as if she was thinking of her mother. Augustus couldn't help but comforted with some pity. Death does not mean termination. As long as the soul is still alive, resurrection is not impossible. Hearing Augustus' words, Luna suddenly showed a surprised and puzzled look. Resurrection. Augustus stroked the girl's long, soft, curly hair and nodded. He could see that Luna lacked maternal love and missed her mother very much. But with the resurrection stone, he could completely resurrect Luna's mother. Of course, it is not to use the reincarnated body to revive, but to use other methods to build a body with vitality to achieve resurrection in the true sense. This will take some time to prepare. I believe Luna will be very happy when that happens. Then Augustus vaguely talked to Luna about the resurrection stone, which brought some wings to the girl. After a while, the spire of Hogwarts came into view. But in the sky above and around Hogwarts, there are disgusting dementors. These dementors roamed outside Hogwarts, looking like they were looking for something, taking deep breaths every now and then as if there were some unparalleled delicacy in the air. While inhaling, these monsters continuously exhaled icy breaths, creating ice and frost, and wherever the dementors passed, the plants all withered and covered with a layer of frost. Let the dementors guard Hogwarts, Dumbledore would even allow it. Augustus has been completely disappointed with this hometown. Doesn't this old guy know that these dementors are more of a threat to the students than Sirius? Is it big? Looking at the appearance of these dementors, where did they come to search for Sirius? They just came to forage for food. Hogwarts, with so many students in the eyes of these dementors, is simply a heavenly existence, everywhere in the air. It's the joy of letting them suck. Although these dementors are not too presumptuous, they are soulless aliens after all. They are full of uncontrollability. Once they get out of control, they will definitely have a huge impact on the British magic world. For a small number of wizards, every little wizard is very precious. But now these little wizards are surrounded by monsters who can kiss them and ingest their souls at any time, which is really funny. Augustus can't figure it out now for a Sirius. As for the troubles to such a point, have people like Fudge Dumbledore lost their minds? However, he is disdainful and he has no intention of overdoing it. The more chaotic the situation, the better it will be for him. Let them make trouble. Of course, the premise is that these dementors don't provoke him again. It's just a matter of 3 times, and again, Augustus will never forgive him again. The beginning of this year was a bit depressing because of the dementors around the school. When the banquet was about to start, Hermione was called away by Professor McGonagall. Augustus thought it should be time to talk about the time changer. In the absence of Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick completed the sorting ceremony in her place, and also directed the chorus to sing a high song, wanting to ease the atmosphere. Before the banquet began, Dumbledore said, "Welcome to the new school year. Before that, I have a few words to say to everyone." All the students fell silent, listening to Dumbledore. Dumbledore cleared his throat and said, "After the Dementors raided the Hogwarts Express, as you all know, they are stationed at all entrances to this part of the school, and they are here on Ministry of Magic Business .99. When Dumbledore said it, it was obviously a little unnatural, but it was well covered up, and it was obviously the result of compromise. He continued, "During their stay here, I must make it clear that no one is allowed to leave the school without permission. Dementors will not be deceived by any trick or disguise, not even the invisibility cloak." Dumbledore added at the end, apparently taking care of his savior, "Dementors by nature don't know what a request or an excuse is, so I warn each of you not to give them any reason to hurt you. Also, try to avoid conflict with them, even if you have enough power to deal with them, but after all they are sent by the Ministry of Magic on official business." Dumbledore had said it to his students earlier, and the last sentence was obviously addressed to Augustus. In this regard, Augustus sneered and used the Ministry of Magic to press him. It was really funny. He wanted Fudge to step down now, just a matter of words. Augustus didn't take Dumbledore's words to heart at all. In fact, he was already killing the Dementors over Hogwarts. Seeing that the students were a little depressed by his warning, Dumbledore changed his tone and said, "It is more pleasing that 2 new professors will join our family this semester. The first is Lupin. Professor, he has graciously agreed to fill the defense against the dark arts class. Let's welcome him." 55. After speaking, Dumbledore looked at Lupin in the 660th teacher's seat. Led by Potter, some students began to applaud. Although Lupin looked a bit downcast, he was still very particular about his clothes and he had a kind demeanor. When Lupin stood up and gestured politely, Augustus found that on the other side of the teacher's chair, Snape was staring at Lupin. His gloomy face even couldn't help showing an expression of hatred. It was the first time ever for an old bat. To make him show such an expression, Augustus can imagine how miserable he was by the old Potter trio. As for our second appointment, Dumbledore continued, I regret to inform you that Professor Kettleburn retired at the end of last year, and I announce below that he will be filled by our gamekeeper, Rubeus Hagrid. Vacancy. After speaking, Dumbledore took the lead in applauding, and it could be seen that he still trusted this half-blooded giant who was loyal to him. However, Augustus was a little helpless. He took the class on the protection of magical animals, but he didn't expect that he would turn into this stupid big man. The original Professor Kettleburn was still very good. Okay, what I want to say has been said, let's start eating. The golden plates and goblets in front of the little wizards were suddenly filled with things and drinks. The starving students began to enjoy this sumptuous meal. The auditorium recalled the sound of laughter and the collision of knives and forks. For a while, the students temporarily forgot about the Dementors outside. Only Augustus faintly felt that the breath in the Great Hall seemed to have made the Dementors outside Hogwarts drool. Augustus was sure that these Dementors would get out of hand sooner or later, and it would be up to Dumbledore to see how it ended. He's seducing you, you son of a b*******, you idiot, go back. I'm going to cut the cables. Only then did he notice that Yuan Zhen and Yun Yifei behind Yu Jiang were already close at hand. And Sanrui's heart, Aelin, noticed that Yuan Zhen and Yun Yifei behind Yu Jiang were close at hand. It's too late to stop now. Mulberry Tree and Strange S**X don't do two endless things. First kill this little generation and spit out the stench again. Assistant. 39s. Yuan Zhen roared again, even though he knew it was futile and Yu Jiang was not immune this time. At a critical moment, Yu Jiang suddenly jumped out of the cable suspension bridge, 1,000 feet out there. Sang Yuki failed again, but thinking that Yu Jiang would die, her original anxiety eased immediately, and she began to find a way to escape. At this time, his peripheral vision was discovered again. The young man who jumped off the suspension bridge took 2 steps in the air. Not only was it not too far, but it seemed that 17 was also entangled with him. Erorty. What's the use of that? Mick naturally knew that this was a martial art handed down by merchants. Although the body method of the merchant's family inheritance, although exquisite and unusual, it can't cross the sky, and in the case of not enough, it can reach the limit of flying back. Zhang. Just as Sang Yuki's thoughts flashed, Yu Jiang, who was in midair and calm, suddenly pulled out the Yu sword from his waist, tilted his arms, and stretched his arms to the wire rope 4 or 5 feet away. The 2 instruments on the body are easily deformed, and the vulgar power runs along the sword. The ends of the fish are bent like hooks on a cable. When Yu Jiang swayed in midair and jumped on the suspension bridge again, the people had reached the back of Sam and Chi. At the moment of landing, Yu Jiang's inner spirit swelled. The original female spirit was transformed into masculinity. The pliable Yu sword suddenly stretched out, piercing the air with a scream, and chopped down the back of the mulberry tree. Strange. At the same time, Sang Yaoqi's figure also landed on the suspension bridge, but there was no time to turn around. His sharp intention was to make his back sweat. Yu. Sang roared again, but this time he turned his back to Yu Jiang, eager to fight back. So he imitated Yu Jiang's tactics, grabbed the cable with one hand and tried to flip Yu Jiang's head. It is no surprise that Yu Jiang lost his sword. He didn't even launch another attack, but twisted his wrist and shot a lightning streak from his cuff, caught between his fingers. Thunder. A small amount of gas poured in, and the lightning streaks were activated. Countless thunderbolts erupted, rushing to the mulberry tree and the stranger, and the mulberry tree and the stranger grabbed the iron rope. Sang and Kyujuo suddenly burst out and immediately suppressed Lei Ting's face. But the cable holding the palm of his hand was a piece of linen, and he could no longer borrow electricity, so he had to fall on the suspension bridge again. But Yu Jiang is also vigilant and unusual. He is not a San Ryuoki who is confronting head-on, but a quick-form retreat, another distance, and he is still intercepting the strange Sang return on the road. Sang Kiwuyi, artistic conception master, has been defeated by this young generation again and again, and his heart is more vigorous. At this moment his eyes suddenly changed, and suddenly he turned around and collided with the fist that appeared quietly behind him. SHH, the song changed a lot from that strange face, and he suddenly found that his clenched fist suddenly appeared, and he couldn't leave for a while. Then, he saw a fantastic figure fly over the boxer's head and over his head as well. The figure looked clear and very slow, but when he fell behind, he had no chance to turn around. Boom! As if a knock on the door sounded on his back, it hit his heart. Sand's eyes suddenly burst into his, and his eyes suddenly lost all their charm. Request a collection, please recommend. Birds no. Jia Yun was naive but hesitated for a while. However, it was at this moment of hesitation that Jin Guanqiao died at the hands of Yu Jiang. At this moment of hesitation, Yuan Zhen and Yun Yifei rushed to the 1-3 suspension bridge one by one. When he realizes that he is not in good health, he shouts that Sam and Qi have returned. But when he saves the hopeless Qing and Tide, he wants to kill Yu Jiang in revenge. Unexpectedly, although Yu Jiang is only a small artistic conception, his talent is strange and difficult. Coupled with the martial arts charm that inspired Shang Zai to make his own wishes, he has experienced 2 or 3 rounds in the hands of Mulberry and Q. Although his artistic conception is very small, his ability is extremely nervous, and the charm of martial arts that motivates Shang Zai to make his own wishes has also gone through 2 or 3 rounds in his hands. But in the blink of an eye, there are only 2 or 3 bullets, and the life of the mulberry tree is no longer guaranteed. In the 3-story round town of the martial arts concept, the joint efforts with Wu Yijing and 2 Clouds, only the feeling and strangeness of martial arts and the first layer of mulberry trees, not even 2 steps in the hands of 2 people. It is not surprising that the mulberry tree fell to the ground. Yuan Zhen and Yun continued to charge forward without saying a word. Yu Jiang flew over from the flank, letting these 2 people fly past him. But at that moment, Yu Jiang giggled gloomily, feeling that his feet were sinking and his whole body was retreating. Yu Jiang hurriedly grabbed the rope-woven guardrail behind him. When he heard the voice, he saw that Jia Yundong just stood up with a pair of exaggerated large scissors. Jia Yundong clearly realized that he had made a mistake, and even the sandwich was not immune, so as soon as Yu Jiang entangled him, he began to cut the rope with the gold in his hand and strangled him. The inclination of the cable suspension bridge has no effect on Yuan Zhen and Yun Yifei, but it makes them rush to the top of Kaiyuan Mountain at a faster speed. Jia Yundong clearly realized that he had no chance to cut these 2 cables, stared at Yu Jiang coldly for a while, then turned around and ran away without hesitation. Okay, that's all for the introduction. Who's the first to come? As in the morning class, this time it was Hagrid's turn to ask the third-year Slytherin and Gryffindor. Looking at the dangerous Hippogriff, all the students took 2 steps back in unison, except Potter and Draco. Potter was a jerk because he didn't notice everyone backing away, and Draco was disdainful. He didn't think the Hippogriff could hurt him at all. Oh, very well, Harry. Draco, you are all brave. Which of you 2 comes first? Seeing that 2 students came forward in this class, Hagrid seemed extremely happy and couldn't help but praise. Harry was surprised to find that only Draco was left by his side. Like most people looking at the sharp beak and claws of the Hippogriff, Harry couldn't help swallowing, not knowing for a while whether he should go up or not. Just when he was hesitating, Draco, who was beside him, looked at him with contempt and said, "Let me come. After speaking, go straight ahead." As the saying goes, there is no gap without comparison. Compared with Draco's performance, Porter is obviously much more cowardly. Hagrid smacked his mouth twice, looking a little disappointed that Harry didn't come up the first time. "Very well, Malfoy, you want to." Before Hagrid could finish speaking, Draco simply ignored him and walked over. The degree of ignorance is the same as Augustus in the morning, worthy of being a cousin. Hold your head down 660, your arrogance is not worth mentioning before the Honorable Malfoy. Looking at the Hippogriff in front of him, Draco said arrogantly. Hearing Draco's words, a cold sweat broke out on Hagrid's forehead. Is this kid trying to die? The students in the back were also in an uproar. Obviously, he did not expect Draco to be so arrogant in front of such a dangerous magical creature as a hippogriff. Potter and Ron couldn't help but smile, obviously already prepared. Preparation for the Draco joke. Sure enough, feeling Draco's contemptuous gaze, the hippogriff called Buckbeak suddenly let out a low roar, and his front paws couldn't help digging twice on the ground, looking a little provoked. Although the aura on Draco was stronger than that of ordinary wizards, it was not strong enough to make him willingly surrender. This arrogant magical creature felt that his dignity had been violated, and the hostility in his eyes was already very obvious. Had it not been for Hagrid, he would have given the arrogant human wizard a paw long ago. Why do you want to do it? Well, I just want to see if it's the elemental type or the entity type. Draco said something inexplicable and pulled out his wand without any fear. As if in front of him was not a dangerous magical creature but a kitten and a puppy. His performance immediately attracted the attention of many girls. Draco was good-looking in the first place, but now his performance made him a little bit more different, and it made some girls secretly fall in love with him. The successive provocations made this hippogriff's winged beast completely angry, no longer caring about Hagrid's cry, jumping up. A flash of cold light flashed through its sharp front claws, and it grabbed it fiercely. Seeing this, the corners of Draco's mouth twitched into a cold arc. Hippogriff, he slaughtered one during the holidays last year. That was the last stage of Augustus's special training for him, a hippogriff made of wind elements, and at that time he was also at the risk of serious injury before beheading the opponent. However, compared to the powerful wind-type hippogriff, the one in front of him is obviously much weaker. Moreover, after a year of growth, he was much stronger at that time. A lot of obstacles. In an instant, Draco cast a delaying spell. After a lot of trials and tribulations, it directly slowed down the hippogriff's grasp to a snail's speed. It looked like a movie that was slowed down 10 times. Seeing this, Draco sneered and didn't panic, busy cast the next spell. In chains, immediately a blue light shot out from the tip of the wand, forming several waving cold iron chains in the air with frosty meanings on them, which can trap the enemy's actions while simultaneously freezing and ossifying. This trick was successfully improved under the guidance of Augustus, and it can be said that it is the most powerful existence in the binding spell. After being hit with such an improved spell, even if the hippogriff had a strong magic resistance, it was bound and unable to move for a while, and at the same time, its body was covered with cold psi ice and froze in place. The effect of the heavy obstacles disappeared at this time, and the hippogriff was completely controlled by Draco. Seeing this scene, the students couldn't help but gasped. When did Draco become so powerful? But thinking that Draco's cousin was Augustus, the students couldn't help but feel a little envious and understand. It's not too surprising to have such a powerful cousin to guide him. And Potter and Ron, who were planning to watch the show, almost bit off their jaws. This guy Malfoy, even a dangerous magical creature like a hippogriff, was so easily subdued. Seeing this scene, the two couldn't help laughing bitterly, and they knew that the days to come would be sad. After binding the hippogriff, Draco pointed at the magical creature with his wand and said coldly, "Submit or die." At this moment, this kid finally looks like the young master of the Malfoy family. Deeply realizing the power of this young wizard, the hippogriff couldn't help wailing, and then lowered its noble head. Seeing this, Draco smiled proudly and retracted the cold iron chain. Afterwards, he stepped forward and patted the hippogriff's head, and then glanced at Potter behind him provocatively. Because of the fact that he was bound by the cold iron chain, this hippogriff was temporarily unable to fly, and Draco did not force it and retreated. As soon as he returned to the students, this kid was warmly welcomed by the Slytherin little snakes, and the strong were naturally treated like the strong. Draco perfectly conquered a hippogriff, and the next one, of course, was Potter's turn. Hagrid looked at Potter expectantly. He was a little helpless now, and Augustus in the morning and a Malfoy in the afternoon. Neither of them took what he said before, which made him a little embarrassed. He now hopes that Harry can properly communicate with a hippogriff according to the process he described. Seeing Draco's perfect performance, with Potter's character, how could he be willing to admit defeat? So he didn't back down any longer, and under everyone's attention, he took a deep breath and walked up. "Let's change one," said Hagrid, pulling another one out of the hippogriff. Coincidentally, Hagrid's new lead happened to be the hippogriff named Cryster that Augustus had captured in the morning. Christ was obviously a little unhappy when he was taken out by Hagrid, but Hagrid just thought it was hungry, so he didn't think about it after throwing a piece of ferret meat to it. Potter naturally did not have the strength of Draco, so he could only conduct the communication ceremony under Hagrid's guidance. "Harry, bow, yes, that's it." Hagrid watched happily as Harry followed his instructions, bending over to the hippogriff Christ. However, to his surprise, Christ didn't follow his script. Seeing the sudden change in front of them, the students all covered their mouths in fright. Hippogriff, although it is a magical creature, it has many horse habits. In the morning, this hippogriff named Christ was completely subdued by Augustus and rode it. For Christ, it was equivalent to becoming Augustus' mount. Would the arrogant magical creature, the hippogriff, be someone else's mount, and would it offend others? Obviously not. What's more, the person who thinks this way is still a young wizard with weak bean and toothpick. If it wasn't for Hagrid's face, Christ wouldn't even want to come out. However, this weak human wizard was still ruthless, and insisted on violating her pride, which completely angered Christ. Without any sign with a paw, he grabbed the Potter who had lowered his head. When the students behind saw this scene, they all exclaimed in a low voice, "When did Potter's hatred become so high? Can he be caught even bowing 660? Hagrid, who was still smiling, suddenly turned pale. As a breeder, how could he not know the attack power of the hippogriff? If this claws were caught on his head, Harry's head would probably turn into tofu. In desperation, Hagrid stepped on his feet and the blood of the half-giant in his body emerged. Fortunately, he was relatively close to Potter, and he just pushed Potter out before his claws caught it. Even so, Potter was still affected by the fierce claw storm, and 3 deep claw prints instantly burst out on his face, which were very conspicuous. After Hagrid rescued Potter, the Hippogriff Christ snorted and snorted twice, returning to the Hippogriff herd. Looking at Christ, who walked away directly, and Potter, who covered his face and screamed in pain, Hagrid was stunned for a while. What was the situation? After the scene was quiet for 2 seconds, under the leadership of Draco, everyone burst into laughter, not knowing whether they were laughing at Potter or Hagrid. Potter, it seems that your bow looks more like a mockery. Even the Hippogriff can't stand it. Draco looked at Potter, who was still lying on the ground, and said mockingly, "It's just that Potter is still in pain and can't help himself, and he doesn't even bother to talk back. Yeah, it's not uncommon for even a Dementor to stun you." 35. Draco laughed and sneered again, and led the Slytherin people away directly. It can be seen from Potter's end that Hagrid's class has no meaning to continue. Are they going to go over and bow like the big nerd Potter did and get slapped by a hippogriff? What a joke. Everyone who saw Slytherin had left, and the students of Gryffindor hesitated for a moment before leaving one after another. No one wants to be clawed by a hippogriff. Potter almost had his head blooming just now, didn't he? In the end, only Ron was left standing there awkwardly. In fact, he also wanted to leave but was called down by Hagrid and asked him to send Potter to the medical wing. When Hermione came over with the time turner, she found that everyone was already dead, so in desperation, he had to go back the same way. Just when Hermione returned to the castle lawn, she suddenly bumped into someone's arms. What? Hermione couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice, but after feeling the familiar aura, she suddenly hugged each other in surprise. Who else is it not Augustus? Baby, you can't use this too many times. You have to rest well in the next few days. Don't use it again. I will keep it for you for a few days. Quality. Lifting the time turner between Hermione's neck, Augustus said seriously. He was really concerned about Hermione, and he could feel that the girl had become agitated recently. Her beautiful face was full of tiredness, and the side effects of the time shifter had begun to show. No buts. Augustus pinned the girl to the corner and blocked her protest with a domineering kiss. Finally, when Augustus left, he already had a time converter in his hand. He wanted to let Hermione rest for a few days, and also wanted to take this opportunity to study the mystery of this time converter. A few days later, when Augustus returned the time turner to Hermione, the girl had almost recovered. But he couldn't help but remind, don't overuse it, use it at most once a day, otherwise the consequences will be serious, it will overdraw your future time. If you don't want to become an old woman in your 30s or 40s, just listen my words. 99. Hermione wanted to use it a few more times, but when she heard Augustus' words, she opened her mouth in surprise. Becoming an old woman in your 30s or 40s? OMG, this is unbearable for any girl, especially beautiful girls. No matter how much Hermione loved learning, she couldn't possibly be willing to pay such a price. In desperation, the girl nodded just once a day. Thinking of her previous crazy actions, Hermione was suddenly afraid. If there was no reminder from Augustus, the consequences would have been serious, and it would be too late to regret it. Feeling Augustus' concern, the girl couldn't help but offer a sweet kiss. Before leaving, Augustus said something in Hermione's ear, which immediately made the girl who was eager to go to class blushed and gave him a sullen look. As for what Augustus said, only he knows. After researching the time turner, to be honest, Augustus was a little disappointed, because the magic item with such an awesome name was actually not as powerful as he imagined. However, the research of the past few days is not in vain. At least he has fully understood the function of this small prop. First of all, the time converter is one way. It can only let the user go back to the past, but cannot go to the future. Second, the time it can control is also very limited, exactly 12 hours, which is in line with its body as a pocket watch. With each rotation, the time goes back 1 hour. If you want to go back to a precise time period, then you have to practice the kung fu on the fingertips. Thirdly, and most importantly, the user cannot use it to change the established fact. Anything that has happened will inevitably happen, and no matter how the user intends to change it, it will never succeed under the influence of causality. Augustus had already tried this once, and the result of the experiment convinced him that if even he couldn't bend this rule, no one else in the world could. In addition to this, the time converter has a little side effect, since going back to the past doesn't really give you extra time, so you are actually overdrawing your future time. This kind of behavior is very energy intensive. If you can't take a good rest and use it too many times, it will cause the user's mental breakdown and eventually lead to 2.8 crazy. Of course, the research wasn't completely fruitless, otherwise Augustus wouldn't have been just slightly disappointed. After all, this little prop is actually powerless for important matters except for learning or perjury. As a result of traveling through time many times, Augustus experienced the feeling of being in the flow of time very comfortably, and let his soul and body remember this feeling very well. In this torrent of time that was flying backwards, Augustus successfully touched the threshold of time rules by virtue of his writing wheel eye and his powerful soul perception. Although it is only a threshold, Augustus is very satisfied. He believes that this small seed will gradually take root and sprout, and finally grow into a towering tree. He is looking forward to how amazing the effect will be when space freeze and time freeze are used together. There were a lot of things during the school year, and it was time for the defense against the dark arts class in a blink of an eye. To be honest, this class was the most satisfying class for the students. Since the first-year professor was hospitalized due to an accident, the second-year professor Quirrell, Lockhart in the third grade, is more useless than the other. Especially in Lockhart's year, it is like turning defense class into a book club, and it is the kind of reading novels. Although Lupin's clothes are shabby and he looks a little haggard, he still has real skills. At least he will tell you some knowledge that is not in books, which is inconspicuous but very useful. So far they have come into contact with dark creatures such as red hats, salamanders, etc., and today's class is no exception. The 5th grade students were led by Lupin into a classroom, a long, pain-paned room full of old and broken stools, with one foot standing in the corner. Holding a large wardrobe, it was rattling at this time. By the way, this class is Slytherin and Gryffindor together. Okay, you must have heard from the lower grades. What are we going to face in this class? Lupin said with a smile. After listening to his words, the surrounding students snickered. The news that Snape appeared in the defense against the dark arts class in a women's robe and a leather bag had already spread throughout the school, and it was not easy for them even if they didn't know it. Of course, there are many other things to watch. Ron's boggart turned into Augustus. Although the former strongly denied it, everyone knew how scared he was of Augustus. Now that it's my turn to take this class, I don't know if anything interesting will happen. That's right, we're dealing with a boggart today. A shape-shifting creature that sees through your heart and becomes what you fear the most. The spell against boggart is funny. The spell make boggart what you think is the funniest. And the more people there are, the better boggart will be able to deal with because he doesn't know what to become, and what really kills boggart is laughter. Lupin added, boggart is a rare monster, and it took me a lot of effort to get another one, so in order to allow more people to try it, we should not destroy it at the beginning. Good, he glanced at Augustus and clearly understood that this genius of the Black family had extraordinary strength. With some anxiety and excitement, everyone started to try their own way. The first one was Horn. He was facing the wardrobe alone. He looked calm, but he was actually a little empty, but he had already rolled up his sleeves and raised his wand. Look, I'm going to count to 3. Lupin pointed his wand at the handle of the closet and 1, 2, 3, out. The end of Lupin's wand slammed and the wardrobe cracked open. A vampire dressed in black flew out, pale, and pounced towards Horn with his sharp fangs. For a split second, Horn seemed to want to run, but he got over it. Because he knew that if he ran away in front of so many people, especially Augustus, the consequences would not be very good. Funny, he exclaimed. With a puff, the vampire suddenly put on a huge brace covering half of its face, looking extremely ridiculous. Then the struggling vampire came to a girl named Mary Gryffindor. Bang. Then the vampire turned into a huge cobra. Looking at its size, it was 7 or 8 meters long. The huge cobra spit out a letter, and its sharp fangs glowed with a purple-black luster. At a glance, it was known that it would die if touched. The cobra kept making aggressive gestures to intimidate the Gryffindor girl. Funny, Mary shouted, worthy of being a Gryffindor girl, looking a little scared but calm. Under the spell, the terrifying giant cobra suddenly twisted into a cute little white dog, then bit its own tail and started to circle in place, looking very funny. Okay, next, Alice. Lupin nodded with a smile, looking satisfied. MJU4NDA20C3 Autumn Furrend MWMDCZ OJ equals. Alice, who was named, came to the front of the eyeball. She took a deep breath and waited for boggart to change. Then boggart took on the form of Augustus. With dark and deep pupils, a handsome face, and a slender figure, 2 Augustus appeared in the classroom at the same time. Wow, it's Augustus. Everyone in the room began to whisper, and it was unexpected that Alice was most afraid of Augustus. Did the genius of Slytherin do something bad to this beautiful girl? I saw that Augustus in front of Alice raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Yes, I know what you are most worried about. You are right, I don't like you at all." Enough, Augustus stepped in front of Alice. He was speechless, and he didn't expect this to be what Alice was most afraid of. In any case, before this boggart speaks more outrageous words with his appearance, it must be stopped. After Augustus stood in front of Alice, bang, boggart transformed again, but this time it kept twisting, but it couldn't complete the transformation. Augustus was not surprised by this. A weak boggart would be a ghost if he could see through his fears. But looking at this interesting magical creature, Augustus was a little curious. What was he most afraid of? Out of curiosity, he slowly let go of occlumency and mental shielding. Then Boggart finally completed the transformation. In the picture, Augustus is sitting on a luxurious and cold platinum throne, with hundreds of millions of creatures under his feet. On the magnificent earth, these creatures are constantly doing pilgrimage postures and they look full of awe. Augustus stared at the common people under his feet with icy eyes, like the supreme king of this world. Everyone wang stared at this picture. They really didn't understand what Augustus was afraid of. Shouldn't this kind of scene be what every strong man yearns for? Only Augustus himself knew what he was afraid of. There was a hero who once said this: "When I stood on the top of the mountain, I realized that there was no one around." What Augustus was afraid of was loneliness. He yearned for the throne on the top of the gods, but he didn't want to lose everything he cherished on this rough and bumpy road. After seeing everything in the picture, Augustus stretched out his hand and waved. Suddenly, this magnificent scene disappeared, and Boggart appeared again as if he didn't know what to change. What was Augustus afraid of? I don't know, I don't understand. The students were all murmuring and confused. Only Lupin gave Augustus a meaningful look. On Friday night, Augustus took Hermione to the 8th floor. Then, under Hermione's surprised eyes, the room of requirement was opened. "What is this place?" Hermione exclaimed, looking around. "The room of requirement, a magical place." Augustus pulled the girl and sat down on the luxurious sofa. There are soft chairs, ottomans, drinks and books, and a pile of bulging cushions. The candles shine like day, seems like a cozy home, not a place to practice spells. There was also a vinyl record player on the table next to it. Hermione has been entangled with Augustus since the last time she was interrupted by Augustus. The girl knew that Augustus's level was no less than that of a professor. With such a teacher who could not only solve the pain of lovesickness but also give advice, he would take less classes. Nothing at all. Although Augustus was a little speechless, he did not refuse. He thought that Hermione was too busy before and didn't even have time to date with him. Now it just suits his heart. The only regret is that the time to spend with Penello has changed. Not enough. Sitting on the sofa, Augustus and little Hermione teased for a while before they remembered the business. "Let's get started and teach you a new spell today." "Dear Professor, what are you going to teach me in this class?" Looking at the extraordinary and handsome Augustus in front of her, Hermione pursed her lips and smiled and said playfully, "The Patronus charm." Augustus hooked the girl's chin and said with a smile, "The one you used on the train." Hermione's eyes lit up. She also saw the gorgeous silver-white phoenix at that time, and it directly dispelled all the dementors on the entire train. It was too powerful. "Well, that's right." After Augustus replied, he began to explain the principle of the Patronus charm to Hermione. The Patronus is something that wards off dementors, a kind of escort that acts as a shield between the caster and the dementors. Vase. It's a positive force, and what it advocates is what the dementor feeds on: hope, happiness, the desire to live. But it can't despair like a real person, so a dementor can't hurt it. Hearing Augustus' introduction, Hermione nodded thoughtfully. Seeing this, Augustus also knew that the introduction was still a bit abstract, so he raised his wand and whispered, "God guard." As the magic power surged, many blue glare appeared on the silver wand, and these lights gradually intertwined to form a silver phoenix hovering above the room. What the Patronus advocates is happiness and light and the hope of living. Each Patronus is unique, because each person's character and inner world are different, and the emotions expressed are also different. The spell to summon the Patronus is calling the Guardian. This spell only works when you are concentrating, so when summoning the Guardian you must do your best to recall a happy event. Augustus hugged Hermione, the patron saint of the Phoenix, who was looking at him in amazement, and continued. "To be honest, the current environment is already very suitable. No dementors, no enemies, the environment is comfortable. I just hope to say hello to your Patronus tonight," Augustus finally said playfully. With Augustus' guidance and company, although Hermione did not complete the casting of the Patronus charm all at once, after practicing a few more times, she has already cast it in a good way. "God guard." In another call, a blue glare flashed, and a lovely creature appeared in front of Hermione, a smart and dexterous otter. Seeing this blue translucent little otter intertwined with light, Augustus suddenly chuckled and nodded, causing Hermione to laugh. "Ask for flowers." The girl Jiao gave him a shy look. Her face was red, because the reason why she was able to summon this little otter just now was the memory of being with Augustus. "To celebrate you learned the Patronus charm, let's have a drink." 35. While Hermione was teasing his patron saint, the otter, Augustus had conjured a bottle of red wine that looked some years old from nowhere, and said to Hermione, maybe it was due to the romantic atmosphere, or maybe it was due to the refreshing aroma after Augustus opened the red wine. Hermione, who had never experienced the taste of red wine, nodded slightly and leaned against Augustus. Point 0. Seeing the girl's docile appearance, the corners of Augustus' mouth twitched. This bottle of red wine is very valuable. It was brewed by magic process and it has been cellared for a long time. The taste is by no means comparable to ordinary red wine. Hermione first sniffed with her nose, then took a careful sip. Suddenly, a slight coolness flowed into her mouth with a hint of warm night body, and then a mellow fragrance bloomed on the taste buds with a creeping feeling. The sweetness of Portugal and the taste of wine that girls have never experienced, in short, are very intoxicating. Looking at the appearance of little Hermione, Augustus also smiled and took a sip. The two chatted and drank expensive red wine, and the atmosphere gradually changed. Although she was already a little drunk, Hermione still retained a hint of sobriety. "Senior, you have a girlfriend, we can't do this." "In my heart, you are my girlfriend too." Augustus blocked Hermione's words with a domineering answer and then started the work skillfully. The next day, when Augustus brought Hermione, who had some inconvenience to walking, to the door of the Gryffindor lounge, he found that there were a lot of people blocked. "Please let me go." A Gryffindor prefect's voice came, followed by a commotion in the crowd, and then came the nervous voice of the prefect. "Get someone to invite Professor McGonagall and Headmaster Dumbledore." People turned around and the last person stood on tiptoe. "It seems that something interesting happened in your dormitory. You went directly to call that old Dumbledore guy. He really likes to make trouble. Could it be that the Weasley twins have invented something new?" Augustus, with a smile in his pupils, he said to Hermione, "It seems that the matter is very serious, otherwise there is no need to invite Dumbledore." Hermione glanced at Augustus and looked at the crowd with some doubts. "What's the matter?" Jinny asked from behind, who had just arrived. Although Jinny behaved normally, looking at Augustus was different from looking at other people. "I don't know." Hermione still didn't know that Jinny was already the little maid trained by Augustus. After a while, Dumbledore arrived and he hurried to the portrait. The Gryffindor house students huddled together to let him pass, trying to see where the trouble was. The crowd began to part and Augustus finally saw what was going on. "Oh my God," Hermione exclaimed, clutching Augustus' arm. "I saw that the fat lady had disappeared from the portrait. The portrait had been maliciously vandalized. Fragments fell on the ground everywhere, and the large canvas had been completely torn from the frame." Dumbledore glanced quickly at the damaged painting. "Professor McGonagall, please go to Filch at once and tell him to look for the fat lady on every painting in the castle. It's really a masterpiece. Who is it that the great god has performed such art and made this painting so tastefully?" At this time, Augustus' younger cousin Draco appeared out of nowhere. Looking at the dilapidated portrait mockingly down, the surrounding Gryffindor students all glared at him, but after showing extraordinary strength in the protection class of magical animals last time, no one dared to trouble him. But soon the kid noticed Augustus not far away. He closed his mouth and walked over with a smirk. "I don't think it's like what the students did. No matter which academy they are, they won't be so bored that they take a portrait and operate it. They should be people outside the school." 33 Hermione reasoned briefly. "It is not ruled out that they are outsiders, but there are a large number of dementors stationed around the school. It is hard to imagine that someone can sneak into the school to commit crimes. Even if they do sneak in, is it just to destroy a useless portrait?" Jinny asked a key point. "Yeah, who would be bored enough to sneak through the dementors and sneak into Hogwarts, wandering around the complex castle, just to find a portrait of the fat lady and destroy it? Is it the school days? Forged a deep hatred with Mrs. Fat that is difficult to clear up, and sharpened a sword for 10 years just for revenge?" Draco, who couldn't hold back, interjected. "You'll be lucky," came a voice from above the stairs. It was Peeves teasing people, jumping over the heads of the crowd, looking very happy, seeing the destruction and sadness that he always did. He was so cheerful, obviously, that he didn't notice Augustus in the crowd for the first time. "What do you mean, Peeves?" asked Dumbledore calmly. Hearing Dumbledore's voice, Peeves' smirk subsided a little. He dared not laugh at Dumbledore, so it turned to a slick tone. "I'm sorry, Mr. Principal, she doesn't want to be seen. Because she's been messed up. I saw her running past the 5th-floor landscape painting, hiding among the trees, crying and saying terrible things." The ghost said happily. "Poor thing," he added, but he didn't mean to pity others at all. "Did she say who did it?" Dumbledore asked quietly. "Oh, that's it, Professor Chief," said Peeves, as though holding a big bomb in his arms. "She wouldn't let a guy who sneaked in, so that guy was very annoyed, you know." Peeves somersaults in the air, grinning at Dumbledore from between his own legs. He had a bad temper, this Sirius Black. The name caused a commotion in the crowd, just like a cold snap, and many students shivered inexplicably. Sure enough, at this time, on a portrait on the 5th floor, the fat woman showed half of her head. "Dear fat lady, who did this to you?" asked Dumbledore, taking a deep breath. His eyes were as terrifying as a demon, and his soul was as dark as his people. "Yes, headmaster, that's who they say he's in this castle, Sirius Black. Hearing the fat lady's words, the students finally gasped. The Ministry of Magic was looking for a criminal who had not been found for a month or two, Sirius Black, who even ran to Hogwarts and was in the same castle as them. Shudder just thinking about it. Dumbledore's expression instantly turned ugly. F*** block the entire castle and bring all the students to the hall. It was obvious that old Deng was anxious. 10 minutes later, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, and other students from the 660th Academy also came, and these students were all confused. All the gates of Hogwarts were blocked, and dozens of latches were closed. Judging from this posture, it seemed that a large army was about to attack the city. The students thought Dumbledore was on guard against Sirius, and only Augustus knew what the old fellow was worried about. Doesn't Sirius in the castle give the Dementors outside the chance to search the interior of Hogwarts? Once those Dementors poured in, it was hard to imagine what kind of impact it would have on the students. If things really developed to that point, the parents of the students would definitely protest directly afterwards and bring Dumbledore down, even if he still held the title of the greatest white wizard of the century. Never underestimate the heart of parents to protect their children. Old Deng was aware of the consequences and took the highest level of vigilance. Every door was tightly blocked to prevent Dementors from entering. After doing this under Dumbledore's instructions, all the professors began to search all places in the castle, looking for the trace of Sirius. However, in Augustus' view, this is all in vain. Since they have the courage to tear up the portrait, they are not afraid of your search, okay? Besides, the Black family, even if they are traitors, cannot be easily caught by others. In fact, just as Augustus thought, Dumbledore and the professors almost turned Hogwarts Castle upside down that night and could not find any trace of Sirius. The ghost portraits of the whole school, the professors and prefects have all activated, and there are hundreds of Dementors outside. After such a large-scale search, they still failed to catch Sirius. Even an animagus is indeed not easy. Augustus closed his eyes slightly, and his long black hair was slightly messy in the breeze. Only he knew how profound the Black family's heritage was. After Sirius sneaked into the castle and caused a commotion, the following period of time was quite calm, because Hogwarts' garrison strength was raised to a new level. In the leisurely time, the Quidditch competition of the first season of this semester began again. This time because of Slytherin's application, the first duel was Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. As for why Augustus applied to let Gryffindor and Hufflepuff face off first, the reason was very simple: it was raining outside. He hated playing Quidditch in this weather, so he applied to let the other two teams play first. As the defending champion, he does have the right to 660. Augustus is also quite familiar with Hufflepuff's new captain and seeker Cedric. Not to mention that the two are at the same level, Cedric's performance was quite remarkable in the last duel club as his opponent. Point, if it hadn't met him, there would be very few estimates that this school could really beat Diggory in a duel. And Diggory's character is not bad. Although he lost in the hands of Augustus last time, he didn't have any grudges because of it. Instead, he really wanted to make friends with Augustus. Although Augustus was not very enthusiastic about it, the friendship still a little. It was a stormy day, and the teachers and students of the school came out as usual to watch the game. They ran across the lawn to the Quidditch pitch, keeping their heads down to resist the strong wind. Because halfway along the way, their umbrellas were blown from their hands by the wind. Augustus didn't want to come, but was pulled over by little Hermione, who was on holiday because of the Quidditch match. The wind was blowing so hard that the players staggered as they walked to the field. Amid the rumble of thunder, even when the audience cheered for them, they couldn't hear it. It has to be said that these people are also crazy for the competition in this weather with howling winds, lightning, and thunder. According to Augustus, as long as the seeker flies a little higher, there is a high chance of becoming a lightning skewer. The Hufflepuffs approached them from across the court in canary yellow robes. The captains of the two sides stepped forward and shook hands. Diggory smiled at Wood, but Wood looked as if he was suffering from trismus and he just nodded. Harry saw Mrs. Hooch's mouth. "Get on the broom." He pulled his right foot out of the mud and stepped onto the Nimbus 2000. Mrs. Hooch put the whistle to her mouth and blew it hard, making a sharp whistle that sounded from a distance, and the game began. The sky was densely filled with the figures of the players. The players of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff came and went, and countless shadow-like figures were fighting each other under the sky shrouded in dark clouds. The sky was getting darker, as if the night had decided to come early. Now everyone is soaking wet and the rain is so dense that it is impossible to see clearly. Augustus hugged little Hermione, but his body was very dry, and there seemed to be a transparent barrier above his head, separating the rain. At this time, Mrs. Hooch's whistle blew with the first lightning. "What happened?" Hermione looked suspiciously at the players who landed. Grand Psi Fender called for a pause. Augustus looked at the thundering clouds above, his eyes seemed to penetrate the fog and saw something. Hermione leaned in Augustus's arms and watched the situation on the field. The wind and rain were getting faster and faster, and a biting chill hit, and the entire Quidditch pitch was shrouded in darkness. Many people smelled an unusual and dangerous atmosphere, and it seemed that some darkness was approaching. The game started again. Harry and Cedric swept around in the sky. Gryffindor seemed to have an advantage, already 50 points ahead, but if Diggory found the golden snitch, the game might be reversed in an instant, so until the last moment, no one knows what the outcome will be. There was a thunder in the sky, followed by a fork of lightning. In a thunderstorm, these Quidditch players are indeed at greater risk. If the game is not finished as soon as possible, it is really unwise to play in such severe weather. The referee Mrs. Hooch has already watched the weather from time to time and prepared to end the race at any time. The golden snitch seems to have appeared, Hermione, who had been paying attention, said happily to Augustus. Following the direction of the girl's finger, Augustus saw a touch of golden dots, and the thunder and lightning fell on the field continuously. Harry panicked and covered his entire body. Lying on the broomstick, he spun toward the golden snitch. Many spectators also seemed to have noticed the unusualness of the two seekers. Their eyes were all condensed on the two of them under the darkness of the night. The decisive moment was coming, and the atmosphere was a little tense for a while. However, something strange happened. There was a timid silence in the terraces around the track. The wind, though still as strong as before, forgot to roar as if someone had turned it off, and a chill that went deep into the ground filled the pitch, and the air of the pitch was filled with chills. On the other side, a deep tide of jet black was surging. "What is that?" Hermione pointed at the dark shadows in the dark with some uncertainty. A cold and dark feeling came from the shadows. Hidden in the darkness, it seemed to be full of sin. Hateful source of fear. The smiles on people's faces gradually faded, and at this moment a blue streamer bloomed from Augustus. A warm feeling emanated from Augustus, and the blue streamer surrounded Augustus like the sun in winter. The darkness and coldness in the stands were gradually expelled, and a warm current filled the surrounding air. Hermione, who was still feeling a little uncomfortable because of the dark aura coming from the shadow, suddenly couldn't help but hug Augustus with her backhand. "It's a Dementor." After recovering in Augustus's arms, Hermione thought for a moment and knew what the black shadow in the clouds was. Augustus nodded, looking at the Dementors in the clouds with a cold gaze. Most of the Hogwarts students gathered in the Quidditch field. Originally, the students were all in the castle, and these Dementors were powerless, but now it is different. These students are like a group of little lambs exposed to them. If it weren't for the orders of the Ministry of Magic and the strong aura below, these Dementors would have swooped down to enjoy a big meal. Just when these Dementors were drooling over the clouds, daring to make a move. This idiot Harry, in order to chase the snitch, even rushed up to the clouds and brought them to their lips. It's true that the student Dementors below still have some scruples, but now that there is one delivered to the door, will they still be polite? The Dementors, who had endured for a long time, were about to explode, and when they saw Potter rushing up, they immediately rushed forward as if a hungry wolf met a fat sheep. Then, Potter fell straight from the sky 2,000 feet high. The appearance of Potter made the desires of the Dementors have an outlet, and they became more restless. At this moment, these hungry and thirsty monsters smelled a trace of hatred. The sorcerer who killed many of their comrades right down there. The blue streamer of Augustus unabashedly released an aura that made them fear and hate. The Dementor, who was already unbearable, has now completely rioted, no longer considering any orders from the Ministry of Magic, wrapped in wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, and the breath of ice, swooping down towards the Quidditch stand. Augustus looked up at the sky with disgust in his eyes. At least 100 Dementors rushed down from the clouds. Their faces hidden under the hood kept creating an aura of cold and darkness. Potter in the sky fell directly from the broom, like a kite with a broken string. His thin body accelerated in the wind, and there was an exclamation from the stand. On the other end of the stand, Dumbledore waved his wand, and a huge invisible palm appeared in the air, held Harry's body steadily, and slowly placed it on the open space of the stadium. Dumbledore's expression darkened completely at this time. He really didn't expect these Dementors to be so presumptuous. Augustus didn't want to shoot because he wanted to see how Dumbledore would clean up the mess. But now these Dementors have made him their target, and it seems that they want to avenge those Dementors who died before. Looks like the last lesson on the train hasn't helped you remember something. A cold, murderous intent flashed in Augustus' eyes. After coming to this world, it was the first time someone dared to challenge his patience again and again. This group of Dementors had offended him for the third time. Augustus doesn't want to see how Dumbledore makes a fool of himself now. He just wants to teach these Dementors an unforgettable lesson. Countless shadows swooped down from the clouds, and the platform was exclaimed. Everyone was terrified by the scene in front of them. No one thought that the Dementors would dare to invade the Quidditch arena. As the direction of the Dementors' primary target, Hermione couldn't help burying her head in Augustus's arms, her body trembling slightly. This was the first time the girl faced such an overwhelming darkness. Augustus put one arm around Hermione and drew his wand in the other, his long black hair ruffled by the howling wind, and a mysterious scarlet flashed in his pupils. As the silver magic wand was swung, a light that cut through the sky suddenly flashed, and a huge magic circle appeared in the sky. "Turn it up." The teachers and students in the auditorium stared dumbfounded at the vision that appeared in the sky, and an inexplicable power instantly dominated the sky. With the rotation of the magic circle, the sky and the earth brightened, and even the wind, rain, and dense fog could not interfere. It was as if a hole had been torn between the heaven and the earth, and a powerful aura of destruction enveloped the entire arena. The Dementors wandered back and forth in the wind and rain with some uneasiness. This breath made them feel fearful. A large number of Dementors seemed to have an intention to leave and began to flee to the outside of the arena. "Want to go?" Augustus sneered. "Isn't it too late?" The silver wand pointed to the sky, and a crystal line connected to the huge disk in the sky. The magic circle stopped rotating, and countless dark flame runes suddenly poured down from the magic circle, like a black flame meteor, countless like raindrops. The black flame runes smashed into the Dementors. The Dementors touched by the black flames are like ice crystals that meet the flames, melting in the torrential rain, and wails are heard everywhere. Asterisk. In less than 10 seconds, at least nearly half of the Dementors completely melted into the rain curtain of black flames. The mass attack type destruction flame meteor shower can destroy most of the Dementors in one fell swoop. The effect is quite good. A cold smile appeared on Augustus' face and he waved his hand. Everything is back to normal. For the rest, there were only the teachers and students who were at a loss, and the Quidditch players who had long been sluggish from watching the black fire rain from close range. Cedric was indeed a competent seeker. Even at the very moment when the sky was occupied by the magic circle, he had already taken the opportunity to find the golden snitch and won the game in one fell swoop. Many people are thinking that if Augustus had been born decades earlier, perhaps the wizarding world would no longer be in the era of Dumbledore and Voldemort. Geniuses can't hide their brilliance in any era. For these people, maybe not in the same era, even their luck is also sad. The existence of meteorites will only become more beautiful and bright when they collide and intersect. There will be no two suns in the sky. The king does not see the king. Maybe this is fate. Perhaps he had already been tempered by Augustus' thunder roar when he was in the Duel Club. But this time, the fire of destruction ban did not interfere with Cedric's professionalism as a seeker. It was also the first time that people felt the divine breath from black magic. In the hearts of many onlookers, when magic rises to the point where it stirs the laws of the world and represents absolute punishment, it is no longer something that can be done simply by waving a magic wand. The magic of magic should probably only exist in the records of books. When it shows its fangs, everyone can only look at it, and as mortals who look up to the truth, they are amazed and praised. Mrs. Hooch came out of the shock and blew the whistle in a trance. And in this era, no one can compete with Augustus. This is magic. Then what did I learn in school? Ron stood on the stand, looking at the sky blankly and muttered with a dull expression. Even though he has long been accustomed to the power of Augustus, under the power of the powerful black magic that has caused the vision of heaven and earth, and exists with fire, rain, and destruction, he has fallen into a deep trembling, and he feels for his previous actions. It's ridiculous. Maybe as long as Augustus is willing, he can be crushed into pieces by throwing a spell. Augustus put a forbidden book of the mystery of time on the bed and walked into the luxurious bathroom. Inside, a candlelit crystal chandelier casts a warm, soft light into the room, and everything is made of snow-white marble, including the sunken tub in the middle, which resembles a rectangular swimming pool. There are about a dozen silver faucets on the edge of the bathtub, and each faucet has a gem of a different color on the handle. There is also a diving board, snow-white linen curtains hung on the windows. A large pile of fluffy white towels lay in a corner, and on the wall hung only a large mirror set in a gilded frame. There is a small door next to the mirror, and inside is the toilet. This is a bathroom made exclusively by Augustus, a hedonist who doesn't feel wronged at all. Normally, this is where he and the girl bathe together, but now it is used for another purpose. Augustus turned on several taps which spewed various bubble baths mixed with hot water. One spewed pink and blue bubbles the size of footballs. The other spewed crystal clear, dense, and thick bubbles. The third faucet spews a fragrant purple mist, which pervades the 17-water surface. In a blink of an eye, the deep bath was filled with hot water, foam, and bubbles, such a big bath filling up so quickly. Since this semester, he has been studying the fusion of magic and chakra, but unfortunately the progress has not been very smooth. Some of his needs have become very strong due to a small problem due to the fusion. Although Augustus doesn't mind this, it's not a solution to keep going like this, because Penelo has mentioned it many times, and every time he spends the night with Augustus, the girl has to rest in bed for a whole day to recover. This medicated bath was researched by him summarizing the knowledge of potions. It can not only eliminate this side effect, but also play a certain role in promoting the fusion of magic and chakra. It looks like it's just a bath, but the cost has come to an astonishing level. Most of the medicinal herbs in the medicinal bath are rare items, which can only be bought on the black market. The total medicinal herbs are added together, and a medicinal bath will cost more than 10,000 galleons. This is in the opinion of other wizards. It was unimaginable that even Voldemort couldn't take such a bath. To know that ordinary wizards spend less than 10,000 galleons in their entire lives, and Augustus spends more than their entire life in a medicinal bath, it is really incredible. But that's not much to Augustus' deep pockets. His channel of making money is now on the right track. Whether it is the magic alchemy shop in Diagon Alley, the violent potion sold by Bogenbach, or the magic potion that Lucius represents, it is a daily business that earns money every day. The money earned for Augustus is simply unimaginable for normal people. It is no exaggeration to say that Augustus is now the richest man in the British wizarding world. Coupled with the savings of the Black family, the inheritance of the Salazar family, etc. Even if Augustus took such a medicinal bath once a day, his money would still not be spent in his life. Lying in the luxurious bath, Augustus felt the slow fusion of the two energies in his body under the action of the medicinal bath, thinking of something in his heart. The writing wheel has returned to the eternal kaleidoscope. The law of space has been realized to the extent of opening up space. The law of time has been realized to be able to display space solidification, and the magic power and chakra have been initially integrated. If all these are achieved, then his strength will be stable. Step into the super film level and even reach the peak of the super film level. At that time, he only needs an opportunity to be promoted to the quasi-sixth level. At that time, nothing in this world can stop him. Next semester is when the Goblet of Fire is about to open, and his plan will be officially launched. Maybe this will be the calmest holiday before the storm. Augustus' dark eyes seem to have passed through the torrent of time, seeing the changes in this world in the near future. Wizards, muggles, dark magic, just let me change that. A week before the end of the first half of the term, the sky suddenly cleared, showing a dazzling white color, and the muddy grounds were covered with a bright frost one morning. Inside the castle, there is a Christmas atmosphere everywhere. Charms teacher Professor Flitwick has decorated his classroom with shimmering light sources that are actually little fairies that keep flapping their wings. The students are happily discussing vacation plans. This holiday, Augustus is going to stay in school. Ever since he realized a trace of the law of time through the time switch, he has been very concerned about this matter. There are many secrets in the Hogwarts library, especially in the Forbidden area. So far, Augustus has found a lot of records about time converters, and some of them will benefit him a lot. In order to take this opportunity to get more receipts, he plans to turn over all the books on this subject in the Forbidden Book area during this winter vacation. Penelo's parents had already sent a letter asking their daughter to go back to spend Christmas together. So did Hermione, only Luna didn't go back. Mr. Lovegood left a letter and didn't know where to go to find inspiration for the naysayer. Augustus is ready to spend Christmas with Luna. Senior, can I really go to Hogsmeade? Stepping on the white snow, Luna, who was wearing deer boots, was held by Augustus and asked again. The girl seemed a little excited and uncertain because she was only in the second grade and had not yet reached the level of going to Hogsmeade. Require. Of course, no one will stop my little princess, Augustus said with a smile. 663, just when little Luna was still a little nervous and wanted to ask something, Augustus had already put his arms around her waist and disappeared in place in a burst of sparks. It's too low to use an invisibility cloak or to walk in the tunnel. How simple and handsome it is to use the fire to pass directly. This guy, now he's getting more and more proficient at picking up girls with fire. Hogsmeade Village, at the edge of a place Augustus hugged Luna, appeared in the snow. There were still quite a few snowflakes in the sky, surrounded by ancient pine trees, covered with ice. It was quiet and deep watching. It looks like a scene from a fairy tale. Luna was still a little confused, but after seeing a black dilapidated building in the distance, she immediately covered her mouth in surprise. It's Screaming Shack Senpai. We've really arrived in Hogsmeade. Luna, who has always been very peaceful, finally couldn't help but jump up after realizing that she had really arrived at the famous wizard village of Hogsmeade. pulling Augustus's arm and shouting happily. Seeing the cheerful look of the girl, a smile appeared on the corner of Augustus' mouth. He likes to stay with Luna very much. This little girl gives him a different kind of feeling, which will make his heart very peaceful. However, just when Augustus was planning to take the girl to play elsewhere, a black shadow appeared in the snow not far away. Augustus frowned slightly. A black long-haired dog waddled in the snow, looked like he couldn't lift his feet and seemed to have been hungry for a long time. Snowflakes fell on the black dog. In stark contrast to the dirty body, it looked a little more downcast than an ordinary stray dog. At this time, Luna followed Augustus's gaze and noticed it. The girl already liked animals, and when she saw this miserable stray dog, her sympathy overflowed, but it was pulled back by Augustus. A lost dog. Seeing that it was a black dog, Augustus couldn't help shaking his head and said in a low voice. Under his eyes, everything was invisible. The dog's hearing is very sensitive. Hearing these words from Augustus, he suddenly looked over. The eyes under the long hair showed a bad look, and the canine teeth were slightly bared, but there was no roar. Seeing the black dog's frightening appearance, Luna couldn't bear it anymore, and whispered, hugging Augustus' arm, "Senior, let's help it." Looking at little Luna's beautiful eyes, Augustus sighed. He really couldn't bear to refuse the girl's request. "Okay, but you have to know that if you helped him this time, he will starve to death in the future. A bereaved dog with nowhere to go." Augustus agreed to Luna's request but spoke meaningfully. "Senior, it's angry that you said it." More. Sticking out her tongue towards Augustus, Luna pointed to the black dog in the snow not far away. Indeed, after hearing Augustus' words, the black dog's green eyes showed a human-like displeased look, as if he was staring at him. "Maybe it wanted to come up and bite me," Augustus said nonchalantly. His joke immediately amused little Luna. Not long ago, Augustus killed dozens of dementors in the Quidditch pitch, and it has spread all over Hogwarts. Okay. How can a girl not know how powerful Augustus is? It would be strange if a stray dog could bite him. Taking out a piece of bread from the small backpack, Luna bent down and put it in the snow and did not throw it in the gesture of charity. From this little detail, you can see the kindness in the girl's heart. Of course, the black dog could see Luna's kindness, but it stared at the bread for a long time and hesitated for a long time, but it was still vigilant and did not step forward. Obviously, the existence of Augustus is a huge deterrent. "Okay, little Luna, let's go, otherwise it won't dare to come." Augustus took Luna's hand and walked towards Hogwarts Street. Luna did what she wanted, looked at the black dog with some sympathy and followed Augustus away. There are too many people and animals in this world in need of help, and sometimes girls are helpless. When Augustus took Luna's hand and walked a long way, the black dog did not move. It stared blankly at the back of Augustus, and a complicated look appeared in its deep pupils. On Augustus' clothes, a family crest of the Black family is embroidered. For a long time, until the footprints on the snow were covered with heavy snow, the black dog walked quietly to the bread, picked up the hard bread, and disappeared into the snow. The black dog just now was just an episode, and when Augustus brought Luna to Hogsmeade Street, the girl had recovered her joy. Feather-like snowflakes fluttered from the sky, crystal-clear snow fell from the sky one after another, and countless huge snowflakes fell on Augustus' long black hair. Luna stretched out her hand and caught these elves from heaven and earth. With a pure smile and a beautiful white face, she looked like a porcelain doll. The girl didn't care at all about the snowflakes falling on her body. Amidst the turbulent white snow, the smile on her face was as pure as that of a child. Augustus was also infected, and she couldn't help showing a smile. The village of Hogsmeade looks like a Christmas card at this time. The cottages and shops are covered with a layer of crunchy snow, and the doors of the houses are wreaths of holly, enchanted of candles hanging in strings on the tree. "Senior, I heard that Hogsmeade's honeyduke is very special, Tilda." Holding Augustus' arm, Luna smiled happily. Sure enough, for girls, the honeyduke is the most attractive of all the stores in Hogwarts. Augustus smiled and shaved Luna's delicate nose, leading the girl to Honeyduke. By the time they arrived, it was already packed with Hogwarts students, and the store had rack for rack full of the most intriguing candy imaginable. Huge chunks of creamy peanut candy, chunks of shimmering pink coconut sorbet, hundreds of varieties of chocolate lined up neatly, a vat of multi-flavored beans, a vat of zizzy bees floating in the air, the sherbet drink. Along another wall is a variety of candies with special effects. Bubble Super Bubble Gum, which fills a room with blue bellflower-colored bubbles that won't pop for days. Bizarre shards of fizzy teeth mints, tiny black pepper urchins, break fire out of your nose for your friends. Ice mice, I hear your teeth chattering and crunching. Butter mints shaped like toads, it really beats in the stomach, crunchy sugar quills and exploding candies. Luna happily took Augustus's hand and wandered between the glass cabinets. All the candies that Luna was interested in were wrapped up by Augustus' clerk. This guy had a lot of money, To make Luna happy, he didn't care at all. This cost. When the two came out of Honeyduke, their hands were already full of candy bags. Let's go to Three Broom Wine Wang Wang How for a drink, Augustus said after taking Luna to buy candy. Luna has also longed for the Three Sweeps Away. Although there are other places of butter beer, it is the most authentic of the Three Sweeps Away. Mr. Lovegood often drank this beer when he was at home, and little Luna was very interested in it. When Augustus took the girl by the hand to the Three Sweeps and Sweeps, he found a ministry employee at the door putting up a notice. By order of the Ministry of Magic. Note to customers. Until further notice, Dementors will patrol the streets of Hogsmeade every day after sunset. This move is purely for the safety of the residents of Hogsmeade and will be cancelled if Sirius Black is arrested again. It is a blessing to hope that customers will complete their purchases before the evening. Happy Halloween. It was crowded and noisy, warm and smoky, and a curvaceous woman with a beautiful face was tending to a row of rowdy wizards at the bar. Miss Rismoda is still the same, a customer who entered the store with Augustus and Luna said with a smile. Augustus and Luna walked to the back of the room, where there was a small empty table between the window and the beautiful Christmas tree near the fireplace. Soon the proprietress Rose Mata brought 2 big glasses of hot, frothy butterbeer. It looks very good. I believe the taste must be extraordinary. Augustus took the beer and nodded slightly. Merry Christmas! Luna raised her glass and 2 huge butterbeer glasses collided. It was still snowing outside. Augustus took a slight sip. The taste was smooth and the aftertaste in his mouth was endless. It was indeed a fine wine. It didn't seem like it was the first time that Luna had drank this beer that was more like a drink. She looked happy and blushed. While the two were happily chatting about the interesting things about this semester, the door of Three Brooms opened again and Ron came in. Augustus glanced casually. Although Ron's side was blank, it seemed there was something strange, and Augustus couldn't help flashing a few hooks in his eyes. Suddenly, Potter's figure was looming under the cloak. Invisibility cloak, Augustus took a sip of butterbeer, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. This invisibility cloak, one of the 3 holy weapons of the god of death, is indeed not comparable to other invisibility cloaks. It can even hide its breath. If it weren't for the super insight of the Sharingan, maybe it would not have been discovered for a while. Potter. But Potter would soon present the deathly Hallows with both hands, and Augustus and Luna had a cup of tea, not in any rush. Suddenly, a breeze brushed Augustus' black hair, and the door of Three Brooms opened again. Professor McGonagall and Flitwick had just entered the tavern amid a flurry of snow, followed by Hagrid, who was talking with a dignified man in a dark chartreuse bowler hat and a thin striped cloak. It's so lively that this person is the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. Today is really weird. Why are Professor McGonagall and the others here too, and the Minister of Magic, how can they get together? Luna was a little overwhelmed, looking at the 4 who came in, Mum murmured. Augustus gently hugged Luna, who was wobbly, and shook his head involuntarily. It's not good for a girl to drink or something. The 2 of them sat in the corner and no one didn't notice. Professor McGonagall, wearing gorgeous turquoise heels, walked to the front desk. Soon Miss Rismoda was serving what several people had ordered. A small glass of canyon water. Mine, Professor McGonagall's voice. 4 pints of mead. Thanks, Rosmerda, said Hagrid. A sherry soda with ice and snails. Well, said Professor Flitwick, smacking his lips. Then yours is red currant liqueur, Minister. 55. Thank you, Rosmerda, dear, said Fudge's voice. I must say it's a pleasure to see you again. Would you like a drink too? Come and sit with us. Okay, thank you, Minister. Fudge came here at this time, it should be for Sirius. As for Professor McGonagall, they were with him. Naturally, they were consulting him about related matters. Looking at Luna's puzzled eyes, Augustus explained. Sirius, what exactly is he trying to do? Little Luna asked curiously, apparently also very interested in the deeds of this fugitive. I'm not very clear, let's take a look. Augustus chuckled lightly. Anyway, just drinking is a bit boring, so let's take it as a good show. Saying that, he flicked his hand on the table. Suddenly, in Luna's surprised eyes, a picture appeared on the desktop of the 2 of them, which was the box where Fudge and others were. What brought you here, Minister? Was Rosmerda's voice. Fudge's fat body twisted on the chair, as if to see if anyone around was eavesdropping. Then he said quietly, What else is there but Sirius Black, my dear? I bet you heard what happened at school on Halloween. Well, asterisk. It seems that Fudge doesn't quite believe that Dementors alone can catch Sirius. Augustus picked up the cup, took a sip, and thought sarcastically. I heard the rumors, Ms. Rosmerda admitted. Do you think Sirius is still around, Minister? Whispered Miss Rosmerda. Did you know that the Dementors have raided my tavern twice? Miss Rosmerda said with a slight edge in her voice. Scared my customers away. It's bad for business, Minister. Rosmerda covered his mouth with a chuckle. then looked at Fudge expectantly, as if he wanted to get an answer from the Minister of Magic. Oh, I was frightened by an undergrad student. These dementors are really useless. But is the legend true that young man named Augustus really killed most of the dementors by himself alone? Be more considerate of our difficulties. 35. It seems that the dementors have given up their attention to Hogwarts after being taught by you, senior, and instead searched the surrounding area. But these idiots seem to have a bad temper, and even Miss Rosemerta is so tolerant of people. I'm all provoked. Little Luna smiled and looked at Augustus. Her originally snow-white face was flushed from being slightly drunk, making her look even more attractive. Sirius. Black, Augustus didn't know if it was sarcasm or something. He shook his head slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. Dear Miss Rosemerta, I'm just like you and I don't like them either, said Fudge uneasily. It's a necessary precaution. But you're right, I was so scared by Augustus at school that I didn't dare to move around the school at all. I only had to check the surrounding area symbolically. Please do more. It was still snowing outside the window, and the undercurrent was surging inside the window. One or two simple sentences concealed countless clever fronts. A smile appeared on Augustus' face, and the corner of his mouth drew a slight arc. It was extremely boring. Sure, said Fudge briefly. Hearing the question from the proprietress Rosemerta, Fudge nodded with a wry smile and drank the butter beer in the glass, obviously not wanting to discuss this topic too much. The rumors are indeed not exaggerated. I have never been to the scene, and I will never know the miracle of the magic at that time. I have taught magic for most of my life, and I have never seen such pure, vast, and destructive magic, even Dumbledore. Leto, it is absolutely impossible to create such a terrifying miracle at such an age. The achievements after Augustus are definitely not under Dumbledore's Dark Lord. With such a rigorous person as Professor McGonagall, his words naturally did not contain the slightest moisture. Rosemerta looked at Mag in shock, her eyes full of reverie, and she seemed to be interested in Augustus in her mouth. This young man has long been out of the jurisdiction of our Ministry of Magic. Apart from the influence of the Black family, he has already become a leader of the younger generation by defeating the remaining Dark Lord twice in the past. And the future magic world, it must be a one-day situation, and no one can compete with him. His achievements are simply unpredictable. Let's talk about Sirius in front of us. This is the problem that needs to be faced most at present. Fudge sighed slightly and turned the conversation directly to Sirius. The last time he was in Diagon Alley 17, he had already experienced Augustus' strength, talent, and domineering. You know, I still can't quite believe that, said Miss Rosemerta thoughtfully. Of all the people who have fallen into the baddies, Sirius Black is the last person I expected to do. I mean, I remember when he was a kid at Hogwarts. And if you told me at that time what he was going to be like, I'd say you drank too much. You don't know half of the truth, Rosemerta, said Fudge stiffly, and few people know the worst thing he's ever done. The worst, Miss Rosemerta said, her voice full of curiosity. You mean worse than killing so many poor people? Of course, said Fudge, I can't believe it. What could be worse than that? You said you remembered his time at Hogwarts, Rosemerta, murmured Professor McGonagall. Do you remember who his best friend was? Of course I remember, said Miss Rosemerta with a small smile. The two are inseparable, aren't they? I've seen them here a lot. Oh, they always make me laugh. A good pair, little one, Sirius Black and James Potter. Augustus noticed a strange movement in a certain corner of the screen and shook his head slightly. It seemed that Potter still knew the truth, but the sudden truth seemed a bit cruel to him. Is it because Sirius later formed a gang with you-know-who? Asked Rosemerta in a low voice. It's worse than that, my dear, Fudge went on in a low voice, lowering his voice. Many people don't know that the Potters understand that the you-know-who is after them. Dumbledore, of course, never stopped. Weary against you-know-who, he had many capable spies. One of the spies told Dumbledore about it, and Dumbledore told James and Lily right away. He advised them to hide. Dumbledore was right. Their best chance, they say, is the curse of daring loyalty. How does that work? Asked Miss Rosemerta, clearly interested. Professor Flitwick cleared his throat and said, a very complex spell involving the use of magic to hide a secret in the soul of a living person. The secret is hidden in the chosen person or the keeper, and never will might have discovered the secret. Unless, of course, the keeper deliberately leaked it. As long as the keeper refused to speak, the man of you can search the village where the Potters lived for years, and I would never see them, even if he was in the glass outside their living room. I can't find my nose flat on the window. Crimson Loyalty Spell, a very interesting spell. By signing something similar to a soul contract to keep secrets, you can make the hiding place no longer able to be found. It is close to the category of mysticism. I really don't know who invented the spell, indeed amazing. Augustus showed a faint smile. The warm sun of the winter snowy day shot into the tavern. Wisps of light and mist filled his body. Luna, who was leaning beside him, looked at him in a daze. The girl didn't know whether it was because of her incompetence or what the reason was, and her beautiful eyes looked a little confused. There was silence in the box. Obviously, no one wanted to talk about what Sirius had done to his best friend. Augustus noticed that Harry under the cloak seemed to move forward a little eagerly, too. There was no one like him. I want to know the truth more. The faithful charm in the dark ages of the Dark Lord's reign, there is absolutely no better way to hide. It's a pity that Harry's father chose the wrong person and was betrayed by his best friend, Hagrid said dully. So Sirius is the Potter's secret keeper? Miss Rismota asked without hesitation. Of course, said Professor McGonagall. James Potter told Dumbledore that Sirius would rather die than tell where they were, and that Sirius was going to hide himself. That's it, Dumbledore. Leto was still worried. I remember he offered himself to be the Potter's secret keeper. Harry clenched his hands slightly. It seemed that his father did not let Dumbledore be their secrecy, otherwise he would not be under the fence now, and he would not even need to be careful in Hogsmeade. Looking at the happy and complete life of the Ron family makes me envious. All of this just because his father chose the best friend, the one who was least likely to betray them. It's ridiculous that he has a godfather who he never met but who wants to kill him. Dumbledore thinks there must be someone close to the Potters who has been telling you-know-who about their whereabouts, said Professor McGonagall gloomily. Indeed, he suspected for quite a long time that there was someone on our side of the traitor, told a lot of information to the mysterious man. But James insisted on using Sirius. Picking up Luna, Augustus instantly disappeared into the three sweepers, ignoring the astonished gazes of the others in the bar. Little 663 Sirius betrayed them, Rosmerta asked. After listening to their conversation, Augustus couldn't help laughing sarcastically. I really don't know, why did Sirius choose to betray the family and help his friends in the end, just because of the unscrupulous suspicions and crimes imposed on him by these people? Or to be sent to Azkaban and Dementors have been intimate for 12 years. Just when Augustus felt ridiculous, the door of the box seemed to be blown open by a gust of wind, and Professor McGonagall came over and closed the door cautiously. However, Augustus no longer had the desire to continue listening. Harry just ran away in despair, and Luna was already drunk in his arms. Looking at the blushing, beautiful little Luna, Augustus felt a little helpless. The little girl only drank 2 glasses of butterbeer before she got drunk. He did betray them. Sirius is tired of two-faced characters, ready to publicly announce his support for you-know-who seems to intend to do so right as Potter dies. But as we all know, Tet lost his hand, he lost his mana, was extremely weak and had to flee. This left Sirius Black in a dilemma. Just as his traitor was exposed, his master fell. He had no choice but to run and escape. Traitor, Hagrid finally said angrily, his voice so loud that the whole box fell silent. Yes, said Fudge solemnly, but less than a week after casting the faithful charm. It's really ridiculous. The next day, when Luna woke up from her slumber, she found herself sleeping in Augustus' arms. This suddenly caused the little girl to let out a small exclamation. Augustus woke up immediately. Looking at little Luna's funny look, he couldn't help pulling her back into his arms. Don't worry, I didn't do anything. 39. Augustus squeezed Luna's nose amusingly and said. Only at this time did Luna realize that her clothes were in good condition, and she also realized that the feeling of being hugged by Augustus was so beautiful. I don't know if it was because Augustus was too tight or Luna didn't want to break free. The girl blushed and leaned against Augustus's arms, enjoying this warm moment. It was not until 3 poles in the sun that the two got up with a smile. Considering that Luna was still too young, Augustus just hugged the girl and slept peacefully. After the two had finished their meal, Luna originally proposed to go out to play again, but was held back by Augustus. Kindness. Little Luna looked at a silver-white suitcase in confusion, not understanding what Augustus wanted to do. Augustus didn't speak, opened the suitcase, and then, with the exclamation of little Luna, pulled her closer to the suitcase space. What? When she saw the scene in front of her, Luna immediately covered her mouth, and 663 glowed in her beautiful eyes. The girl couldn't imagine that such a scene would be inside the suitcase. A dense jungle with emerald green plants, meandering vines, babbling streams, and many unknown magical creatures looming in the jungle. Luna just glanced at it, and caught a glimpse of many only in books. Magical creatures marked extinct I've ever seen. The girl was completely stunned by the sight in front of her. Inside this suitcase, it turned out to be a magical animal park. Come on, there's more in there. Augustus took Luna's hand and walked into the jungle. He knew that Luna liked magical creatures, so he took the girl to the suitcase space. Stop and go in the jungle. Every few steps Luna takes, she will be pleasantly surprised to encounter some magical creatures, such as tree frog monkeys, colorful ball fish, silence birds, and so on. In the eyes of girls, this jungle is simply a paradise for magical animals. When Augustus brought Luna to the end of the jungle, the girl already had a shackle in her hand. This is a magical creature classified as XX level by the magic department, and it is extremely rare now. The tree guard is an animal that guards trees, mainly in western England, southern Germany, and certain forests in Scandinavia. It has two small brown eyes and is extremely difficult to see because of its small body, up to 8 inches, and its external appearance of bark and twigs. These little things are usually very tame, and are the few creatures in the suitcase space that Augustus doesn't have to worry about. Feeling the friendly temperament of Luna, this only spiritual tree protector seems to be planning to stick around. Augustus didn't say anything about this, because with this little guy accompanying Luna, the girl wouldn't be too lonely when he wasn't around. Just when Luna was still in the mood to stay in the jungle, Augustus said with a smile, "This is only a part, there is more in it." After speaking, he pulled the girl and turned a corner. Luna, who hadn't reacted yet, was shocked again by the sight in front of her. There was still a dense jungle behind him, and in front of him there was only a door, but a vast grassland appeared. On the grassland, there are also many large-scale magical creatures, such as Pegasus, Panglock, Magra, etc. The magical creatures that are very rare outside can be found here. Even Luna found a unicorn on the grass not far away. Senior, this. Luna couldn't believe what she saw was real. What? However, before Luna could ask, she was picked up by Augustus and jumped onto the back of a Pegasus. Then the girls experience an exciting cloud journey. The space inside the magic suitcase is very huge. There are even clouds in the sky. There is enough space for the Pegasus to roam freely. Next, Augustus took Luna to the ice and snow area, the mountain area, and other areas, and saw countless endangered magical creatures, which made Luna excited for a long time. "Senior, can I come to play often?" On a sparkling lake, the two stood on the water. Luna snuggled in Augustus's arms and asked expectantly, "Of course, my little princess is always welcome." Augustus readily agreed to Luna. In fact, he rarely refused a request from a girl he liked. "Thank you, Senior." Thinking of being able to play in this magical suitcase world more often in the future, Luna immediately hugged Augustus happily, and then, in Augustus' surprised eyes, tiptoed and kissed his face lightly. Being attacked by a girl, Augustus couldn't bear it. He hugged Luna directly and kissed the beautiful girl on the lake where magical animals dance from time to time. The understanding of the law of time that had been accumulated in his heart over the months burst out at this moment. Augustus seemed to understand it and put his hand on a blade of grass blowing in the wind. Most of the time, Luna ran into the magic suitcase and played with the magical creatures inside. Gradually, these magical creatures got to know this little girl with a unique affinity. For the next period of time, Augustus, apart from taking time to accompany the girls, didn't care about Potter's Sirius or anything, and devoted himself to studying the laws of space and time, and the progress was surprisingly smooth. Even XXXX-level magical creatures did not dare to hurt Luna, not to mention the protection of Augustus. Even the half-moon Patronus charm around Luna's neck, they couldn't break through. Because of Augustus, Hermione didn't get involved in Potter's troubles this time, so this time only Potter took a drag bottle and Ron started the operation. The result can be imagined. It must be very miserable. Little Luna closed her eyes and let Augustus ask for it. These 2 days have been the happiest 2 days she has spent since she came to Hogwarts. The love that was originally suppressed in her heart gradually revealed with laughter. Unconsciously, the girl's heart has been captured by Augustus. Even if she knows that Augustus already has a girlfriend, she can't help but want to fly into the flames. Throughout the Christmas holiday, Luna lived in the Augustus dormitory, and the two spent the whole holiday sweetly. One day in April, it was already the season of spring flowers. The castle was full of greenery. Unknown flowers were blooming on the sparse grass. A fresh wind was blowing slowly. Augustus was walking on the path. An inexplicable sense of comfort naturally flooded my heart. The understanding of the law of time that had been accumulated in his heart over the months was gushing out at this moment. As if he understood it, Augustus reached out and tapped a blade of grass blowing in the wind. Immediately, everything around him seemed to stop. His fingertips rippled, the sound around him stopped. The wind stopped. Augustus even felt the heartbeat of the bird not far away stopped. The world seemed to be in this moment entered the archive. Everything around him stopped, even a grain of sand in the wind. Only Augustus was still walking forward, looking eerie and mysterious. Augustus could see that an insect kept flapping its wings and seemed to want to fly somewhere, but it stopped in the air without any force, so it stayed in the air, which seemed to violate any laws of physics. All of these things reveal the power of time stagnation. But soon, everything returned to normal and no one noticed anything unusual, as if the momentary stagnation did not exist, only the position of Augustus from one end of the trail to the other in an instant. Time is stagnant, it's done. Looking at Shandai in the distance, Augustus' eyes flashed with a hint of deepness, and an inexplicable smile evoked the corners of his mouth. It took him 6 months to comprehend the law of time, and finally he had perfected it from a mere idea to the level of preliminary mastery. Although so far he could only use the introductory meaning of the law of time stagnation, but it was already a great one. Crossed, there are not many wizards who control time throughout history. The time stagnation of his move is not an absolute time stagnation. Of course, he cannot stop the time in this world for a few seconds, but only relatively stagnates in the surrounding space. The range is about 20 meters, although it is not too large, broad but already strong. Under the time stagnation, any movement, energy flow, and even thinking will stop. Unless the strength far exceeds his, there is absolutely no possibility of counterattack within the effect of the time stagnation. Time stagnation and space solidification, in this short second, he is a god. He has successfully taken the first step on the road to the supermovie level. Just as Augustus was immersed in joy, a loud wolf howl came from the dense forest in the distance. It was getting late, and tonight was undoubtedly a full moon. The corners of Augustus' mouth twitched slightly, he ignored it and went straight back to the castle. The werewolf, is it about to start, but it has nothing to do with me. Of course he knew what was going to happen tonight, but he didn't want to be involved. He never cared about Potter's life or death. That night, when Augustus and Penello had dinner together in the hall, he felt that a large number of dementors were gathering in the forbidden forest not far away. Hermione was at the long Gryffindor table not far from him, so was Potter alone this time. Augustus saw that Dumbledore's hand on the chief suddenly paused, the knife and fork fell off, and he didn't know it, and then disappeared directly by apparition. This old guy finally knows that everything has been messed up. About half an hour later, when the dining students had all dispersed, Dumbledore returned, but after returning, there were already a few more people behind him. Potter, Lupin, and Sirius. Except for Potter, Lupin and Sirius were completely shattered, their skins ripped apart, and their pale faces looked like they were dying. As soon as he appeared in the hall, Dumbledore called to Professor McGonagall, who was approaching. "Go to Madame Pomfrey, Severus, I need your help." Dumbledore called out to the air eagerly, and Snape's figure distorted in the air and appeared aside. Professor Flitwick briefly glanced at the injuries of the three of them. Had they been sucked by the Dementors too much? In addition to Potter, Lupin should be the sequelae of the werewolf transformation, and the tragic scars on Sirius should have been caught by Lupin after he transformed into a werewolf. At least 50 Dementors had gathered in the Forbidden Forest just now, and Potter's half-hearted Patronus charm only lasted for less than 2 seconds. It is conceivable that if Dumbledore hadn't arrived, the three of them would have been sucked by the Dementors in turn tonight, and finally turned into soulless walking dead. Soon, Madame Pomfrey hurried over, led by Professor McGonagall. After looking at the injuries of the three people, Madame Pomfrey couldn't help gasping. Too serious. It's hard to imagine what kind of situation they were in. Those Dementors obviously wanted to kill them. Ask for flowers. Madame Pomfrey was right. Those Dementors really showed no mercy. Although Sirius's escape allowed them to go to Azkaban to wreak havoc, but because of this, they lost most of their companions. The number of Dementors, which were already rare, was severely damaged by this search, and such a strong hatred they can only vent on these three people now. After examining it, Madame Pomfrey shook her head. "I can only heal the wounds on their bodies, and there is nothing else I can do. 35. Hearing Madame Pomfrey's reply, Dumbledore couldn't help sighing, but he didn't force it. He also knew that Madame Pomfrey was not good at treating the effects of Dementors. Severus. Dumbledore looked at Snape, and the meaning in his tone was obvious. Snape did not reply for a long time with a gloomy face. If anyone here wants Lupin and Sirius dead the most, it's him without a doubt. However, he didn't want Potter to become a soulless body too. His love for Lily has reached a level of paranoia, and even if he hates Potter, he still wants Potter to survive. After hesitating for a long time, a trace of struggle flashed across Snape's face. "I can't save them by myself, I can only try with the help of Augustus." As soon as his words came out, Dumbledore's face suddenly became even more ugly. He finally realized that this game of chess he played with confidence was completely messed up, everything was out of his control, and the biggest variable in it was the person he was going to ask for now. The hall fell silent. After a long time, Dumbledore turned around and walked towards the Slytherin lounge. At the moment when he turned around, his heart was disturbed. Work. If there was a person he didn't want to face the most right now, it would undoubtedly be Augustus. Either let the savior sleep until death or go to Augustus. When a chess player becomes a chess piece, can you still see the fog of the chess game, but now he has no choice. In several collisions with Augustus, he has never prevailed, and he has a deep fear of this genius born out of the Black family. Just as Augustus had imagined, the last of the three holy weapons of death, the invisibility cloak, was basically sent to him on his own initiative. The difference was that it was sent by Lao Deng instead of Potter. And he only needed to assist Snape in concocting a few bottles of potions to treat the effects of Dementors. So far, the legendary three holy artifacts of death have all been collected by Augustus. As for the mysteries, it will take some time to explore. Regarding the legend that, by collecting the three holy weapons of death, you can obtain the power to defeat the god of death, Augustus also held a trace of expectation. Surprises are the best, and it doesn't matter if there are none. As for Potter, Sirius, and Lupin, although they managed to recover their lives under the effect of the healing potion, they need a long period of recuperation. The three of them will probably spend a year in pessimism, will slowly recover. Time slipped away quietly when Augustus was immersed in improving his strength, and soon the 5th grade was over. This semester, although Augustus didn't do anything too important, he made good progress in his cultivation. The law of time has already been introduced, let alone 17. The law of space is also progressing rapidly. I believe that in the next semester, it is expected to open up the space for writing round eyes. The fusion of magic power and chakra is also gradually advancing under the action of the medicated bath, and he has now completed about 1/10 of the fusion. As for Sharingan, Augustus could feel that when the fusion of magic and chakra was completed, it was when he was promoted to the kaleidoscope of Yonk. Everything is proceeding in an orderly manner according to Augustus' plan. Just 1 week into the holiday, Augustus received a lot of letters. Snape's, the Ministry of Magic's, the Sports Ministries, and Lucius's. Most of these letters mention one thing, and that is the Quidditch World Cup. Because of his near-perfect performance at school, the British Ministry of Magic wanted to invite him to the World Cup as a member of the British national team, but Augustus refused outright. He played Quidditch at school to kill time and have fun, and it was impossible for him to play in a professional game like the World Cup. Could it be that he was going to take part in the Quidditch World Cup regardless of the best time to improve his strength? What a joke! The next year will be an important part of his plan, and the foundation of the plan is strength. If there is no strength to crush everything, no matter how good the plan is, it will be futile. Augustus wouldn't mind taking the girls to watch if it wasn't a big deal. But now, his main purpose is to raise his strength to the super shadow level. Compared with such a goal, the Quidditch World Cup is nothing. Therefore, the invitation from the Ministry of Magic was directly rejected by him, and he even threw away the VIP tickets that Fudge had shown him. Lucius' letter was much more serious. In his letter, he said, "Dear Augustus, the Dark Lord has returned, and he ordered the Death Eaters to cause chaos in the Quidditch World Cup finals, and took the opportunity to fire the Dark Mark to announce his return." In this regard, Augustus shook his head with a smile and just instructed Lucius to execute according to the plan, and he didn't care anymore. I have to say, Voldemort is a joke now. It is extremely stupid to announce his return to the world impatiently without even a decent body condensing. In Augustus' view, Voldemort's current playful performance is directly related to the many Horcruxes he has made. Dividing the soul into 7 or 8 parts, how could it have no effect? You must know that Voldemort back then was also a genius with brilliant minds. As long as he had a little brain, he would not have announced his return with such fanfare when he was still very weak. His current actions were obviously a sign of irrationality. If heaven wants to destroy it, it must first make it mad. This sentence is perfectly reflected in Voldemort's body. Voldemort, who has lost his mind, is not far from extinction. Augustus was naturally happy with Voldemort's madness, and his plan at this stage was to let Voldemort gather his men and create chaos. He just wanted to use Voldemort's hand to remove some obstacles that were difficult to solve on the bright side. Dumbledore and Voldemort, who thought they were in control of the chess game, were actually just pawns in Augustus' eyes. No matter how noisy the outside world was, it did not affect the calm of Ice Lake Castle. Augustus was immersed in the world of comprehension of laws. The more he comprehended, the more he discovered how vast and infinite the laws of time and space were. In such a quiet time, time flies, and soon Augustus saw something interesting in the Daily Prophet one morning. Unlike the previous reports that were full of reports about the Quidditch World Cup, today, the headlines of the newspapers are printed with a big black mark. The reports were full of panic and suspicion. Return of the Dark Lord, or the Death Eaters. Wait, it's all articles like this, and Augustus smiled and ignored it. Voldemort is planning a comeback. Dumbledore is thinking about how to contain Voldemort, and the Ministry of Magic is doing its best to suppress the call for Voldemort's return. Only Augustus is looking for a way to improve his strength in this crowd. Before the school bell rang, Augustus finally stepped out of Ice Lake Castle. In one vacation, he has made great progress, which is unimaginable for ordinary people. Augustus only took a step, but he had already come to the lake from the front of the castle. It is not a teleportation technique, nor is it an apparition, but a kind of space shrinking, similar to shrinking the ground into an inch. His understanding of the laws of space has now reached a very high level, which is absolutely no less than that of Minato, Namiba, and Albedo. In the space, only the phantom is left in place, standing in an invincible position. Space and time. Feeling his own strength soaring, Augustus murmured silently, he still has a long way to go. The next morning, the storm subsided, but the ceiling of the auditorium was still gloomy and misty. The students are back to their daily routine of busy classes. The only difference being that wherever they go, they can be heard privately discussing how to cheat to sign up for the Triwizard Tournament. When the Slytherin and Ravenclaw students reluctantly came to Hagrid's magical creatures conservation class, Hagrid stood outside the door of the log cabin, one hand holding his huge hound Fang's collar. There were several open wooden boxes on the ground beside his feet. Fangya purred and struggled with the collar, as if he wanted to investigate the contents of the boxes carefully. As they approached, a strange rattling sound came to their ears, and there were occasional faint explosions. There were many strange creatures in the box. They looked like large lobsters that had been deformed and shelled. They were white, gray, and sticky. They looked very scary. There were about 100 in each box, each about 6 inches long, crawling around on top of each other, bumping headlessly against the walls of the box. Every now and then some sparks would shoot out of the tail of a snail, and with a light snap the snail would propel a few inches forward. "Just hatched," said Hagrid proudly. "You can raise them yourself. We can do a big project." "Why do we raise them?" Marcus said angrily. Horn nodded. Even Penello had to agree with his words. Girls have a natural resistance to this type of creature. The question seemed equally stumped for Hagrid. "I mean, what do they do?" Marcus pressed. "What do they do?" Hagrid opened his mouth and seemed to be thinking desperately. After a few seconds of pause, he said awkwardly, "That's for the next lesson, Marcus. You just feed them today." "Well, you're going to try feeding them a few different things. I've never had them before, and I'm not sure what they like to eat. I have ant eggs, frog livers, and green snakes. Try a little of each to see if they eat it." Hearing Hagrid's boring introduction, Augustus pulled Penello away directly, and the two decided to explore the Forbidden Forest. To be honest, there are still many interesting places in the Forbidden Forest, and the scenery is not bad. As for the danger, there is no need to worry at all. For the creatures in the Forbidden Forest, Augustus is the most dangerous. The day passed quickly. In the afternoon, Augustus came back with Penello, who was having a good time. When he passed the square, he happened to see a group of people around there. It wasn't long before Augustus heard his little cousin's flat voice, and the cacophony of bickering with Potter. After being ridiculed by Draco, Potter, who had been bullied for a while, finally broke out and said some counterattacks. Suddenly, Draco caught the opportunity to do something. A half-moon-shaped blue wind blade flew past, and before Harry could react, a shallow wound was scratched on the right side of his face. Draco looked at Potter playfully and provocatively, with an expression like you have the ability to fight back. Just then a gloomy voice came, "Damn it, boy." Harry turned sharply and saw Professor Moody limping down the marble staircase. He was holding a wand in his hand, and an orange-red light instantly shot at Draco. The speed of this spell is extremely fast. If it is an ordinary student, there is no possibility of defense at all, but Draco is different. This kid was ordered by Augustus to go out to hunt lone vampires this holiday, and he had already mastered the skills of fighting. Although Moody's spell was extremely fast and accurate, it still couldn't deal with him. Dizzy 1. In desperation, Draco waved his wand and threw out a spell, trying to offset the red light. But his stupor confronted the red light for a while, and it was still consumed. After all, Draco was only 14 years old, and there was a clear gap between his magic power and Moody's. If nothing else, Draco would still be teased by Moody's malicious transformation spell. But Augustus just saw it. Would he let outsiders bully his little cousin? Obviously not. A azure blue light carrying a fierce aura directly dissipated the red light, and then unabated, it shot towards Moody. Moody, who was still waiting to tease Draco, suddenly showed a horrified look. This curse. Moody, who didn't have much defense, was directly hit by the blue light. Even before he hurriedly cast his armor to protect himself, he was still smashed out. Looking at Moody, who flew out and knocked the wall behind him out of cracks, Augustus stepped forward slowly and said in a bad tone, "Who gave you the right to cast a shape-shifting spell on a student?" Moody struggled to get up, and he still had some lingering fears. The power of the curse just now completely exceeded his expectations, but he doesn't seem to be resigned. Asterisk. Moody had an indistinct hatred on his ugly face. "I'm your professor. Do you need any rights to punish a student? What's more, taking the initiative to attack others is a dirty trick. Or shouldn't you be punished? He said it with integrity, with a look of hatred and hatred. If Augustus had not already known his true face, maybe he really thought he was a decent person. A Death Eater who did all kinds of evil, actually said how the sneak attack was the next thing. It really made people laugh out loud. Very well, is he the heir to the Black family? You pretentious purebloods have always been embarrassed and divided. Today I don't believe it. As a professor I can't teach you, Moody sneered. This once the wand was pointed directly at Augustus. Moody's face turned ashen and he couldn't even clean up a student. What a joke. Augustus' sneering expression made Moody both angry and a little nervous in his heart. With a guilty conscience, he waved his wand again. I don't believe in this evil, Moody roared and pointed his wand at Draco again. Augustus' face turned completely cold. A dazzling blue streamer hit the gray light from Moody's face, a burst of strong magic power. The collision echoed in the hallway. The palm of the hand was grasped in the air, the stone table in the air suddenly stopped in the air. An invisible giant hand held the entire huge gray stone table. A layer of crystal-clear frost gradually formed outside the stone table, and there was a loud bang. The stone table fell to the groundwork. Energy-type attacks can't work, so why don't you use physical-type attacks? Augustus sneered disdainfully. If it weren't for you to be useful, you would have been turned into dust between heaven and earth. Break to pieces. A red light shot out, the air seemed to be torn apart, and the students around were pale. Such a deadly magic just to teach the students. His strange magic eye glanced around, and then his wand pointed to the stone table in the distance. Winga divila, shoot away. Augustus looked at this so-called Moody, as if he were a clown, waved his wand at will, and a blue translucent magic barrier rose from the ground, standing across, and the red light of the bone-shattering curse shot into the blue barrier, nirvana instantly, without any ripples. Looking at the disbelieving Moody, Augustus shook his head in disdain. Your thinking is too narrow, so it is destined that your level can only be limited to this. Also, there are many flaws in things like deformation. Hearing Augustus' sarcastic words, Moody's face gradually showed horror, and the deformation that Augustus said seemed to mean something else. How could he have found out? Even Dumbledore didn't notice it at all. How did he find it? Since he has already seen it, why didn't he expose me? What kind of attitude is this kid from the Black family holding? For a time, countless thoughts passed through Moody's mind. Voldemort did not tell him that he had suffered a great loss at the hands of Augustus, and also, how could Voldemort tell his men such a shameful thing? This has also caused Barty Crouch Jr. to hesitate now. The Black family has always supported the Dark Lord should such a genius be drawn to him, but Augustus didn't care what he was thinking. Now what you have to do is very simple. Apologize to Draco. Augustus said slowly, word by word, without a trace of expression on his face. The students of various colleges were in an uproar, and even a professor apologized to the students. As expected of the Prince of Slytherin, he was indeed overbearing. You asked me to apologize to a student, Moody growled in disbelief. Did you think this school was run by the Blacks? Despicable nobles, don't think that being pure blood can do whatever you want. Hearing the filthy cry of the fake, Augustus frowned unhappily. Very well, since you don't want to apologize, then I can only do it another way, Augustus said lightly. Flicking his wand, an icy blue ray shot out instantly. Moody sensed the danger and shouted armor. The blue light entered within the range of Moody's body on Friday and gradually slowed down. It seemed that it encountered a barrier, but it continued to rush forward. As if his protection was not enough, Moody continued to cast several obstacles around him. With a radius of 10 meters around him, it seemed that a layer of airtight fortress had been formed. A disdainful smile twitched at the corner of Augustus's mouth, and for the first time cast a spell, he said, Great Destruction. A majestic translucent energy suddenly emerged from the wand, a bit similar to dust, exuding the aura of annihilating everything. The various barriers encountered along the way completely melted like a chicken and a dog, and flew all the way to Moody. Moody's robe and wand in his hand were instantly melted away. At the same time, Moody stayed in place, unable to move. What did you do? Moody asked with difficulty, with a bitter tone in his voice, as he realized that he seemed to be under some kind of imperious spell and his body was completely out of control. Just to prevent you from resisting. Augustus waved his hand casually, indicating that he didn't need to be too nervous. The wand was pointed at Moody, and a spell hit Moody, who was completely defenseless without any flaws. A flash of light flashed, and Moody disappeared, leaving only a dirty little pig who was constantly arching. Harry didn't know how to express his current feelings in words. Just now, he thought that this ferocious defense against the dark arts teacher would give Malfoy a lesson from damn it. But now, the client and the victim, it has been completely replaced. God knows how innocent a professor who has been turned into a pig is. Just like him, the students from various colleges were onlookers. At this time, apart from mechanically watching the little pigs humming on the ground from time to time, they had no idea what to say. A professor was inexplicably surprised by the students. It's a little embarrassing to destroy a wand and turn into a pig. Seeing Moody being teased like this by his cousin, Draco finally let out a bad breath. What are you doing around here? At this moment, Professor McGonagall was coming down the marble stairs holding a stack of books in his arms. Hello, Professor McGonagall. Augustus greeted Professor McGonagall with a calm face. Professor McGonagall nodded, and his eyes shifted to the dirty little pig that was arching in the middle of the field with the crowd. What's the matter with this pig? Whose pet? Professor McGonagall asked in confusion, frowning tightly. When I came to school, I got so dirty. Hermione appeared out of nowhere and replied somewhat helplessly, Professor, actually that's Professor Moody. My God, cried Professor McGonagall, hurried down the stairs and drew out his wand. After a while, with the constant flashing light, the pigs on the ground were still pigs, and there was no sign of any change. What's the matter? Are you sure this is Professor Moody, not Hagrid's new livestock? Mag looked at everyone in surprise. If she was really deformed, why did her spell have no effect? The students looked at Augustus and Professor McGonagall followed. Augustus had a small smile on his face. Let me come, Professor McGonagall. With a snap of his fingers, the little pig on the ground changed and Moody's hunched body slowly stood up. McGonagall looked at Moody in surprise. Although she didn't like seeing Moody very much, she still recognized the level of the other party. He would be turned into a pig in school. Professor Moody, McGonagall stepped forward with a questioning tone. Moody's magical eyes cast a humiliating look at Augustus. His face was extremely ugly, and without a word he turned and walked towards the castle. McGonagall is really in a state of confusion. Moody doesn't seem to have the attitude of pursuing the real murderer at all. In this case, she is an outsider, and it seems that she is even less qualified to stand up for him. McGonagall decided to find Hermione to find out about the situation. Senior, Moody is a professor after all while doing this. Hermione's tone was worried, although she also knew that Augustus was very powerful and didn't care about a so-called order, but in the school the professor still somewhat privileged. There's nothing to worry about. In the wizarding world, truth and power only obey power, and if I wasn't there just now, he would have only imagined what I did to deal with Draco. Besides, I don't think Dumbledore would come to trouble me. Augustus said indifferently, Moody, he was just a clown. If it wasn't useful, he would have been exposed long ago. The weather is gradually getting cooler, the breath of autumn is slowly coming, and the empty sky is full of bleak winds. The next 2 days were uneventful, nothing special, except that Marcus had burned the cauldron in potions class, which was the 6th cauldron he had burned. There's nothing Augustus can do about it. This guy's talent in black magic is okay, but in potions, it's just horrible. This guy was sent by Snape to disembowel a vat of longhorned toads, and when he came back he was about to collapse.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.